In the shop, an old man and a young boy were playing checkers. The guy got up from the table and was going to go somewhere. The man behind him said that he almost beat him. The young man answered that he would not rush. The guy was washing the dishes. The old man could not calm down. He complained to the little boy that he was constantly winning money from him. This morning, Uncle played with his friends and won. But then, he lost everything to the boy. The young man replied that the old man would not have had to give his money if his friends had agreed to play with the boy, and so the uncle could preserve his dignity and pride in front of other people. The man said that everything the boy taught him was complete lies and deception. The young man wondered how the old man could win in the previous games. To test himself, he offered to play again. The boy concentrated on the inner vision. Before his eyes, he saw projections of the enemy's future moves. It had the appearance of some kind of movie that he could mentally scroll in front of his mind. The young man explained the rules of the correct game and the guarantee of future victory. He talked about the winning combination of moves during the game. In addition, he praised his uncle for playing well in Wanshan Park. The boy advised his opponent to master 13 methods of giving up the horse, and then the uncle will be able to defeat his main opponent from among his comrades in less than a week. The old man wondered if he would beat the best player in a week, then when would he win over the boy? He replied that the man cannot even dream about it because it will not happen. The man did not shut up. He asked the little one why he was not at school now, because today was a self-training day. The boy replied that he was waiting for someone. The old man asked who this important person was. The boy was silent. His interlocutor hinted to the young man that he could go to the Shanka Championship and win a lot of money there, because he simply plays unsurpassed. He refused. He argued that he has bad analytical data, and he wins only due to his very good memory because he memorized a lot of games and combinations of moves. The man guessed that it was about the boy's photographic memory. A young woman was walking with a small boy along the street near the store, where the old man was talking to his young friend. The boy happily told his mother that the rain had finally stopped. The boy interrupted his conversation with the man about the championship and slowly stood up and left the store. He did not say a word and did not explain such a reaction. The woman approached the man sitting at the table. She asked why her eldest son, Ching Chun, was sitting with him at this time and playing xiangzi. Uncle Jiang replied that it would be better to ask the boy himself. The boy's mother did not understand why he was behaving like that, because every month she sends money to his father for maintenance. And why is Ching skipping school? Because now he should have self-training. The woman turned to her husband, who was with her younger son at the time, and said she had to check on her older son. The man was not happy, because they were late for a very important meeting. The man added that her eldest son is already 17 years old, so he can take care of himself. Besides, his father takes care of him, and she can meet Chin on the weekend. The boy came home. It was a complete mess. There were empty bottles and cans of drinks everywhere. Ching called his father, but he answered. That can't help his son. The father added that Ching could call her mother and ask her for money, since she was now rich because of her new husband. The guy said it's not about money. You need to go to parent meetings. The husband advised him to address this issue to his mother, and hung up. He was busy with more important things, namely playing a game of chance with his friends. Ching was not surprised by his father's behavior. He had already heard something like this more than once when he made a request to him. He was more worried about the numbers on his hand, which were counting down. The boy thought about the danger lurking behind these numbers, or about a new life that can come when there will be a complete zero. But an approximate plan of action was prepared for him. He laid out the tools on the shelf by the bed. Ching thought that when he did not know what was at stake, he could only prepare as much as possible and be ready to accept the end. Ching sat on the bed and wondered if he should ask someone for help on such a matter, but he had no options. It will be very strange to ask ordinary people about this, and he had no friends. He scrolled through the events of the past in his head. The mother was not guilty of anything. Her temper broke through her father, who gambled and sold the house due to debt. In addition, domestic violence. At that time, it was the only adequate way out of the situation. The voluntary divorce of his parents did not come as a surprise to him, and Ching should have been happy about her conscious choice, because it was right. He was only outraged that acquaintances gave advice on how a woman should act with her eldest son. They hinted that she would not start a new family with such a burden on her shoulders. Therefore, he decided not to burden his mother's life and live with his father. He understood that his mother's advice was not unfounded. They had the destiny of truth, and his choice was also correct. But at the moment, he was only concerned with the clock, which only had 2.5 hours left. Perhaps this is the remainder of the time allotted to him by life. The boy thought about his life. He was riding a bicycle. In his mind, Ching went through all the things that he could not, or was simply afraid to do in his lifetime. But now there is no room for fear. Today he was full of determination and courage. The boy was standing under the windows of the apartment where his father was losing his last property. Ching called the police station and gave the address of a house where people gathered to gamble. Satisfied that he had done the thing he had been putting off for so long, Ching arrived home. He looked at his hand. 52 minutes remained there. When the clock showed 0, the boy felt unusual. Everything seems to have lost its reality. Everything around had the appearance of some kind of illusion. Reality was falling apart into small fragments. He woke up in a room that resembled some kind of cyberpunk room. The hand still had the same electronic dial, but it read 48 hours until return. Ching examined his hand. The guy was still in his body, because fingerprints and spore placement couldn't be faked. He was confused by the clothes he was wearing and the surroundings. The boy realized that he had entered another dimension, and time tells how much time is left for him to return to his usual world and ordinary everyday life. Still, it would be nice. He looked around carefully. Around, all the objects in the interior resembled the frames of some fantastic movie. The only thing that was confusing was that all the items were signed, as if in a computer game. He walked around the room and explored it. Suddenly the front door opened. A bright light penetrated through them. The buzzer announced that it was 7 o'clock in the morning and it was time for breakfast. A voice from the loudspeaker asked all the prisoners to line up in observing order go to the dining hall. A mute question remained on the boy's lips. Ching saw that he was in a huge room. Under the high ceiling was a holographic screen on which a man was depicted. People came out of their cells and obediently left. The boy carefully examined the people around him. They had signs of cybernetic interference. Someone had an implanted eye, and someone had a cybernetic limb. Ching thought he had entered a mechanical civilization. A young boy with a mechanical arm approached him. The stranger asked the boy not to eat a lot, because then he would forget everything around him. Ching did not understand what his new interlocutor was saying. The stranger joined the crowd of similar men with mechanical body parts. They talked about 12 newcomers arriving that night, and now there was an opportunity to have some good fun. The two men looked at the boy and talked. One of them said that this newcomer had no idea that they were from another dimension. Ching could not understand what they were talking about. They must have meant that he was new here. But conversations about newcomers and future entertainment with them did not bode well. He heard someone shouting that he did not want to stay in this place. One of the newcomers shouted because he was asking to return him home. The unfamiliar boy was breaking free from the man's arms. The boy shouted that it is better not to touch him and let him go because his father is a representative of a rather serious corporation, and he will be able to provide trouble for offenders. The boy's name was Huang Zixiang. Ching realized that this boy studied at his school. He was 1 grade younger and studied foreign languages. It seems that Ching was not alone. The guy thought that the place before the relocation is very close to the place after the relocation. But this theory of his required some more evidence. From somewhere above came a command to the prisoners to stop. Robots and drones surrounded the little boy. They tried to identify him as if he was some sort of threat. The boy tried to cover himself with his hands from the mechanical monsters. Ching looked at this scene and thought about how the presence of at least one familiar person gave him confidence and at least some peace and a sense of security. But this, according to the boy, depended only on the person himself. 2 prisoners were talking about this boy who was scared. He was sent to prison because he owed a very large sum. He was brought here yesterday, and the boy's term is 7 years. The stranger supported the conversation. He emphasized that in our time, dealing with tax collectors can be either crazy or 2 stupid people. Even yesterday everything was fine with the boy. Ching looked around the room. Prisoners walked on it. There were even rows of tables and benches for the prisoners so that they could take food. The impression was very unpleasant. The boy's attention focused on one of the tables. Behind him sat a man with a game board in front of him. A cat lay down next to the board, which the man was stroking. It felt like everyone was trying to avoid this table. There was noise and clamor from everywhere. The old-timers of the prison talked and mocked the newcomers. They tried to scare the new arrivals and somehow relax at their expense. Ching understood that cowards and those who are too loud are not liked here. He kept looking at the man at the table. He was dressed differently than the other prisoners, but his number could also be seen on his clothes. A boy was standing next to the strange stranger. He looked at Ching and smiled. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice from above, which informed him that the prisoners could go to the dining room, observing the order. The boy was walking among a crowd of men who had signs of mechanical intervention. One of them asked his acquaintance how his collection was doing. He replied that everything depends on the newcomers. At that time, Ching noticed that there were now 3,102 prisoners in total. In addition, he managed to count the drones, which differed in their purpose, and remember their route. The boy continued to scream and beg to be let go. The man holding his head with a cybernetic hand was talking to another prisoner. He asked not to attract the attention of the guards. The man with the cybernetic eye advised Chin to look around and prepare. After all, his turn will soon come. At the same time, he smiled very evilly. Rather, he grinned like an animal. Two men tried to grab Chin, but he paid attention to their hands in time and slipped under the feet of one of the attackers. He did it so skillfully and cleverly that he didn't even spoil the food. The attacker shouted to the crowd to catch the boy before security learned of the incident. He looked after the boy who was running away. The men looked where Ching was running. They thought that if the boy hoped that the man would protect him, then he was deeply mistaken. Then the boy was really too self-confident and stupid. The boy was stopped by a stranger standing near the strange man's table. He calmly continued to play his game. The boy told Chin not to hope for protection in vain. The stranger continued to ask about Chin's next steps. The guard named the price for the man to stand up for the little one. To do this, it was necessary to win the game against the man at the table. Ching agreed. This surprised everyone, who watched this conversation. The men looked with surprise and curiosity at the boy who agreed to play with the master. The boy was carefully watching the hands of the man who was moving the figures on the game board. Ching memorized the position of the figures and figured out the technique of the stranger's game. He was prone to tricks in the game. The game has started. The players loudly commented on all their moves. The attention of everyone present was focused on these two, as if generals on the battlefield were conducting their battle. Finally, the game ends with a check from Sin. The man at the table thought that his opponent was still very young at the game, but there was not an iota of indecision in his movements and actions. It was even interesting. The man was satisfied with the result of the game. He praised the boy because these days it is not so easy to find a player in Sianka, and one that is so young and skillful. He offered to continue the game tomorrow. A noise was heard around. Everyone whispered about the fact that this high-ranking man had lost to a newcomer in the game. This had never happened before, because it was impossible to outplay a stranger's board game. The boy put his hand on Ching's shoulder and introduced himself as Lin Xiaoxiao. And the tall man who left with the stranger is called Ye Wang. The guy reminded that they will meet again tomorrow. The crowd around is just crazy. Some unfamiliar boy crawled up to Tsin. He was asking for help, and he was asking for protection from someone who was already coming for him. The stranger was very frightened and promised to do whatever Ching asked of him. Two men grabbed the boy. He tried to break free and threatened that his uncle is one of the employees of an influential corporation. The attackers teased that it is not even worth mentioning some little-known company. Ching thought about the fact that he was one of the 12 newcomers to this strange and still unexplained place. In addition, the percentage of Earthlings here is very low, because most are from other dimensions. A strange feeling troubled the boy. He was not afraid and did not worry about the future fate. But he didn't care what would happen to the other newcomers. However, deep down he felt a strange sense of hope. Ching thought that he was kind of redundant on Earth. It didn't matter to the father, he didn't want to burden the mother with his presence. Relatives also did not pay attention to him. He lived completely alone for 2 years. He looked at the countdown on the dial. His thoughts plunged into the future in which, with the help of his phenomenal memory, he could enter one of the prestigious universities that were far from his hometown. Such a new life would have its own meaning, because then he would feel free. He would throw off the shackles of his previous existence and engage in something that was close to his interests and desires. Ching stared at the holographic screen under the ceiling of the room, and the feeling of hope instilled in him the belief that in this dimension he would achieve something and become someone significant. Life in this place is radically different. A prisoner approached the boy. The stranger looked at the boy's face and agreed that the rumors about his beauty were not empty talk. He offered to be friends because he also ended up here just 3 months ago. His name was Lu Guanyi. Sina was surprised that the stranger seemed to know him. Besides, he greeted him very politely. There was something alarming in the behavior of a new acquaintance, or he was just very stressed. During the last hour with a tale, the opponents looked at Chin no less than 21 times, and these were only those whom the boy could notice and remember their reactions. Besides, the men around Lu were his wards. Did Lu's appeal have some hidden meaning behind it? Should we just relax and not treat everyone present so suspiciously? A long tongue rarely proved good, so it was necessary to keep a distance. Ching replied that he did not need anyone's help, and he could solve his own problems and affairs. The stranger protested because he considered it an honor to serve the boy. This was even more surprising. Ching replied that everyone is equal here, and there is no one more noble or superior than others, and the word serve is inappropriate. Lu was quick to explain his position and promised that he would be willing to lick Chin's feet in the future. Confused by this behavior, Ching asked what the boy would do if he had dermatomycosis of the feet. Lu replied that this would not stop him and he was ready to fulfill his promise. Ching thought that he could not be relied upon. Lu kept up. He wondered why Ching had gone to look for him early in the morning. This was very reasonable, considering the intention of thus getting closer to Shuin and reaping all the benefits of being so close. The stranger said that if they were lucky enough to enlist the support of Lee Shuin, that is, Chin's recent opponent in the game, then their chances of carrying out the plan would be very high and more successful. And while Ching was thinking that this matter only concerned him and self-preservation, Lu talked about the ambiguity of the alliance with Lee Shuin. After all, such a symbiosis could put them in a position of dependence on this man. Lu calmed down and started apologizing for not being able to shut up and talking all the time. It was completely out of the ordinary for him, but it was how he could deal with the excitement that came over him after meeting Chin. Shuin was sitting in his room. His assistants were with him. One of them reported that Ching did not help any newcomer. Lee replied that by playing with him, the boy was trying to save the lives of everyone present. The aide inquired whether Mr. Shuin would seek the company of this novice tomorrow to play another game of cards. The man agreed, because there were no more interesting players in this prison. The newcomer surprised him. Another assistant brought an information tablet and said that the Qi Corporation had reported that they had caught Guo Huchang, and the procedure to bring him to justice had already been completed. He should be transferred here soon. Shuin ordered to follow this process, and as soon as the prisoner was transferred to them, he had to get in touch with him and try to make friends and establish good relations. Although Guo had a very difficult character. Shuin turned to Xiao Xiao. He asked if the boy had seen the morning's incident with the young man being hurt at the hands of other men. He replied that he had seen everything, and it seemed very suspicious and unusual to him. At first glance, one could get the impression that the boy simply lost his temper. His nerves could not stand it. But the way he talked about Laochen City and Win Corporation, where he had acquaintances, was very realistic. The identity of the young man was also checked. He was an ordinary person, dropped out of high school and started selling prosthetics in the town of 18, following a black tiger. He was suspected of illegal robbery. However, there was no evidence that he illegally acquired the prostheses, and he was finally thrown into prison for non-payment of taxes. And it was surprising that neither the city of Laochen nor the Win Corporation appeared in his case. Shuin ordered to continue following that young man. In addition, he was interested in the state of affairs of his opponent in the game. Xiao Xiao replied that he had not yet had time to find out anything about that newcomer. At that moment, Qing passed by their table. Xiao Xiao felt something akin to jealousy regarding his boss's interest in this boy. Qing walked over to the shelf and took the tablet from there. Xiao Xiao came over and asked what the boy was doing. He added that this thing, after authorization, he will get access to all functions. Qing asked if he could watch the news here. Xiao replied that it was forbidden to even dream of such a thing. Their accounts do not have this level of access. This is possible only from Shutin's tablet. Qing thought that Shutin really behaved much more freely in this place than all the other prisoners. Curiosity provoked Xiao to ask questions about who Shutin was, but he stopped himself in time. Xiao walked over to Shutin. He informed the man that Qin's true intent and motivation was simply to find common ground and get along with an unusual prisoner who enjoyed such privileges for his own good. In addition, Xiao noticed how distracted the boy was looking at the reader. He just swipes his finger across the monitor indiscriminately. Shutin gave advice not to meddle in other people's affairs mindlessly and to stop disregarding their wishes. The man continued that if Xiao switched places with the newcomer, the assistant would act even more impatiently. It is important to learn to put yourself in another person's place and try to understand their motivation, at least a little. 3 hours later, Shutin and his assistants, together with the cat, passed by the table where Qing was still sitting with the reader in his hands. The man asked the boy what was written on the previous page in the third sentence. Qing replied with a quote from books he had read. "Order turns into chaos. Chaos must be used to maintain order and preserve law." Xiao said the boy answered randomly. Another assistant asked Qin for a reader. He checked the place he asked Shutin to quote. Everything came together. Xiao was very surprised. The boss thought to himself that things are getting even more interesting. And now it's time to go to dinner. Qing thought that it would be better to open up his own possibilities right away. Although they are a little unusual, rather than establishing connections with a person who can help you out of distrust and hiding some data. He understands that in order to survive in this place, it is necessary to prove to the freest person here that you are useful and can be used for something, even if it is just a simple game of cards. Xiao walked over to the table where Shutin was eating. The boy familiarly sat down on the chair opposite the boss. Yo asked to be more polite and respectful to his boss. Besides, even the cat was shocked. Shutin wondered what his assistant had learned from the information about this strange newcomer. Xiao replied that he is completely clean. No abnormal hitches were found. But it made it even more interesting. In the data about the boy, it was said that he was a student of the high school of the city of 18. Parents died in a car accident. He received a rich inheritance. He has no criminal record. There are no relatives. It is stated in the case that he stole the phone. This was the reason why he was punished. It was strange because usually people with a criminal past or who had dealings with the tax authorities served their sentences in this place. He gives the impression of someone who should not be in such a place. His term is only 6 months of imprisonment. It was probably the shortest term in the history of prison number 18. All of this, in Xiao's opinion, raised more questions than it answered. In addition, Shutin's assistant asked some of the outsiders about the boy, and thus discovered some contradictions in the case. It seems that the guy himself said that he bought the phone, but the funds never reached the seller's account. The cameras around him suddenly failed, and he could not be acquitted for lack of evidence of his innocence. In order to acquit the guy, it is necessary for the seller to withdraw his submission or video from the cameras to confirm the financial transaction. Then the boy will be released. Xiao thought it was fabricated. In addition, the guy's surname was Qing, which is very strange for today's time. It was special, and 5 large companies became monopolists of everything related to aspects of the economy. And one of them is the Qing Corporation. In addition, such a surname is rare, and therefore when you meet a person with such a surname, you can definitely expect that he is somehow connected with the Qing Corporation and is a person of this monopolist. In addition, the Qing Corporation was once going to send Lu Guanyi to this prison. Such things are easy to follow if you have access to the right sources of information. At the time, Xiao did not understand the purpose of this visit. Then he wondered why such a corporation would take on a little person like Lu. The man immediately began suppressing others with his prosthetic arm upon arrival. He made a mess. With his participation, the confrontation between two factions in a month turned into a serious confrontation between three factions with very serious fighters. Then there were speculations that the Qing Corporation had sent Lu. Shutenyo's assistant noted that the corporations knew that the boss was in the 18th prison, and so they tried to get to him. Xiao concluded that Lu was looking for contact with the newcomer. The aide said that Qing Chen is probably the main one in this case, and Lu is just his dog on the run, ready to do all the work and orders of his master. But what are they planning to do here? If the guy is so important to the corporation, why did they bring him here? After all, it is very dangerous here to scatter people to such respectable organizations as the Qing Corporation. Shuten replied that it might be time to choose a new generation of shadows. If Qing Chen is a candidate, then he came here on a secret mission. A corporation should have both open strengths and hidden trump cards. The head of the Qing family is the official who represented the corporation, and the shadow had to be underground. She usually does the dirty work and has a strong authority. No one can control her except the head. The only and main aspect was the selection process for the role of Shadow Corporation. It was a very difficult task of selecting candidates. It was similar to feeding extremely predatory and poisonous animals. Shuten concluded that the Qing Corporation was trying to once again destroy the harmony and order between the corporations. Xiao replied that there was no point in making the biography of a shadow pretender so clean and correct. The boss talked about his guesses about the fact that there is a certain secret hidden in the biography of the newcomer. Qing reminded Shuten of one person his assistants might soon meet. The rookie looks a lot like that man. The man ordered Xiao to gather information about the boy, as he had some interest in this newcomer. The assistant assured that he would cope with the task, but was alarmed by such interest. Shuten said that although the boy might be a person of the Qing clan corporation, he should be investigated and given a certain test. Besides, it is interesting to look at someone from the Qing people. The boss told about people who had their responsibilities in the organization, and according to them, wore their own names, such as the tiger who calmed the mountains, the clever hawk, the warlike wolf, the leopard, the faithful dog. Xiao asked what codename he had in the organization and what role he played. Shuten joked that the boy pulls on a fish that avoids work, or a poo that gets poked with a stick and starts to stink. They were distracted from their conversation by a robot, a guard, who calmed down the prisoners with the help of an electric shock and ordered them to go to their place of residence. Newbies said they forgot where their cameras were. The more experienced old-timers of the prison laughed at the new arrivals, who so easily and carelessly forgot about who was in which cell in the morning. And now the robot guard is electrocuting them to improve their memory. The men were surprised by the fact that the novice, who had played in the morning with Shuten in the Xientzi, went to his cell. No one could believe that after the morning commotion and the shock upon arrival, the boy remembered the location of the camera. Qing pulled Xiao out of the queue. Shuten's assistant reminded that for a person who played with the boss, there was no question of standing in line and waiting. In the future, the boy could not wait in the general queue. Qing noticed that the robot guard had no reaction to what Xiao had done. The boy thought about the special status of these three people. He was even more interested in how they had achieved this. Xiao walked up to a stocky man with mechanical prosthetics all over his body. He simply took the big man by the shoulder and ordered him to withdraw and give way to Qin. With joy and a certain relief, the man walked away and missed. Shuten's assistant led the boy to the table where the boss was sitting. The boy calmly sat down to eat next to the authority. The prisoners could not believe it, for a newcomer to gain access to the privileged so quickly. Xiao asked the boy not to be surprised. This attitude is explained by the fact that Qing is a worthy opponent in the game of Xianzi for the boss. He will now have special treatment. However, you should not abuse this. Late at night, Qing went to his cell. He was still thinking about the fact that one morning and a game of cards had changed his future life so much. The boy was filled with a sense of pride for himself that he had gained authority so quickly. The guy went to sleep. Suddenly, he found himself in some strange place. A fireplace was burning in front of him. A strange object hung on the wall. The room was full of steam. Somewhere in the distance, the sound of a clock could be heard. The boy realized that he was in a dream. Someone knocked on the door. They called themselves the police and reported that a complaint to the police station had been registered at this address. The police asked to open the door. The voice coming from behind the closed door sounded familiar to Chin. The boy could not remember who it belonged to. He thought he had memory problems. Still hesitating, he stood by the door. A man in police uniform suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked around the room behind the boy and ordered him not to move because he could do something with the physical evidence. There was a heater in the room and traces of blood were visible. As Ching tried to understand what was happening, there was another knock on the door. The guest introduced himself as a police representative and gave the same number as the previous law enforcement officer. The guy guessed that something was wrong. He thought about the person who had entered the house before. He asked who was knocking. Thoughts swirled in his head about who the real officer was, a newcomer or maybe a man who entered the room. The choice was difficult to make. The boy decided to arm himself and pick up the knife sticking out of the torn toy bear. An unknown force forbade him to do so. He could not take the knife. Ching thought that someone was trying to trap him in this place. The voice in his head wondered why he needed a knife, because you just need to open the door, and all the problems and questions will disappear by themselves. The dial on his hand was still counting down, and so the heart beats. The blood plays in the veins. There was no other way out than to open the door or grab a knife. He strained his strength and wanted to take possession of the knife. Ching held a knife in his hands. He decided to open the door when he dealt with the man who entered the mountain. He felt returning to his usual state. The barrier broke, and the feeling returned to the boy. The boy realized that Xiao Xiao had created this nightmare for him, because the policeman's face was very similar to the face of Assistant Shuin. The boy was walking through a dark room. This nightmare was actually created by Xiao because his boss ordered to check on the boy. To do this nightmare was created called the Poltergeist's Double Dilemma. The test is aimed at identifying the level of development of bravery and resilience. Xiao could never have imagined that Ching would so calmly go through all the previous stages of the trial with such calmness and confidence. The novice overcame the resistance of the system and took possession of the weapon. He is not at all frightened, but unlike all those who passed this task, he is determined to finish off the policeman who passed upstairs. Ching was only 17 years old, but he managed to take the knife even when Xiao tried to stop him from doing so. In addition, the boy broke the barrier of fear, and all this in the territory controlled by Xiao. Ching saw Shutin's assistant coming down the stairs. He turned to the boy and praised him. The boss was not wrong when he spoke of Chin's high level of training. He really showed himself very well. Ching asked why Xiao did this, since the boy did not touch anyone. The assistant said that he did it because Shutin asked him to. And now, to top it all off, his trap and nightmare were completely broken. Ching wondered if it was Xiao's superpower. He answered in the affirmative. It was something similar in origin to Chin's photographic memory. The boy thought about a world in which mysticism and mechanics coexist. This led him to believe that it was the fear of abilities and extraordinary powers that forced the system to put people like Shutin and his assistants in prison, and also a number of prisoners of that cursed place. Xiao asked the boy directly if he belonged to the people of the Qing Corporation. The guy answered the question with a question and wondered if the interest in his person was connected with this. He also had a question. Qing questioned why the robot guards were ignoring any actions by Xiao and Ye, Shutin's second assistant. Xiao replied that it was simply not their right to do this to them. Security is prohibited. Xiao recalled that he had found a surveillance recording of Qing talking to Lu Guanyi. The Qing Corporation arranged Lu here, so he is willing to use any methods to establish contact with the boy. Qing wondered if Xiao thought he was a corporation person, then why did he set up this interrogation for him? The boy himself thought that even after establishing his identity, they were still dealing with him. Xiao replied that their corporation does not deal with the past of its members. They are only interested in the present, and as long as he has certain abilities and is reliable, he can easily join the ranks of the organization according to the standards. Qing replied that in case he succeeded in passing the inspection, Then he has the right to join the corporation. Xiao replied that he didn't think the boy was ready to join the organization. He went on to say that the desire to bring Qin into the organization was Shutin's idea, who wants his creation to have people of all kinds who can perform a wide variety of tasks and functions. He talked about the different roles that people play in the organization, and after that he asked what role, in the boy's opinion, he occupies. Qing replied that he must be the donkey of the group. Xiao pressed the boy. He said that he didn't believe in coincidence, so it was very strange that Lu arrived first, and then the corporation sent Qin here. In addition, he had to pass the task. Xiao wondered what the newcomer was looking for. The boy replied that Xiao could ask Lu about it. He thought to himself that he should talk to Lu and question him before Shutin's assistants got to him. A conversation with Guanya should shed some light. Xiao realized that the conversation had reached an impasse. He said that if the boy decided to remain silent, the assistant would figure it out sooner or later. And now Xin should rest. After all, he had to play with the boss in the morning. The next morning, Xiao reported the results of his testing with the double poltergeist nightmare system. He told how the subject took a knife and decided to deal with the policeman himself. He was convinced that the Qing was real evil in human form. Yo advised not to use the nightmare on ordinary people so often, because they might not be able to withstand it. Xiao replied that he had everything under control. Shutin listened to both advisors, and assured them that the boy had a very strong will. He was able to deal with Xiao's horrors and nightmares. An ordinary person would not be able to do this, and she would immediately break down in the face of difficulties. Shutin's aide advised him to think about accepting Qin into his clan. The newcomer is not at all like them. His motivations and intentions remain a mystery, and it's hard to decipher what a newcomer is thinking. Shutin replied that they had already lost so many of their own, if it came to the point that even they ended up in prison. And it is important to remember that it is not always possible to defeat darkness with light. Sometimes they use fire. Qing approached Shutin's table. Xiao wondered why he looked so tired, as if he hadn't slept all night. The boy mentally sent his opponent far away because how could he sleep when he was in a nightmare trap? Xiao replied that most people who have been in a nightmare created by him feel very bad in the morning. But the boy was special. Shutin praised the boy because he showed himself very well. He emphasized that Qing had not only pulled out the dagger, but had also broken free from Xiao's control and had been standing on his own since this morning. Yo asked if he could achieve the same results. Shutin objected. The boss informed that Qing is very similar to him, and their abilities are somewhat similar. The boy wanted to ask who this self-confident man was, and what kind of influence he had outside the prison. But this is how he could expose himself. Instead, he inquired as to how one could walk the path of Shutin. The man replied that his assistants were very talented, but their problem was that they met Shutin too late. And Sin's abilities are very great. It is worth developing them. It's not too late yet, and now it's time to play cards. The whole point of the game was to meet a worthy opponent. Winning using status is low. Qing played with Shutin. The boy was surprised by the man's combination of moves. He played in such a way that no mortal man could think through his moves in advance. This was not expected for the boy. Shutin looked at the in-game battlefield and realized that he was wrong to think the boy was exhausted and tired after the nightmare. He was wrong about the boy needing rest. The boss won another game again. Everyone around was not surprised. They knew that no one could beat Lee Shuin in this game, and if this happens, it will cost the winner dearly. The crowd gradually dispersed. Qing asked if he had the right to ask Shuin about something. He replied that he would answer the question that his opponent was so interested in. This will be a reward for a good game and victory. The guy asked if it was the boss playing the accordion. Shuin replied that it was indeed him. The founder of the organization created the music. He is also the author of the words that were set to music. The guy thought that the founder, who most likely was from the Earth, was a plagiarist. He also wanted to ask about when their organization was founded, and when this ancestor, the founder of the organization, appeared in this universe. Instead, he asked me to sing the whole song because it was so good. Shutin sang. The melody in his charming voice flowed through the hall. Everyone listened to the song with enthusiasm. The man stopped at the last line. He added that the last line was added very recently. It wasn't in the lyrics from the very beginning. However, much of the song has been lost over the years. Ching recognized this song, but the meaning seems to have disappeared from it, and an empty form remained. He suggested Shuin to change the last line to the phrase, "Best friends separated and found themselves on different sides." The man liked this innovation. He thought that was the original idea. Shuin said the founder was a prominent author who composed many songs and lyrics. Each of his works was a classic that was passed down from generation to generation, but a lot was lost at the end of the last era. The man added that only 2 songs remained in the full composition. The boy asked what the name of the second song was. Shuin replied that she was called Canon. Only the title remains from this song. Scientists studied the ruins in great detail, but the notes were never found. Ching thought that the founder was indeed an alien to this universe. He passed through the worlds and brought cultural gains with him. The boy thought that he could exchange the words of the canon song for the secret of Shuin's path. The man could agree to such a proposal because he so valued and respected the founder's cultural heritage. Ching noticed Lu Guanyi walking by. The boy turned to his friend and asked him to take a walk while he thought about something. Shuin, according to the boy, was not against the fact that Ching was in contact with Lu. Lu asked for just a minute. He told Ching that he had been thinking all day about what he should call his boss, and he settled on the version of the word boss, because it is easy to pronounce and does not take much time. Guanyi added that he has been suffering since childhood because his father sold his kidneys to quite influential and rich people. The father replaced the sold organs with bionic implants and threw the boy back into life. Afterwards, Lu lamented his life and told how he had suffered when he was young. He tried to talk about all the troubles and then asked Ching to teach him how to play xiangzi. For this he will serve forever. Guanyi said he saw his boss play. He thought that soon the boss would outplay even Lee Shuin himself. And no one managed to do this during the entire existence of the prison and Shuin's stay. Since victory over a man in a real fight was impossible, only victory in the Xianka remained. This is the best solution to the pressing issue. In this way, it is easy to earn authority. Li Guanyi was amazed at how quickly his boss would get here, and how skillfully he would play the game with Shutong and enter his circle so easily. Given Shutin's status, he might know about Eastern Tibet. In addition, if he receives something as an inheritance, then his power will become even greater. Ching thought that Shutin's battle power was too great, and he had underestimated him from the start. But now he knows that he must find something. The boy promised to teach his new subordinate the game of Xianzi, but now he had to go for a walk and do his business. Chin needed time to think things through. The guy was sitting in his room. He was looking at the display that was counting down. These 2 days were like a dream. He met new interesting people, began to learn about the new world and the laws by which they live here. He wondered if he would be able to return again. Reality split into small pieces as it was the first time. He wandered again between dimensions and time continuums. He sat in the room at his usual time and looked at the clock. In the real world, an hour had passed since he had entered another dimension. So according to his calculations, 2 seconds should have passed in that world as well. It was a good thing, because he wouldn't have to explain where he went missing so often. Tsin's phone rang. The man told him that the police were concerned and his father had been arrested for gambling. He was asked to come to the police station. It was simply necessary to follow the formal protocol in such rights. The punishment for the father was to be a fine and its payment. Ching said that he would not be able to report to the police and he would not be able to help his father in any way. In addition, the boy asked that his father be punished according to the law so that everything would be fair. He requested that the father be ordered to complete the program, including 15 days of imprisonment and a maximum monetary fine. He also said that it was his son who reported his father to the police. He was lying on the bed and checked his phone. Apart from the police, no one contacted him. Even his own mother did not ask how her eldest son was doing. Ching dreamed of returning to that world as soon as possible. The next day, he visited the local library and recorded the notes of the canon to share these notes with Lee Shuin. He should have appreciated it, but it was necessary to come up with a story of how he mastered them. Ching came to class at school. He met his classmate, who was clearly worried. The boy asked him if nothing had happened. The classmate replied that everything is fine and he is not worried about anything. But a little later he admitted to Chin that he was dealing with something very strange. And he asked his friend for advice. Ching wondered what he meant when he talked about something strange. The boy could not describe in words. Ching suggested contacting the police. A classmate asked if he knew anyone at the police station. The protagonist replied that yesterday his father was just arrested for organizing underground games. Ching thought about what his friend meant. It could be the same electronic dial that he had on his hand. The countdown timer was invisible to outsiders. It occurred to me to check the most popular searches on the internet. He was torn from his thoughts by the surprised shout of his classmates that the famous basketball player had announced his stay in a parallel world. Ching was amazed that there were also people abroad who had visited another world of mechanical technology. They also had a countdown clock on their arm and moved between worlds. A classmate showed Chin a video of the basketball star talking about his overnight trip. Last night he happened to notice that a strange dial was glowing on his hand, and when the countdown ended, he entered another world. In this dimension there is also the sun and the moon. But it's still a parallel universe. The process of development of civilization there is very different from how it happened in our reality. From there he returned with a mechanical arm. The man stated that there he got a new body and some upgrades to the mechanical parts. There he replaced someone, becoming a completely different person, with his life path and biography. Improving the body gave new opportunities. His new cybernetic mechanical arm was more mobile and much stronger than a normal limb. It is very flexible and has high accuracy in its use. He could get into the basketball ring from anywhere. He continued to give interviews. The man said that he organized this conference in order to share some details about another parallel world. But the reality was very cruel and extremely dangerous. He held a press conference also so that he would not be secretly kidnapped and research would not be started on him. He universally refused to become an object for research and experiments. Ching believed that the basketball player is too public a person to hide the fact that he has a cybernetic limb. He understands that the technologies of another world are superior to our own, so he does not want to take risks. The man was very nervous, and that is why he made such a hasty decision regarding further participation. Ching thought about where the basketball player could appear in case of another trip to the unknown world. The boy thought about the fact that he could not take either the knife or the toothbrush from there. So the only way to bring something from there is to change the elements of your body, or try to hide the object right inside yourself. Ching decided to look online. There he came across a news story about a dead internet company executive who was found to have the same hand as a basketball player giving a conference call. After that, the article said, the college boy reported that he had been in a strange world where mechanical technology was completely combined with people who possessed extraordinary abilities. A classmate also read these articles. He was impressed and interested that traveling to another world gives an opportunity to improve one's own body and gain an advantage in physical data over ordinary people. Sin's classmates loudly discussed the latest news. They wondered if there could be those who traveled through space and time among the students at their school or among their acquaintances. Someone expressed a desire to enter that world. Ching asked his companion if this was exactly what he wanted to talk to the boy about. The comrade replied that it was too early to draw any conclusions, and Ching could not worry for now. Besides, he would have told about it right away. The main character asked not to forget about his friend, if his classmate deals with all this. He noticed that he was very anxious, and now he was beginning to feel superior to ordinary people. A classmate distracted Sin all day by talking about another parallel world. He wondered if he could bring something from a parallel universe and sell that item in this world. Ching doubted it. The comrade kept up with his strange questions. He promised that when he manages to return from there and there he takes possession of some important artifact, then he will definitely treat him to a good dinner. Ching reminded his friend that he should first think about his own safety, not about how to get as rich as possible. Thoughts about wealth and profit have ruined many travelers who have lost their heads. The comrade did not calm down. He was already dreaming of the moment when he would come back with a handful of items that would be worth a lot of money and become one of the richest people in the entire city, and possibly the country. Classmates at the next desk were wondering if there are any universal laws of movement in space and time, and why then they don't know anything about this mechanism yet. After all, information about the trip spread. Ching thought that certain universal laws about travel could now be formulated. The time given before departure to the other world was 6 hours for all of them. The time given in the parallel universe is 48 hours. That is, the time frame was the same for everyone who traveled. In addition, there were people who did not travel to the unknown world, but they had dials on their hands that showed the countdown of 48 hours. Probably, they were representatives of another group. After all travelers could be conditionally divided into groups from 10 to 35 years old. Comrade Ching was not a traveler of the first group, otherwise he would not be behaving like this now. The guy's friend was sitting on the phone and watching a video where a fake blogger tried to pass off a fake plastic hand as a real mechanical implant. The boy just glowed at the thought that this way you can become famous. Ching thought about the fact that the number of time travelers is limited, and therefore when one of them dies for some reason, another person takes his place. At that time, the news reported about a strange man. Presumably, he was a time traveler who came to our time by accident or pursuing some goal. Comrade Chin regretted that there was no one in their school who could travel the worlds. You could ask him. Ching was walking down the school corridor. He felt that he had felt different since a certain moment that he could not remember. Then other children who studied at school. He used to consider himself one of them. However, I changed my mind. Once he wanted to study well, go to college somewhere far from his hometown and get a prestigious job, thoughts of an ordinary average person. But recently he began to feel that his path is completely different. Ching was looking for Huang Zixian. He asked one of the junior high school students if he knew where the boy he was interested in lived. He replied that the boy lived somewhere in the central garden of Yinjun. On his way to the apartment complex where the Shixian family was supposed to live, Ching thought that the boy he was looking for might not have come because something had happened to him. After being bullied in prison, he could go crazy. The teacher who taught the subject asked the class whether he should try to master a mechanical prosthesis so that the children would not be distracted and interested in the material of the lesson. A friend showed Chin a video of a famous player. He talked about an unusual, previously unseen strategy for the game of Sityan. Some viewers believed that the strategy of the game was borrowed from a parallel world. The author talked about the fact that he divided the worlds into the outer, in which they are now, and the inner, that is, the world with mechanical and technological progress. As for life there, you could choose options. There were 3 of them in total, and the choice of the player consisted in the further implementation of the chosen path. The first of these was that one could modify one's own body through surgery in a hospital, but it was very expensive. Selling one's own organs was the most common way to get large amounts of money for one's needs. The second way was that you could join the Inquisition and inject yourself. After that, a person radically changes and loses the previous properties of a living organism. But since no NPC was found, it can be assumed that this organization is a private structure. And the last path was connected with a man whose name was Lee Shuin. This was the most common choice at the moment. After all, it consists in the usual career growth of one's own potential. Ching couldn't believe it. The other world turned out to be an ordinary game, and Lee Shuin, the authoritative number 18 in the prison, was just a game character, not even of a high level. But career growth is possible with him. The boy worried that when he was there again, the crowd of players who now knew about Shutin's career and growth under his tutelage would hinder him and push him away from authority and his henchmen. At that time, Comrade Sin was thinking about what he had heard. He thought that none of the options for technical modernization of one's body in the inner world is possible. After all, money is needed, or Lee Shutin's patronage. The topic of space and time travel has been very popular in the classroom for a long time. The students did not hesitate and constantly talked about it. But in the afternoon, the news appeared, which covered the enthusiasm with a dark cloud. A man who was previously thought to be a time traveler was found dead at home. His mechanical prosthetic legs were stolen. They were separated from his dead body. Many people who called themselves travelers panicked. They had impulsively revealed their personal secrets and were now very concerned about their own lives. Some of the people who returned with mechanical theses were worried about their own lives and safety. The media spread the word, and now many believed that if a traveler died, he could be replaced in the inner world. The excitement spread. People had all sorts of motives in mind. After the news, Ching advised his comrade to be even more careful when he entered the inner world. In addition, after returning, it was not worth announcing it to the whole world. After all, strange things began. The friend was upset. After all, as soon as there was the slightest chance to change life, everything began to collapse like a house of cards. Now the journey to the inner world has become really dangerous. They decided to distract themselves from the bad news and talked about their parents, who were caught by the police for playing illegal games of chance. The comrade asked Ching how his father had fallen into the hands of the police. Ching said he betrayed his father. Ching stood in the autumn park. He thought that the travelers found today indicate that they were based in 19 cities, and their placement was very concentrated in cities. The boy skipped classes. What was important to him right now was to find out what happened to Huang Shixian's inner world after his return. Although he did not know where the little one lived, he needed to harden his body and spirit. The boy felt how he was developing and changing internally. The shackles imposed on him by his family and connections with the environment began to fall apart. Pictures from a past life flashed before my eyes. Ching reached the right apartment complex. He was thinking about how to get inside without the key card needed to unlock the door. He was distracted from his thoughts by two men pulling Huang Zixian by the arms. He was shouting about some kind of monster. Unknown people wanted to put him in a car without license plates. The faces of the kidnappers cannot be seen. The car left the place at high speed. Ching wondered what kind of people these were. Why did they take the boy away? Ching was inclined to believe that he had been arrested because he had traveled to the inner world. This is not a fall song. Ching was walking down the street of the city, and he had the impression that someone was following him. He had the impression that he was being followed by a predator, ready to attack him at any moment. An unknown person was indeed walking behind. The boy knew that he was being followed by a stranger from the moment Juan was put in the car. This man follows him 5 blocks in a row. He is too attentive and very careful because he is afraid to show himself. Ching pretended to be talking on the cell phone. He stopped in place and followed the man who was chasing him. The stranger simply walked past the boy and continued through the crowd. As he tried to see where the pursuer had gone, another man passed by him. Ching recognized him as one of the people who kidnapped Zixiang. The boy understood that this was a cross-examination of him. He wondered what kind of organization this was that had this level of training. But why is she so interested in people who have visited the inner world? They put too much emphasis on it. He thought that he did not belong to the first party of travelers, and not even to the second. Most likely, he was in the third group. His enemies or attackers were very well prepared and knew about the travelers. Ching could not fail now. He should not have even suspected that he had noticed the spies. Interested in it. The boy started to cross the road. At that moment, one of the spies warned his colleagues about the route their victim was taking. His partner replied that he didn't have time, so he might lose sight of the object. Ching took advantage of this. The spies thought that they had screwed up. The two lost one suspect. Now it was necessary to quickly find the boy. One of them asked his partner if the boy had noticed the spy. The man replied that the boy was still in high school, so if he had calculated the agents, then his abilities were really too brilliant and very serious. With his fake call, the boy calculated the agent. His partner couldn't understand why they had decided to follow the boy today. After all, they had enough work without him, and they can simply waste time looking for a boyfriend. He replied that it was necessary. The agent replied that when they were taking Object 909 out of the house, the boy was nearby and could not look the captain in the eyes. This made him suspect that he could be a traveler and another victim. Ching was sitting in one of the office buildings. He decided to sit back and make sure the agents following him fell behind and lost his trail. After that, he can safely return home. The streamer that Ching usually watched did not go live today. The boy thought that he might have been captured by the organization that kidnapped Zixian. He was interested in how many such organizations existed in general. The boy noticed the crowd. People talked among themselves. They talked about the beating of the wife by the husband. The unlikely couple had quarreled and conflicted before, but this time things took a serious turn. But this time, the doctors and the police did not come to a call about a woman being beaten and abused. This time the woman beat her husband. He returned home very drunk. He was going to beat his wife. His wife secretly traveled between worlds, and there she received a mechanical prosthesis as a reward. This time she did not tolerate beatings and abuse. The woman took revenge on the man and repaid him with a coin. They fought with the man, but with her last strength, she was able to break the man's arm with one blow. The little daughter became an accidental witness of these events. This could traumatize the child's psyche and leave an imprint on life. Ching could not pass by the girl. He approached the little girl who was crying against the wall of the house. The girl looked at the boy with hope and called him brother. He knew the girl well because very often she and her mother sat under his porch while her father raged at home or walked there with his friends. The girl's name was Lee Shuin. Ching was ready to give the stipule to the little one. Ching thought that now the man got what he deserved for all the abuse and cruelty. The boy was holding the girl in his arms. She said that her mother asked Shuin to go to Ching. He was very kind and would help her. They were already in the room when Ching looked at the open window. The girl asked if something happened. The boy replied that it was okay, but asked him to be very quiet. He thought someone had broken into his home. Ching noticed that people in SUVs drove up to their house. They were the same agents who had taken Zixian from the house. They carefully inspected the area near the house. The guy is impressed with the operational work. One of the agents of an unknown organization noticed that his partner was behaving very strangely. He asked how he was feeling. The partner replied that he had the impression that someone was watching them. Ching thought about the situation. He believed that he was in a difficult situation right before the next journey. After all, if the agents came to take away Tunyun's mother, then things are very bad. He put his ear to the door and tried to hear what was going on in the corridor. There was complete silence. If someone was taken out, the sounds of struggle and resistance would be heard. This means that the agents have not taken the woman away yet. Later, he saw through the window how the agents were getting into the car. So the assumption that these people prey on travelers was wrong. Then the question remained about the reason for the visit. Someone knocked on the door. It was the girl's mother. A woman fixed her hair with a mechanical hand. She apologized for bothering the boy again. Ching assured that everything was fine and they were just about to have dinner. He added that the girl does not bother him at all. The mother told the girl that they could safely return home because everything had calmed down. She asked Tunyun to be obedient and not to make too much trouble. The girl replied that she was hungry, and there was no food at home to cook anything. Ching offered to stay at his place and have dinner together. The girl was happy with the neighbor's offer. The woman guessed that something was wrong here. This guy had been a good neighbor and had helped them before, but now there was something really strange about his behavior. He had never shown such initiative before. Ching said that he was very interested in the issue of space and time travelers, so he would be happy to ask the woman a few questions. He asked the woman how he could address her because he expected a long conversation. The woman introduced herself to Jiang Shui. Ching asked if his new acquaintance could tell him about the inner world. He was just very interested to hear about the impressions and feelings after the trip. The woman decided to stay. She agreed to answer any question regarding her stay in the inner world. Ching wondered how such a weak woman could survive in that cruel world. The boy and his guests were sitting at the table. He asked the woman if the reason for the police visit was the events in her family. The neighbor replied that they wanted to take her away, but then neighbors came to her aid and explained the situation. When it came to the two strange men who came after the police visit, she also could not give a clear answer because she herself did not understand what they wanted from her. They asked to fill out a form and left. The only thing they told her was that she should stay at her permanent place of residence for the time being. In addition, they showed the police their IDs and the policeman quickly introduced them to the course of the case and promised help. Ching thought that the representatives of this organization had valid credentials that granted them extraordinary powers. However, people from the organization do not pick up all travelers in a row. The guy was looking at the woman. He asked Zhang what role she played in the inner world, since both of her arms were mechanical. He recalled a conversation he had with a classmate about how to get prosthetics. Zhang replied that she had opened a prosthetic fitting hospital in city number 18. At first she hesitated, and she had no mechanical limbs, but it did not happen immediately, and she had to wait a long time. Ching inquired about the location of prison 18, which he had heard about from one of the travelers to the inner world. Zhang told about the location of the prison. It was the highest federal prison. It was a place for some of the most dangerous and brutal criminals. The guy asked if the woman could still share information about the inner world and the order that prevails there. The neighbor replied that she spent only 2 days there and could not remember or clarify anything properly for herself. The daughter asked what was the name of the hospital her mother visited. The woman is surprised by the question. Zhang asked why he was so interested in information about the inner world. The boy replied that he would like to visit there, and he is very jealous of travelers who have the opportunity to see a parallel world. The woman advised not to be so naive. That world was very cruel. The most safe and normal are the people of the Lee, Chen, Qing, Kamishiro, and Kashima corporations. All others are in a deplorable state. After dinner, Zhang helped clear the table. Qing asked the neighbor what she plans to do next and what her plans are for the future. The woman replied that she wanted to take Xiao Yun and live for a while at her grandmother's house. They planned the trip for tomorrow, and then, after a short rest, she will return. Qing noted that there are a lot of people going to Zheng City, so you should book your tickets well in advance. Zhang tried to order a ticket but was refused every time. Qing confirmed his suspicions that the woman had been placed under surveillance and forbidden to leave her own home, especially to travel. After that, the woman tried several more times, but it's all in vain. The guy thought that the organization had its own people at the very top of the government. He did not want to be caught and restricted from leaving and moving around the outside world. Whatever the purpose of the agents, he had to stay hidden and not make them suspect him. He should have behaved as he usually did. It was still too early to plan a future trip. The girl was sitting with Sin on the couch. The girl asked why the boy was looking at her mother so carefully. And why did he offer them to have dinner at his house? The girl suspected that it was all because her mother was beautiful. Zhang distracted them from the conversation. She found a couple of dirty things in the apartment and said, "What will take them to wash?" The woman noted that the boy's life was difficult after his parents divorced. She said that in the future, when he accumulates a lot of things, he can bring them to her. Auntie will help him in household affairs because he is still so young. The young man replied that it is not necessary. He will be able to take care of himself. But the woman did not even listen to him. She took her daughter home. After all, brother Qing Chun needs to repeat his homework. Qing was lying in bed. He was amazed at the effect the news of travelers to the inner world had. His classmates could not calm down in the chat. Even the case of his neighbor gained unprecedented publicity. And the author of the strategies was silent. He did not issue new rules of the game or tactical moves to the people. But what bothered him the most was that there was absolutely no news from his mother. She didn't even ask how he was. The boy decided to call his mother. The conversation turned out to be very dry and devoid of emotion. The mother said that she sent the money to his father and now he cannot speak because his half-sister has a fever. He was glad to hear his mother's voice, but she began to treat him too coldly. I asked him to go to bed earlier today so that he wouldn't sleep through school. She had already forgotten that he hardly ever went there and often absented himself. The next morning he walked around the area. Qing saw the washed clothes and thought that Aunt Jiang Shui was very industrious and homely. It will be necessary to thank her whenever possible. At this time, the neighbor looked out the window. She invited the boy to have breakfast because she had prepared rice porridge. Qing was surprised, because no one had treated him so well in a long time. It was a bit unusual and strange. A friend ran up to him at school. He was in a hurry somewhere, and Ching wondered what had happened so urgently that the comrade was in such a hurry. The boy replied that today they discovered a student of the school who was a traveler. Now the boy was supposed to be sitting in the director's office. Ching wondered how they knew this, as there was no sign of any of the children being in the inner world anywhere. The comrade replied that the boy confessed himself. He didn't keep it a secret for long, but he wanted fame and attention. Ching was confused by how many of the disciples turned out to be travelers. There were 4 of them in the town itself, and how many were scattered throughout the country. The guy thought about whether there would be a mass influx of people to the cities in which travelers to a parallel world were discovered. If his theory is confirmed, then it cannot be avoided, and then everyone will strive to get there. He thought that in the future, his hometown and other cities in which time travelers would be found would be crowded with people. Ching doubted that he would be able to meet someone who had visited the inner world. The boy was sitting in the classroom. He thought that soon the organization's agents might come to the school to check who would be absent, as the clock ticked down steadily. Unexpected turns of events were superfluous. Agents' surveillance of Aunt Jiang could have led the organization to his trail. They can just take the footage from the surveillance cameras and see that strange things are happening in their house. You can't relax. Ching decided not to leave class today. His friend called the boy. Xiao outlined the new strategy on his blog. It was about the struggle of competitors for the vacant shadow seat in the Ching Corporation. Ching Corporation was one of the 5 largest companies in the domestic world. A shadow is a corporation man who had power in the shadow world. The Ching clan followed this tradition for over 1,000 years. Shadow was chosen often. After that, the struggle between the sons of the clan began. The choice of a new shade greatly affects and enlivens events in the inner world. Currently, there are 8 candidates for the shadow seat. Each of them has extraordinary abilities and unique talent. Among the 8 candidates, 7 official representatives are known. The 8th candidate is kept under wraps. Ching thought that this was the reason for his appearance in prison number 18. He was very worried. After all, if his guess turned out to be true, then he could not even imagine the consequences of such a situation. The guy was also worried that his acquaintances or friends might end up in the same place. Then he is forced to stand up for them and come to their aid, risking being exposed. He asked his friend to be careful. He looked at his friend in surprise, who asked him to be very careful and attentive in the event of a journey to the inner world. After all, that world is very dangerous and not as simple as many people think. Ching thought that when his companion had been hiding the fact of his journey for so long, he must have some plans or designs for further travels. Perhaps they are more connected with material enrichment. In the evening, Aunt Jue came to see him. The guy asked what he could do to help. The woman replied that the journey will begin soon because the countdown is already over. She wasn't sure she could come back. The neighbor asked to take care of her daughter in the event of her death. The young man could not understand why such thoughts were in Jiang's head. He assured her that she should return safe and sound. The woman denied. She said the boy had no idea how dangerous and brutal life in the inner world was. He could just be comforting her. But she knew the bitter truth about traveling to another world. The woman emphasized that without work experience or connections with large corporations, the chances of survival are very low. Human life in the inner world is almost worthless. She warned that she was ready for anything. She emphasized that she does not ask to watch over her daughter for a very long time. The grandmother was supposed to arrive from the city tomorrow, and she will take care of the girl. Ching promised that he would see to it that everything was okay with the girl. Jiang left the key to her own house because it would be convenient. The boy believed that this was a very important manifestation of trust in him, and now he had to prepare for a trip to a parallel world. He ended up in prison again at 18. Ching was happy because in this way his previous merits and efforts would remain. It would be bad to start from scratch in a new place. In addition, he now enjoyed the authority of Shuin. What was important was that Lee Shuin was a very respectable and serious person in Xiao's strategy world. Now, by the way, you can testify that each transition was a continuation of the previous one. Ching believed that the notation of the canon was a very important factor in his future plans. He will use this information to get new bonuses from Lee Shuin. After all, many travelers have not yet understood. He was ready to operate in this world in a planned and calm manner, without attracting attention, unlike those caught in the outside world, who immediately caught the eyes of ordinary citizens and became sensational news upon arrival. Ching also understood that a thing can be transferred when it becomes part of your body. The wound from the outside world also remained on his body. This is proof that the body he now uses is the same as in ordinary reality. The guy understood that you can rely only on your own methods. It is necessary to constantly replenish one's knowledge about the surrounding world and the mechanisms of transition between worlds. Besides, he felt as if he missed this world. He now noticed that the time limit for being in the inner world was once again 48 hours. 2 days again. Ching wondered if the strategy's dwell time could become longer in the future. Shutin's assistant waved at Ching. The boy waved back, but he was now preoccupied with the fact that a new group of people were due to arrive today. The second group of travelers should have been here by now. He wondered how the hitmen should behave so that Ching could track them down. In addition, you should be very careful not to draw attention to your person. Suddenly he saw a boy from a parallel class. Now Ching should not catch the eyes of an acquaintance, because he will definitely recognize him, and this will betray Ching. Again, the locals thought that they would soon have fun with the new arrivals. Ching met Lu Guanyi. He thought about how attitudes towards this boy had changed over time. Recently, the main character began to feel something similar to friendship and sympathy. The first thing the boy decided to do was to find Lee Shuin. During this time, he managed to listen to everything that was possible in his address. A crowd of men chased the poor man. He searched with all his might. Xiao Xiao stepped forward. He stopped the boy who was looking for his boss. He was indignant that every newbie thought himself worthy of having his boss pay attention to anyone who asked for it. The boy grabbed Xiao Xiao's leg and said that he was here to receive another assignment. Shutin's assistant could not understand what this little one wanted from him, because he had not seen him before in the organization. The boy was already on his knees and asked Lee Shuin to pay attention to him, because he had come to gain a new level and improve his skills. Everyone around just laughed at the naive little one. A mob of angry men attacked Chin. The boy could not understand what had gone wrong. He went straight to prison number 18. This was to be the beginning of a legendary journey. In Xiao Xiao's strategy, we are talking about 3 ways of career growth. The first 2 were very vaguely formulated, and only the third way had specific recommendations and ran through the authority of Lee Shuin. He watched as the assistant boss turned away and went to his seat. Ching felt that something had definitely not gone according to plan. It was not a very suitable place for starting career growth and obtaining a higher level. The boy bit one of the attackers and broke free from their rapture. The man shouted angrily that the young man would not run away from him and that he would be punished for biting his hand. The newcomer began to break in the door. A robot guard approached him. Ching watched the rookie, who was acting really like an idiot. To begin with, it was worth observing the situation and then proceed to action. Xiao Xiao sat down next to Shutong. He wondered if the boss didn't think something strange was going on around him. After all, yesterday one of the newcomers went crazy, saying that he was the successor of the family that rules the corporation. Today, this weirdo. Also, the last rookie was saying something about leveling up and the mission he was willing to do. And does Shutin himself understand what the strange newcomer was talking about? The boss agreed that it was very strange indeed. The aide asked where Ching Chen was going. Yesterday he was too active, and today he doesn't even show any signs of his presence in the prison. Meanwhile, Shutin thought about the words of his assistant. Ching approached the prisoner who usually met newcomers. Chen ordered him to be more gentle when meeting newcomers, and you need to persistently learn the details of their biography. It is worth changing the greeting ceremony. Ching believed that in this way he would be able to recognize the permanent residents of this world and the newly arrived travelers. An ordinary inhabitant of the inner world will fully and confidently report the moments of life. After some time, the man approached Sin and reported that no new travelers had been found. The guy decided to go to the table of his new boss. He asked if there would be a new game today. Shutin replied that he would give up the game for a few days, because he needed to think over some matters and prepare for the arrival of an interesting guest. He added after a long silence that this guest was uninvited and his visit would be very difficult to control and prevent any drastic changes that might be associated with his arrival. Shuin asked what the noise was downstairs. Ching thought that the person about whom the authority himself spoke could not be an ordinary prisoner. He did not want to interfere because he could not control this process. The boy saw that Shuin was preoccupied with something. He believed that the reason was the rookie who had behaved so recklessly, taking He Xiaoxiao's strategy too literally and straightforwardly, considering Lee Shuin to be a game character. The boy was distracted from talking to his boss by the appearance of a new arrestee. He was a stocky man whose body was covered with tattoos. His legs were shackled. Robots, guards, were walking from both sides. This was the first time Ching had seen the security forces of prison number 18 take the arrival of a new inmate so seriously. In addition, he was brought in during the day itself. It was usually at night or early in the morning. The boy thought about the fact that he had previously considered Yo Wan to be the strongest and stockiest prisoner. Now he saw this man and changed his mind. He was more interesting than a strong man, Lee Shuin's assistant. The stranger grabbed the hand of the nearest man who was passing by. He lifted the poor man off the ground with one hand. While holding the prisoner like this, the new arrival asked where Lee Shuin was. The boss got up from the table. He didn't expect the new guest to be so straightforward. Shuin asked Ching if he knew this man, whose name was Guo Huchan. He is a famous criminal, so the boy must have known him. Shuin asked Yo Wan to accompany him because he was a little afraid of the stout guest. The boss was concerned about his own safety. Yo followed the boss and thought that Lee must have liked Ching. The boy looked at the new prisoner and thought that Shuin was not wrong when he said that the llama would come from the east. Yo Wang knew that Shuin would use the little one to achieve his goals. Guo turned to the boss. He offered to discard the empty chatter. The man said that he came here in search of a prohibited item. He demanded that Shuin tell him where the artifact was and he would leave. Shuin replied that one should be polite when talking to elders. In addition, when they have a certain authority and influence in the society to which the newcomer has arrived. The boss behaved very bravely, standing in front of a mountain of muscles. Gromila replied that when the item was given to him, he would behave very politely. Shuin replied that he had first thought about Guo joining the ranks of the Inquisition. However, it is now clear who the giant works for. Guo said that he intends to fight the big boys, and that is why he expected that the local authorities would support him in his endeavors, because their goal is approximately very similar. He hoped for understanding. Shuin wondered why he would come to the 18th prison for a secret forbidden artifact. Guo replied that there were rumors of a deal between Lee and the Chen Consortium. It talked about absolute freedom in this place. If, of course, Shuin can maintain and suppress the resistance of the artifact in the 18th prison. The forbidden item must be an extremely powerful artifact and give extraordinary bonuses. Shuin replied that it was all lies and ordinary gossip. He had not the slightest intention of doing business with the Chen Corporation. Ching understood that it was the Inquisition that dealt with the forbidden artifacts. The boy thought that the forbidden item must be exactly what he was looking for. This could be his trial task in the shadow battle that was now being initiated by the Ching family. Guo was not satisfied with Shuin's answer. Gromila asked Shuin for the last time where the object was. He shook his head and said that he would not say where the artifact was. The system issued a message about the danger in the hall. The thief was standing over the boss. Zdrovan asked why Lee refused to hand over the artifact. He replied that he simply did not want to do it because he himself liked the forbidden item. Iron Storm mode was activated in the hall. Ching managed to count that 36 out of 710-2 had been activated. This did not happen before. The system was turned on only in the most extreme cases when the security could not cope with the riot. Guo attacked Shuin. At that moment, the security system was triggered. 32 iron storms fired rubber bullets at the prisoners simply to disperse them and calm them down to bring order. The other half of the iron storm were combat units with true lethal charges. However, the shelling of the hall with rubber bullets also brought a rather significant result because it could kill someone. Guo swung in for a mighty blow at Shuin. The boss easily blocked the attacker's attack with one hand, with a simple movement of his hand. The enemy did not expect such a turn of events and was very confused. Shuin was more interested in Ching, who did not hide from the fire and simply sat where he was before the system was activated. There was chaos all around and the boy just sat and miraculously avoided being hit. The strange thing was that it was indeed the only blind spot in the entire 18th prison. So the boy was able to calculate it in less than a minute. The guy is not deprived of temperament and abilities. Shuin thought that this was the boy the corporation would choose when deciding who would be the next shadow. The boss wondered when fate would send him such a descendant of his cause that could be taught. He threw him far into the hall. Zdrovan looked at his opponent in surprise. Only his clothes moved. Earlier, the giant had heard rumors that Shuin was almost half a god, and now I began to believe. Guo understood that the difference between him and Shuin was too great. He will never become at least equal to him. There was no question of superiority and victory in battle. There was a gap between them. Shuin asked the enemy if he was ready to continue the battle. He refused because it is useless to fight with someone whom you definitely cannot defeat. He will still find the forbidden artifact at any cost. The boss agreed and blessed the man for a long search. Ching thought that the bald man was very interesting himself. After all, he was going to fight to the very end, but he changed his views and intentions so quickly. The approach was different. Guo chose a strategy that was to follow Shuin, who knew the location of the artifact. In this way, he could track down the object he was looking for. One day, he had to burn himself. Shuin sat down at the table next to Sin. He asked the boy if the position had been calculated in advance. Ching replied that his calculation skills did not allow for such possibilities anyway. He could only guess. The boss said guesswork wasn't enough to pick a spot so precisely that it would be a blind spot to fire at the security system. The young man replied that it was one of 4 approximate zones in which to wait. Guo sat in the lotus position in the middle of the hall. He spoke about the fact that heavenly beings are fighting, and ordinary people are usually suffering. For those who fight, these are all empty things, and others are really unlucky to get into such a situation. Xiao approached Guo and asked how it was possible to remain such a compassionate and kind person when so many people were hurt by you. And maybe they still suffer. Zdrovan replied that the young man was asking quite silly questions because they were in prison. There cannot be innocent and simple people who did not deserve punishment for their actions and misdeeds. Xiao called the opponent a hypocrite. Guo asked not to use the word sympathy for him. After all, he is not a monk. The man felt strange, as if everything was on fire inside. A dome of energy formed around Shuin and his henchmen. The man asked the young man to tell everything that he considers important, because under the force field of the dome no one will be able to eavesdrop on their conversation. The boss asked if Qinglu ordered Guanyi to interrogate all the new arrivals the morning after the awakening ceremony. He was interested in why the boy decided to interrogate the prisoners, especially for beginners. Qing replied that I just wanted to see what other forces are involved in the confrontation. In fact, the boy was looking for an answer that Shuin could believe. It was difficult to do, because the man's eyes seemed to see right through. The boss replied that he liked the guy's honesty and openness, but to top it all off, the fact that Lu didn't bully the newcomers this time, which was especially surprising to those who knew the behavior. Shuin continued. He spoke of his first impressions that Qing did not try very hard to help newcomers or boys who asked for help. The young man replied that at that time he acted as he saw fit. Qing said that his principle is not to help people when he can't even stand up for himself. His life was never easy. That's why he learned early to be selfish. Life itself gave him such a feeling for life. The young man had no choice how to react to certain vicissitudes of life. He was simply taught life situations, and he knew about troubles and troubles not from gossip. The guy was just surviving. Xiao looked at Guo, who, as if in the process of meditation, was creeping closer and closer to the power dome. But such an experienced man should have known that he was clearly visible. Besides, he was too big. Shuin got up from the table and said that everyone was free today. It's a pity that the day was so unusual, and it was not possible to play a game of chess. He asked not to disturb him because he had gone to the library. Xiao walked over to Guo, who was still sitting in the lotus position. He asked to accept a peace treaty and stop hostilities. The guy understood that life is a very complicated thing, especially in places. Where did Go grow up? However, in order to avoid further problems and troubles, you need to be human, and even better allies. In addition, it is necessary to avoid creating problematic situations in the course of further joint life. The man replied that he was not afraid of empty threats, and when the boy decides to touch at least a hair on his head, he will show what real pain is. The retribution will be very cruel and unrelenting. Ching ate his lunch and thought about the flavors of the synthetic food. It was even better than the pressed cookies the boy was fed in the outside world. A good moment was spoiled by the impression that he was being watched by surveillance cameras. Xiao approached Ching. He said Shuin ordered the replacement of synthetic meat with real meat, and Ching had the right to collect as much food as he thought necessary. The boy was interested in where he got such privileges from. Xiao replied that the boy would soon understand. But so that he would not deceive himself, he added that it is not always good to have such indulgences from the prison authorities. A bad feeling did not let the boy go. On the contrary, it got worse. Ching fell asleep. He had a strange dream. He ended up in the desert. A strange boy asked him for a drink. The stranger offered any money for a sip of water, which now seemed like a gift from heaven. The boy asked Ching to name his price for a person dying of thirst and exhaustion. Ching replied that he would let them die from the sun and heat to begin with, and then let someone else name the price. Still in a dream, Ching spoke to Xiao. He admired the young man's ability to be in a dream, while maintaining his own consciousness, remembering details and coming out of the nightmare at will. Besides, Ching could probably resist the demon of sleep. Ching replied that he immediately understood that it was some kind of prank or a nightmare, so his behavior was appropriate. In addition, he had his own sleeping technique. Ching thought that Xiao wanted to tell him something, so he came. The boy asked the newcomer what he wanted to hear this time. Shutin's servant said that the first order to use the nightmare as a test was given by Lu himself. He wanted to develop humanity and human traits in the young man, and then make him suffer. But now, when the nightmare does not affect Chin, and the boy himself can get out of the power of the dream demon, it remains only for Shutin to personally test the newcomer to join their organization. To Chin, the situation with the fireside conversation in the desert reminded him of a scene from some movie where a teacher talks to his student about wisdom and other high things. Xiao said that the boss was just admiring Ching and his abilities for now. However, his decision on whether the boy can become his new student is not yet known. The guy replied that Shutin's assistant was just jealous. Xiao admitted that Ching was right. He envied this boy who had become his boss's favorite so easily. He and Wang have been serving Shutin for a long time, but they have not received even 1/100th of the attention that Ching did in his time. The boy wondered why the boss could not treat his subordinates well. Xiao replied that the reason was that they had not passed the test. According to him, Shutin is confident that Ching will cope with the task. The assistant boss said that the path that Shutin chose is that life and death go hand in hand. It is important to go through critical situations and suffer for your development. This requires courage. Ching asked if it was necessary to suffer, then why Xiao could not pass the test until now. He admitted that Shutin's path must constantly develop, and for Wang and Xiao, the upper limit already exists. Although the path their mentor takes is full of suffering and pain, it contributes to the fact that the experience will be obtained directly from life. It will allow you to emerge victorious from life situations. Ching asked how old Shutin was. He wondered if he would age twice as fast, because he lived his days both in the outer world and in the inner world. Could the boss continue living with his abilities? Xiao replied that his boss was 52 years old. With this, he surprised Chin because the boy considered his future mentor to be much younger. Lee's aide said he wouldn't be surprised if the boss lived to be over 100 years old. The guy added that his boss hasn't changed at all from the outside lately. facial features and physique, everything remained the same as it was during their first meeting. Qing asked why they chose to follow the boss. Xiao replied that they were all orphans. Various reasons could have caused the death of the parents, and therefore it was worth relying on one's own strength. The inner world is very cruel to people, especially when they are children. A child's life could very early become colorless and full of suffering. Drug cartels could specially take a child to make him their servant. Something much worse could have happened. It was at such a difficult moment in the boys' lives that Lee Shuin appeared. He promised his new wards a completely different life. The man himself was interested in henchmen because the business he planned required help. After these words, Qing thought about the functions that the so-called spades and knights perform in the organization. Besides, who was that giant who challenged Shuin yesterday? He could be a messenger from one of the corporations. Xiao stood up and offered to make conversation because Qing needed to rest. The guy didn't answer anything. He wondered if the sheet music of the song would be enough to get Shuin to agree to show him a new path for development. The guy from the next cell was banging his fists on the door. He sobbed and asked to be released, because he could not tell after returning home that after he got into such a sacred inner world, he became just a prisoner. Now he sat in his cell and regretted telling his friends and classmates about his trip. It will be very embarrassing for him after his return. After all, others will have mechanical prostheses. In the morning, Li Shutong praised Qing for making Lu Guanyi less abusive to the newcomers and more warmly welcoming the newcomers. After that, the hall became much quieter and order prevailed. The man added that the other two gangs that were refueling in the prison did not like it. After all three groups took turns initiating all the newcomers. It was considered universal entertainment at the local level. Qing agreed that, after his order, everyone around him was not too happy with his behavior. But the boy was confident in his new ward and knew that he had to cope with troubles on his own. The man asked if Qing ever thought that the newcomers would not be as grateful to him as the boy thought. Throwing a coin or two to a poor homeless man is not helping him out of poverty. With this, you simply buy a piece of your inner peace. The main thing is not to build illusions and not become a moral hypocrite. Besides, not all newcomers were weaklings and sissies, and therefore they may not reveal their essence. Yesterday's giant interrupted them from their conversation. He asked why he was so poorly received, since he held a high position in his organization. Shuin and his entourage eat ordinary meat, and he had to choke on synthetic. Xiao asked why the big man considered himself similar to their boss. After all, you can once again arrange a battle between Shuin and the giant, and then the winner will eat real natural meat. The giant replied that it is not always necessary to fight and argue. This is not very good. Besides, Shuin and his cronies can eat real meat, but that's what makes his chess player outstanding. He was an ordinary person. Zdrovan went up to Sin and stuck his chopsticks into a piece of the boy's meat and asked him to go and get himself a normal one and give this piece to him. The boy realized that everyone was watching him. Guo said that there were many witnesses to the fact that the boy refused food on his own. In this case, there was no point in being ceremonial. Zdrovan devoured the meat greedily. Qing decided to use the help. He called Lu Guanyi. He seemed to be waiting to be called. He instantly stopped next to the boy and waited for his boss's orders. The guy said, "What will the 8 numbers be called?" and he should bring them to him. After a short period of time, a crowd of people gathered around. Qing wondered if all these people were Guo's henchmen. The boys and men were not happy to be drawn into their affairs by such people. Zdrovan replied that there were only 5 of his people among the arrivals. Qing calculated them by remembering the moment the man arrived at the prison. When he entered the hall, some pointed their fingers. Qing wasn't exactly sure that this specifically referred to the secret organization that Guo and his henchmen belonged to. But after that, all the suspects exchanged ambiguous views among themselves. Xiao was surprised at how Qing behaved then, and how he could notice such small things in the commotion that had started immediately after the arrival of the uninvited guest. Everyone was focused only on themselves and Shutinov. Xiao Xiao asked the boss whether Guo's henchmen should be transferred to other sections of the prison or to other correctional facilities altogether. Shuin reassured the assistant and assured that there would definitely be spies among such a large number of people. In addition, such a reaction to these people could lead to some misunderstandings in the outside world, and Shuin will begin to be suspected of something. The man ordered Yo Wan to interrogate all 8 men. The authority turned to Sin. The man expressed admiration for the boy's talents and abilities. Analyzing and memorizing such volumes of information was not an easy task. The boy had no equal among the prisoners. Guo understood that the boy did not belong to the knights. He asked what the name of this younger brother was. The guy introduced himself. Zdrovan could not understand when he missed the moment of cooperation between the knights and the Qing consortium. Shuin was surprised at the primitive logic because it was not necessary for a person with the surname Qing to be a representative of this clan. Even members of this family do not always remain in it until death. Guo asked what Brother Qing's impression was of the spades he had been talking to. The boy thought that the man had come here as his competitor in the plan to find the forbidden artifact, and therefore he should not be kind. Yo Wang bent over the bodies of the 3 men. They were from the group Shuin's assistant was to interrogate. Yo told the boss that they had poison capsules hidden in them. Guo said that these were not his people. Qing was sitting next to Shuin. He thought about the fact that for the first time in his life he faced the death of a person openly. The boss was simply surprised that his competitors resorted to such a trick as suicide bombers. The boy watched as the bodies of people were taken away by security guards. Qing believed that this world was governed by the rules of wild beasts, which are based on murder, death, and violence against a person. Shuin asked if this was the first time Qing had seen death. The boy went through his whole life in his mind. He understood that among all the mass of knowledge received from his parents, relatives, mentors, and teachers, no one taught him what death and the end of the living are. Only by seeing it live can you fully grasp the scale of what happened. In this way, you begin to perceive the world in a different way and look at it with a truly open eye. This is a very big shock. Shuin asked the boy if he understood that every person has 2 lives. One of them begins when the first life ends. From this moment, a person begins to understand the value of time and spent years. This is accompanied by an understanding of how much time you spent just like that on all kinds of nonsense. And the more you fear it, the more you need to keep calm. It is worth studying your past and thinking about your future. The boss emphasized that there is a high probability that these people came specifically for him. Therefore, when Qing helped discover these spies and murderers, he saved Shutong's life, and now the man feels like a debtor. Shuin said that the boy could exchange his debt for something that the man could give him. He asked what the boy wanted. Qing asked for a list of people belonging to the Lee clan consortium. The man was surprised at the boy's request, because he expected a request to help him become superhuman or something like that. After all, few people in this world can boast that Shuin became their debtor. The guy replied that what he was asking for couldn't be compared to anything else at all. After all, against the background of his request, even the secret of how to become superhuman is not a very original request. Qing added that Shutong had to give him the list of Lee Corporation people sooner or later anyway, not even asking for anything in return. The man praised the boy because he turned out to be much more patient and reserved. The boss agreed that he would still hand over the asset list of people to the Lee clan without any reward from his side when the time was right. The only thing that amazed him was that Qing had never seen death before. He added that if the guy took life lightly, it wouldn't be as interesting as it is now. Shuin ordered Xiao Xiao to bring the list. The assistant rushed to carry out the order of his boss. The man asked why Qin needed the list now. In response, the guy also asked if he had to answer this question. Shuin said that the boy could forget about the matter. It was a price for a saved life, and therefore Qing did not have to tell about his plans. He could do whatever he saw fit with the information he received. Qing returned to the cell. He expected a test from a sleep demon, but there was none. The guy thought that Shuin no longer considered it necessary to arrange a second check. The boy felt that he was on the path of development. The hours on the dial were approaching 0. The excitement of returning was clouded by the thought of the death he had to see in this world. It prevented me from thinking calmly and falling asleep. The guy woke up at home. He examined his hand carefully. Each time the process of moving took place very quietly and imperceptibly. Ching hadn't even woken up when he returned to his reality. He decided to relax after 2 stressful days in the inner world. But he still expected a new journey, which was to take place in 2 days, because this time there were even more opportunities in front of him. He met Aunt Jiang Shui in the corridor. The boy was glad that his neighbor returned from the trip alive. The woman replied that she was going to take her daughter to school. Jiang invited the boy to their place for dinner in the evening. Ching asked what the dinner would be in honor of. The woman replied that she would explain everything to him in the evening. The beginning was intriguing and interested the boy. On the way to school, Ching read a message that inside information reported that it was impossible to take the traveler's place by killing him. It could have saved a lot of lives. The reality was often more brutal and bloody than one could imagine or read or hear somewhere. At school, everyone looked at Comrade Chin with admiration. He boasted that he had returned from a trip. The boy thought that Liu Deju would go crazy or be forced to take a break from his studies because he would be shocked. But his friend and classmate not only bragged about the trip, but also told everyone that he was sent to the 18th prison. And there he even met the legendary Lee Shuin. Moreover, he even spoke to him. Ching felt that it was a very bad choice to reveal the secret that you were traveling through the inner world, and to add information about getting to know one of the most important and key characters. The boy was worried that soon people from a mysterious organization would come for his friend. On the way, he met Nan Genshin, another friend of his. It had no mechanical limbs or any other traces of travel. However, the friend's mood was very bad. Ching inquired about his well-being, but the boy was quick to assure him that everything was fine and nothing bad had happened to him. Just a bad mood. Ching asked if the boy had been interrogated after being transferred. He was surprised by such a question. He pretended not to understand what was being said at all. But Ching was absolutely sure that his comrade was traveling. He was very interested in what the boy had experienced there, because his appearance and manner of behavior had changed a lot since their last trip. From a cheerful and self-confident boy, he turned into this. The comrade denied that he had traveled between worlds. In addition, he asked not to call him a traveler. Ching thought that there was no way he could help him, because he did not know who his comrade had become in the inner world. After a while, Chen did ask if he had told Ching about the existence of a group of people who traveled to the inner world. Ching understood that the boy could not stand it and told him his secret. The boy assured that the information that someone brought clothes from a parallel world was a lie, but the information about the fact that there is an opportunity to get into the hands of a rich woman was confirmed. Ching understood that his friend had been in the hands of a rich woman. In the window, he saw a group of people, accompanied by the headmaster of their school. It looked like they were heading to a nearby classroom. Ching guessed who it was. These men in black came for his friend. The appearance of people in black uniforms quickly attracted the attention of the students. Their unique and sharp temperament is too obvious in a place like school. Ching remembered the feeling he had when he first met them. People were leading a boy by the arm who was bragging about his journey and his acquaintance with Lee Shuin. Since the group was accompanied by a head teacher, the organization was official. But to Chin's surprise, the boy was sent back after the end of the first lesson. According to him, the boy was taken to the office of the organization, where they took his personal data and released him. Before that, they took a receipt not to leave. The men in black told the boy that there are a lot of travelers in their city, and that's why the organization wants to gather them all in one place and start training them for an operation in the inner world. They also showed him a photo of a guy who is also believed to be a traveler. He contacted one of the first travelers to a parallel world, and that's why he aroused the suspicion of the agents. They planned a search for him to establish the fact of the trip. According to certain parameters, the search radius was narrowed to 3 kilometers. In this way, the organization tries to attract the maximum number of people. Ching guessed that he was the guy the organization was looking for. Although the boy tried in every way to disguise himself and hide from the surveillance video cameras, his precautions did not give the desired result. The boy who was released complained that he had seen a certain young man who had become Lee Shuin's confidant, something he had failed to do himself. The boy regretted that the gulf between people was so great. Comrade Ching was also very upset that he could not become rich in the inner world. He had promised to feed Chin a delicious dinner, but now that plan would have to be abandoned. The guy reassured his friend. After all, there were so many ways to become rich and wealthy in this world without resorting to journeys to the inner world. The main thing is to start doing well and get a job that will be decently paid. Ching asked the comrade if he had brought money for the textbooks that needed to be bought. The friend replied that he had no money. He used to be able to take them from his father, but now hard times have come, and there is no money. The guy offered to think about how you can earn money, at least for pocket expenses. Ching wondered why the old men refused to play xiangxi with him for money. Therefore, he concentrated on earning in the inner world. He was surprised that he could long ago start hauling some things from there and sell them at very favorable prices. The boy felt as if he lived near a mountain of treasures, but he always walked empty-handed. Ching walked through the market and remembered his childhood. His father used to take him with him and buy rice noodles. Then they still lived as a happy family, and everything was fine. The boy felt that absenteeism had recently become normal for him. He went into the yard of his house. On the way, the boy noticed strange men. That looked like street hooligans. A girl he knew ran out to meet Sin. She asked to come to dinner. The boy ordered the girl not to run out into the street alone because something could happen here. And in general, he and his mother have to be careful because lately some strange things have been happening. Ching entered the neighbor's apartment. There he saw absolute order and new furniture. A delicious dinner was on the table. The order in this apartment became complete and harmonious after the husband was taken to the hospital. The woman invited the boy to wash his hands and sit at the table because she only had to prepare soup. Ching was glad that now he would be eating normal home-cooked food instead of the scum from the 18th prison. A neighbor reported that she opened a clinic for mechanical prostheses in the inner world. Previously, thoughts about the clinic bothered her a lot because when moving, thoughts were not preserved, and she got lost when clients came to her. Clients who came to her with a request to install mechanical prostheses were very scary, and public order in the inner world was not quite all right. But this time, people from the Lee clan visited her. They offered to partner and support her business. It was a very powerful corporation, and now criminals and thugs will avoid its clinic. The partners gave her funds and replaced the new neon sign. And while the woman talked about some details of such a profitable deal for her, Ching thought about what he should do now. Jiang invited him to visit her clinic when he was in city number 18. Ching couldn't tell that his travels and movements now carried much more weight than other people's travels. He was currently working on how to become the shadow of the Ching clan and gain access to the knightly legacy. The boy wondered if the men in black were looking for her again. The woman replied that this time she was looking for contact with them herself. She counted on help and support from these people in the inner world. But they refused, referring to the fact that the organization had just been created, and it was still difficult for them to help. Therefore, they are forced to refuse in order not to risk her life. When Ching was alone with the little one, the boy asked if she really traveled the worlds. The girl asked what her older brother was saying. He said that last time the girl asked what the name of the clinic was, and the last time her mother was there, she was accidentally offered cooperation by representatives of the Lee clan. It didn't seem like an accident. He said he could tell her mother about it. The girl asked not to do this. The boy thought he had done the right thing when he asked Lee Shuin for a list of Lee clan people. There was indeed a girl's name, Lee Tunyun. Ching asked why the girl didn't tell her mother about everything. Lee replied that in the inner world few people could order her around. But when her mother finds out about it, she will definitely try to interfere in the course of events, which would be very undesirable. The girl offered money for silence. The guy replied that he was not a traveler and he didn't need money there. Ching thought that the girl knew about his travels. After all, the average person could not know what he asked her. He asked how much pocket money the girl had in the inner world. She was surprised that he would want to take money from the child. The guy replied that he was just curious and had no bad intentions. Tun-yun asked to change the terms of their agreement regarding Ching's silence. He replied that he was not going to demand money from her. Instead, he asked to use his position in the inner world and protect his mother. The girl was happy. She promised that she would protect Ching when he was able to enter the inner world. The guy promised that he would definitely look for her when he moved to the other world. Ching returned home satisfied. He found a new ally in the inner world. Having someone familiar in that cruel place gave extra bonuses and just inner hope. He read the news on the internet. It was about how people manage to transfer things from the inner world because a secret organization is willing to pay very high prices for artifacts from another world. Ching thought about the fact that a sick person would pay any amount of money to obtain a drug that rejuvenated the body's cells. While the boy was thinking about how to become superhuman, someone opened a business. Now, he could not use such a method of earning, because he can easily betray himself and provoke unwanted attention to his person. It was possible to use a flash drive, but how to access the technology. The guy decided that his priority now is simply to maintain a good relationship with Lee Shuin. You could think about further plans to benefit from travel later. After all, it is not so easy to do it from prison. Chi read in the news that a secret organization had begun buying up mechanical limbs. The guy mentioned that a crime had recently been reported where a traveler had both of his mechanical legs cut off. High prices could provoke such a crime. The boy immediately remembered two strangers who were sitting in the yard near his house, just in case Ching decided to look out the window. The yard was empty. The new moons have disappeared somewhere. He called the police and reported his whereabouts. In addition, Ching added that he had seen two strange men near his house who were behaving strangely and had not been noticed before. Suddenly the boy guessed why two men were sitting in his yard. They did not come for him. They needed Jiang Shui. He heard the girl's voice calling for help. Ching ran to help. Ching armed himself with a shovel and was already rushing to help the neighbor. He thought about the fact that he is actually selfish and does not care what happens with his acquaintances. He behaved the same way with his classmates who went to prison, but he could not sit idly by when a child would watch cruelty and abuse. She was still too young to see the realities of real life and the true animal nature of people. Ching stood on the landing between the stairs. Upstairs, Zhang looked at the man she had hit with her mechanical arm, sending him flying down the stairs. The boy asked where the second attacker had gone. The woman replied that he managed to escape. Ching asked where the girl was. Zhang said her daughter was very scared. The boy reported the incident to the police. He decided to catch up with the second criminal. The boy was chasing a stranger. Jing decided to set up an ambush because he was perfectly oriented in the quarter where they were located. He hid behind the corner of the house, and when the assailant ran out, he hit him with a shovel. Ching returned to the house. Tun-yun clung to her mother. She told her older brother that the bandit managed to escape, and now she was afraid that he might return to avenge his friend. Jiang noticed that the boy's hand was injured. Ching himself assured the little girl that the criminal would not return because he had caught him and handed him over to the police. The woman ordered to go into the house and wait until she finds everything for dressing. The boy looked at the blood flowing from the wounds. He thought that he had an extraordinary brain and a phenomenal memory, but his body was still as imperfect as the body of an ordinary person. He wanted more. Ching asked the neighbor not to fuss because he could treat the wound himself. Besides, she wasn't that serious. He said that the police should have arrived soon to find out the circumstances of the attack. He asked the woman not to tell about the fact that he helped them with their daughter tonight, because that way he could avoid unwanted questions and not bring the investigation on himself. The boy decided to accelerate the acquisition of skills in the inner world. In the morning, Tun-yun woke him up. The girl stood on the threshold of his house and asked him to help her mother. Mechanical limbs discharged. Ching was surprised at that the prostheses were so short-lived. In addition, he wondered how people in the inner world could withstand such great stress during their occupations or while in battle. After all, The direction of a person's life could depend on it. The woman answered his dumb question. She said that in the inner world, the technology of upgrading energy sources had been upgraded several times, and the wireless charging of prostheses provided every member of society with a constant charge. Each person has their own account to pay there, like another identity card, and as long as a person pays every month, he can calmly enjoy life and mechanical limbs. And the consortium will charge according to the level of consumption by each member of society or a certain organization. Capacitor towers are scattered throughout the parallel world. They generate electricity. Cloud towers are engaged in the function of transferring electric charge to the consumer. Towers were built even in wild lands, but transport in those lands to this day is taken only with a diesel engine. This is especially used by the military. A diesel engine has more revolutions and power. It is more adapted to the conditions of the wild world and is used on off-road where there are many natural obstacles. The woman told about the procedure for leaving city number 18. At the borders of the city, there were special people engaged in security. Since smuggling flourished, it was necessary to go through customs. After that, permission was received from the administration regarding whether it is possible to leave the city limits. After all the procedures, you need to get a visa. The phallic structures of the inner world are very strong and also have their own special services. But the most useful information that exists today is the information that the hard currency of the inner world is also gold. Banks of 5 corporations actually issue currency based on gold reserves. Ching rejoiced at this information, because now he understood how one could become rich through journeys to the inner world. He asked Jiang what he could do to help her now. She replied that she could not cook because her limbs were failing. The woman wanted to ask Chin to look after her child while she was in this condition. The girl said that she and her mother were very hungry, and she wanted to help the boy cook. Someone knocked on the door. An unfamiliar voice asked if anyone was home. Ching saw a car of people from the organization through the window. Ching asked Yun to go open the door while he went to the kitchen to prepare food. 2 men were standing on the threshold. One of them said hello and asked if the woman recognized him. They were from the Kunlun organization. Ching heard this conversation. The woman ordered her daughter to quickly pour water for the guests. The agents and John were sitting in the hallway. The men wondered what had happened to the woman's hands. She replied that the prostheses were discharged. A red-haired stranger asked a colleague to write down this information. Ching could hear their conversation in the kitchen. He believed that the agents should gather a lot of information during today's visit. Their organization should have been formed quite recently. That is why they know so little about the inner world. The men asked what happened to the 2 strange types that attacked last night. After one of the robbers managed to escape, he was found in their block with an injured shin. The agent asked who could have done such a thing. They assured that they did not come to bring anyone to justice. They need information in order to continue their business. The essence of the matter remained a mystery to Chin, who was listening. Jiang said she did not know who could have done such a thing. Maybe someone not even knowing that he was helping, just dealt with suspicious types. She also added that she could do nothing to help the investigation. The woman understood that under no circumstances should she lead the agents on Ching Chun's trail, because he had done it for her daughter's sake, so that she could rest in peace and not be afraid of the evil uncles who were threatening her. The redhead assured them that they were not law enforcement agencies, so they were not looking to do anything to punish this brave defender in any way. It's just that after questioning the criminal, several questions arose. They referred to a defender or an avenger who so accurately calculated the fugitive's trajectory, and moreover chose a very unusual moment to attack. Therefore, I would like to find this unknown person and find out if he was a traveler. The girl said that after yesterday's incident, she and her mother closed themselves off and sat at home and did not go out, so they can't know for sure. Who did it? Ching thought that the agents would believe the child. Ching thought that he and the girl were very similar because they grew up in similar environments. They had the same family vicissitudes and troubles. Intuition told the boy that he and she were made of the same dough. He understood that under the angelic appearance was hidden a storm of emotions and an explosive temperament. Meanwhile, the girl asked the agents why they wanted to know about the good uncle who helped them with their mother. Tunyun asked why they needed a savior. Were they bad guys and wanted revenge on an unknown uncle for coming to the aid of a little girl and her mother and arresting him? The redhead smiled and replied that she was wrong. They had no bad intentions. Their organization was recently created, so they are gathering important information. In addition, they are looking for like-minded people. In the inner world, there were organizations and consortia that also learned about possible trips to another world. They are interested in the details of life in the outside world and gather intelligence. According to the secret information of the organization, 21 travelers to the inner world were mysteriously killed. They were interrogated before death. Some more travelers were recruited. The agent warned the woman to be cautious and attentive, so as not to fall into the hands of the enemies and not be discovered by them during the next trip. Although the organization conducts secret operations, it is worth protecting every traveler. Zhang thought about how dangerous it was to reveal one's identity in the inner world and be caught by the intelligence consortia and corporations there. During the conversation, a new message came from He Xiao Xiao. Tunyun asked who this He Xiao Xiao was. Agents responded that they were also currently looking for that man. He is very good at covering his tracks and hiding his location. A person should have left behind some traces and clues, but it seemed that this person simply did not exist, and all information about him was deleted from all information systems of the country. The men said that they had told a lot, and now they have to go about their business. The woman apologized for not being able to conduct them because her limbs stopped obeying her due to complete discharge. The agent was already leaving the house when he noticed the men's sneakers. He wondered who else was in the house. The woman replied that it was her husband's shoes. The man apologized for his curiosity. Qing left the kitchen and apologized for causing a lot of trouble for Jiang and her daughter. The woman assured that nothing terrible had happened. On the contrary, the boy saved them from the repeated visit of unwanted guests. Qing left the house. He was watched by an agent of the organization who was sitting in a car under the house. After looking at the little boy's shoes, the men came to the conclusion that it was not him. The partner asked the red-haired man why, knowing that there was someone else in the house, he did not break down the door to the kitchen to catch the mysterious stranger. The agent replied that the chief had ordered to maintain good relations with the travelers. Since their organization was founded quite recently, it is necessary to filter and check all travelers because there is no need for extra people in Kunlun. The organization needs faithful and responsible people. Rudovolosi emphasized that now the organization is looking for partners and interests in order to plan future operations and create the future. He offered to wait a little longer. Maybe the necessary man will appear. According to the red-haired man, a new era in the life of all mankind was beginning. And so those who possessed talent or certain abilities that could be very useful for the task were recruited into the organization. Qin left, satisfied that he had not aroused the suspicions of the agent sitting in the car. He was also amazed that the organization, with all its influence and connections, had not yet been able to figure out He Xiao Xiao. In today's society, with the development of the level of internet use, it has become too difficult to remove all traces of internet use, and especially to hide one's identity from curious people. According to the boy, he should have possessed technologies and knowledge that were generations ahead of the current level of technological development, or he himself was a very talented and capable hacker programmer. It was he who called all those who moved around the worlds. When moving to the inner world, time in reality stops, and after returning from the trip, the hours start counting down again. Time in the inner world similarly stops until the next arrival in it. At the moment, it is known that travelers within the country appear in 19 cities. In other regions, the probability is low. He Xiao Xiao suggested that those who aspire to become a traveler should hurry to the 19 cities. It is worth making time for this evening because that is when the third group of travelers will be formed. Since the game Inner World is extremely difficult and dangerous, everyone who wants to can join together to further explore the inner world independently, which will contribute to greater chances of survival. At the end of the message, he asked the travelers not to reveal their identity even to their relatives and friends. He suspected that travelers were interested in people from an organization whose purpose is still unclear. Ching was buying food at the bazaar. He supposed that not all travelers were intelligent people who could understand the consequences of being exposed. You should also be careful in prison number 18. It was strange that he still considered the inner world to be a game stimulant. However, such a careless attitude to travel could cause a sharp outbreak of those who want to become travelers, and this put their lives in danger. This was followed by messages from various people offering supposedly items from the inner world for not much money. Ching understood that the activities of criminals and swindlers had begun. Ching returned home, and Jiang prepared a very delicious dinner. The boy looked at the happy daughter and mother, and thought about Jiang's efforts to become such a strong character. She is ready for anything for the sake of her daughter. The boy believed that he should rely only on his own strength. The neighbor asked where Tsin's parents had gone because she used to see them much more often. The young man replied that they must be very busy. Jiang assured that she would help the boy with the housework. She ordered not to fold dirty clothes but to bring them to her so that she could wash them in the washing machine. Besides, he can have dinner with them. The guy was lying in his room. He thought about self-development. Ching became more and more skilled after moving to the inner world. Deep down, he liked the inner world. He could stay there forever. He ended up in prison number 19 again. Behind the wall, a newcomer gaped at the door, who did not expect to find himself in such a strange and unfriendly place. A voice greeted the new arrivals from the loudspeakers. Ching looked at the dial on his arm. A period of 7 days was indicated there. The boy believed that it was knocking him out of his usual rut. The movement rules still needed some tweaking. He went out into the corridor, where Guan Yi gestured that everything was fine. Ching thought that his order to Lee did not necessarily have to end in a bloody conflict between the factions inside the prison. But everything is worth waiting for. Guan Yi believed that he went to prison for a reason. Success meant life, and failure meant death. Glory will be obtained at the cost of life. Such a philosophy was recited by Tsin's new associate. Shuin also did not contradict Gunya. The boss was just interested to see, how will this whole venture end? 7 new prisoners arrived today. When Lu caught them all, 6 of them looked like those who had not been here for the first time. They are ready to accept everything as it is. Experienced prisoners well understood that it is better to suffer now than to suffer and have problems later, because it will be much worse. However, the latest newcomer kept running away from Lu. The novice had no mechanical limbs. Everyone was surprised how the boy, relying on his physical data, could run away from such a steel beast as Lu Guanyi. The newcomer shouted not to touch his father. He acted aggressively to quell the fear within. A company of Guanyi people gathered around the novice. They could not understand what the newcomer was talking about. He seemed to have gone mad and was now talking all kinds of nonsense. Nobody really understood anything. Ching distinguished the dialect of Chuan province. The boy could not understand how this fool could get into prison number 18. After all, the newcomer had to be in one of the cities from which the travelers arrived. Therefore, questions about the rules remained. Shuin couldn't figure out what part of the rules for moving between worlds had gone wrong. It needed to be found and fixed quickly. Otherwise, there will be complete chaos and disaster. Shuin ordered the new arrivals to be brought to him. He suspected that the boys might be from the same place. Ching understood that the boss was no fool, and he began to notice certain flaws in the traveler's movement system. It was only a matter of time before people in the inner world learned about the outer world. A large number of travelers contribute to the fact that this secret cannot be hidden. In addition, the boy who spoke in dialect will speed up the process. Xiao Xiao was on his way to the strange boy and wanted to take him to be questioned by Lee Shuin. The boss will be able to compare all the strange events that have happened recently. Xiao Xiao hypnotized the novice and he lost consciousness. This time the boss's assistant acted directly and harshly. He ordered everyone to disperse as he made his way to the strange newcomer. Guan Yi said that he would only give the child away when ordered by his boss. Xiao Xiao praised Lu for his loyalty. Shutin's assistant took the little one by the skins and left the common hall. Qing understood that his boss and henchmen were free to move around the prison grounds. There were more questions than answers. The only question that remained was why they, having the opportunity to move freely around the prison premises, could not leave it and simply leave here. Xin was filled with curiosity, but it was impossible to ask. The boy approached his boss and asked where Xiao Xiao had gone. Shutin said something unusual happened. Although he can't articulate it clearly now, he was very confused by something. But now it was too early to decide anything. But the boss himself had a hard time believing his guesses. It was beyond his imagination, and he was very afraid that it might actually be true. In the past, the boss might have suspected that someone was setting a trap for him. But this time his opponents had no plan and acted like real idiots. Qing thought he didn't have much time left. He is already silent about the boy who asked for his release in the morning. In addition, it was interesting to learn the details of the interrogation of the novice, which was arranged by Xiao Xiao. The boss's assistant possessed the skills of a sleep demon, which he used to hypnotize his opponents. He subtly forces people to tell the truth. The guy had to share the information with the boss. The discovery of the outside world was a matter of time, and it is difficult to imagine the consequences of what may happen later, when journeys will be possible at both ends. Yo Wang approached Guo. The boy asked if they were his people. After all, the newcomer spoke in some strange language. Shutin's assistant had heard more than once that there were still tribes in the wild lands who spoke a strange language. Zdrovan denied that this boy belonged to his people. And besides, he does not look like a native of wild lands. His skin and appearance were not what the people of the wild lands really were. Guo praised Brother Qing for discovering all his secrets, and now he asked to get meat for his people. The boy asked if there really wasn't enough meat in the wild lands for everyone. The man replied that they do not have time to breed animals, because every day they have to repel raids and expeditions of consortia and clans that obey them. In addition, 2 more prohibited places were formed. People have already started disappearing in those places. At the same time, a few more were added to the new dangers, and it became even more difficult for people to survive in such terrible conditions. Of course, if Chen decides to go there, he will have food. The guy thought about the fact that the name of forbidden cities is very similar to the name of forbidden objects. It is possible that they are really somehow related to each other. Guo asked if the boy wanted to go with him to the forbidden lands. Shutin asked why the big man wanted to drag the boy with him to the wild lands. This is a very dangerous venture, because Qing belongs to one of the largest and most powerful clans, and the opportunity to become a shadow is better than a trip. Guo objected, as it was not yet known whether Qin would become the clan's shadow. But the prospect of a trip is more likely. Why should a child risk his life for the sake of a ghostly prospect? If he goes to the wild lands, he will have everything. Shutin asked the man what was so interesting about the wild lands that the man was so excited about the trip. Why would an applicant in the shadow of a corporation travel for unknown reasons? The boy thought about what he was risking. Zdrovan emphasized that he does not have any hidden trump card up his sleeve. His intentions are pure and just. After all, he is openly worried about the fate of his new friend. Qing was deciding what to do. He could not hide. Time was counting down. Soon Xiao Xiao would be back. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Shutin's assistant was unhappy with the outcome of his interrogation of the suspect. The boy simply admitted that he is a high school student who moved from a parallel world, and there are a lot of such travelers in the city of Lo, where he lives. However, they all move randomly. Only one thing caused concern. Someone had told the newcomer that in prison number 18 he could find a man named Lee Shuin, and this man was to give instructions in order to follow the path of the warrior. It was necessary to find out who spread this information, although such journeys through parallel worlds are even difficult to imagine. But there were no logical inconsistencies in the whole story of the novice traveler. Xiao Xiao came to Qing and asked him if he had ever heard a song called Farewell. The boy was surprised and did not know what to answer. The aide watched his face closely to detect lies. Shuin and his entourage had dinner. Ching-chun thought that Xiao Xiao was a very smart guy, but he was not capable of tricks. He returned to the dining room but did not say a word about the results of the interrogation. The boy was convinced that the assistant had learned some secret about someone present, and now he is thinking about how to use the received data and how to act in the future. Ching thought that he would be exposed now. The young man wondered how Lee Shuin would react to this. He was a high-ranking person who controlled everything. Such a person cannot allow events to get out of control. One cannot mention one's merits in front of authority. Shuin ordered Guo to be taken away from the table. The man planned to have a serious conversation with those close to him. Zdrovan did not want to go anywhere. The assistants activated the energy shield and ordered them not to come close. Shuin asked Qi if he suspected anything when he ordered Lu Guanyi to check on the new arrivals if the boy was looking for someone in particular. Qing agreed. The man praised the young man for his calmness and endurance. Ching-chun replied that there was no point in panicking and fighting back anyway. Shutong replied that Xiao had not yet reported the results of the interrogation, but it was already clear that some big secret had been revealed. The man assured that he was always merciless with people who posed a danger to the established order. He always had to control the situation and everything around him. He suddenly asked Sin if he had ever thought about death. The guy replied that it was very nice to talk to him the last few days, and if Shuin allows, then they can communicate again as if from a clean slate and learn more about each other. The boss smiled. He reminded the boy that he was in debt to him, because Qing had won against him at Xiangzi on the very first day, and therefore, if the boy has a question, he can ask Shuin right now. The guy asked to play the song Goodbye for the last time. Lee Shuin asked in surprise if the boy was willing to trade his life for a debt to authority. The young man said that his life, and it cannot be exchanged. The man praised the interlocutor's courage. He asked to consider the song as a gift to the young man, and he can make a request at any other time. The melody spread throughout the prison. At midnight, Ching-chun found himself in a closed, dark room he did not know. Where he is, he could not talk to people, and he does not even have an idea of the time. Loneliness and fear completely engulfed him. But in fact, he understood that he was not afraid of loneliness. From the moment when his parents divorced, he lived in complete solitude, although there could be people nearby. He felt thrown into this world. The biggest enemy for the boy now was the lack of water. Qing was most grateful that the dial allowed him to at least measure the time, although something can save him from complete misunderstanding. The guy decided to distance himself from the situation he got into. If you can't do anything, you just need to distract yourself. For example, watch a movie. For this, he remembered the movie, The Shawshank Redemption. He watched 8 films in his mind during the entire time of his imprisonment, remembering them to the smallest detail, and slept a little. However, this did not help to get rid of the feeling of hunger and thirst. Over time, strength began to leave the boy. His visions resembled a kaleidoscope because they were fragmentary and related to different films or visual memories. He felt cold and warm. The skin seemed to dry out, which was caused by the loss of moisture in the body. He could not sleep because of a strong feeling of hunger. The boy's spirit was broken. In the middle of the night, Lu Guanyi appealed to Shuin to release Ching-chun from solitary confinement. Otherwise, a man may have problems. Lu promised he wouldn't just leave it at that. In addition, the Qing clan will inform. Xiao Xiao approached his boss. He said that during the 4 days of his stay in solitary confinement, Ching-chun did not utter a single word, and did not show the slightest signs of life. Shuin replied that the boy was well trained. On the very first day after the little one got into the cell, he slowed down his breathing in order to keep more moisture in his body, so it was not surprising that he had to last 4 days. The aide said that now it seems as if Qing is not serving a sentence but just waiting for something. 4 days of complete silence confused the boy even more. If Qing goes without water, he will die. Yo Wang also stood up for the newcomer because the boss really appreciated the boy's talent. Both assistants insisted on sparing Ching-chun. Besides, he could be a man of the corporation, and they don't need a quarrel now. Shuin ordered to move on to the water test. Xiao Xiao believed that after so many days, Qing would unconsciously drink water as soon as he saw it, and if this continues for a very long time, he may also die. The boss said that nothing terrible should have happened to the boy because he had not yet met death. To live or die depended only on him. He had never met death for real, and this was Shutin's way. Ching Chun was bound. Yo Wang held him tightly and poured water on the boy's face, over which the cloth was stretched. Xiao watched the torture. He didn't expect Ching to stay conscious for so long. Shutin's assistant was surprised by the boy's willpower. He gathered all his strength in order to get a chance to survive. Ching himself plunged into memories of his childhood. He watched as he walked down the street with his mother as a child. The mother told the boy that there are others in this world who need him and the boy. The boy listened to the woman, but now he wanted a tanget. Mom said she would buy it. He remembered how his mother had left him alone in the park, and he had been alone there for a long time. And only when a policeman approached him to ask what happened, the boy answered that everything is fine, and his mother returned. Finally, the torturers calmed down. The boy was released. Shutin stood over the victim and wondered why Ching did not ask for mercy for himself. After all, the man still owes him one request. The boy replied that the boss does not need a weakling. The man wondered if Shutin could forget what happened to him today and who gave the order to abuse him. Ching assured that he would not forget this act of Shutin, but he was not against suffering the punishment. The boss was satisfied with the boy's answer. It is very honest and true to hear these words. Shutin replied that starting tomorrow, he would personally take on the task of training the boy and discovering the secrets of the path. He promised that among all the shortest paths in the world, he would lead him to the longest. Xiao had heard their conversation, and now he was sure that the boss was in a very good mood. The legacy of the knights was almost lost. The boy had more than once seen how the boss personally conducted training time and time again, and he constantly had problems with how the applicants coped with the tasks. Shutin was very nervous about this. The boss path was very difficult. Xiao Xiao and Yo Wang would not be able to follow their boss's path and master his techniques as they tried to do so. The boy told Qin that he admires him. In addition, he could not withstand 4 days in the cell. Qing asked Xiao if they were also locked in a dark room. An assistant confirmed this. But he added that for ordinary people it is clear death, and for those with certain abilities it is a simple test. Xiao Xiao said that the moment he received the order to lock the boy in solitary confinement, he already knew that the boss wanted to test the new member of his organization. But everything depended on Qin himself. After all, if the boy did not live up to the hopes and expectations of the boss, he could calmly watch the newcomer die. Shutin had seen death too often in his life, so for him it was no big deal. Yo Wang stood up for the boss and said that in this day and age there is no way without it. Everyone has to be cruel enough to survive in this world. So he asked Qing not to blame the boss. He handed Qin a towel to dry off after the water torture. After that, they had a bet about who Qing would eat first for dinner. It seemed to the boy that Shutin and his assistants were even happy when Qing was able to withstand all the trials and torture. Xiao Xiao was upset when he lost. Yo Wang praised Qing for choosing the right food after the water torture and the dark room. The boy believed that everything experienced in the outside world was not so terrible. Peers still attend classes, fall in love, play games, but he has already started a secret life. He didn't even know where he was going. Xiao asked to talk about how he felt Qing just arrived at the prison 18. Shutin's assistant guessed that the boy offered to play cards because he did not know how to act in a similar situation. He added that the traveler had no idea that he could belong to the Qing family. Qing Chun agreed. He accepted that he didn't know, and even now he didn't feel any sense of belonging to the Qing clan. Xiao praised the boy for his attitude. He said that this is why the boss decided to take him on. Yo Wang assured that Qing could rest easy because only Shutin's assistants and the boss himself knew about his secret. They promised to keep his arrival and existence a secret from the outside world. Qing thanked him but asked who that Li Dongjie from Hengshe was. Xiao Xiao replied that Hengshe was an organization under the control of the knights. The possibilities of the organization of the knights are much greater than the boy imagines. Yo Wang said that he would share certain secrets of the outside world that Qing did not know about. In the next few days, he will help to catch up. The aide also reminded Lu Guanyi of his loyalty to Qing. Yo Wang said that Assistant Qing had suffered a lot for the boy these days and almost challenged the boss himself. Next, the assistant was asked about several travelers the boy knew. He described their characters and temperament. Xiao asked if Qing was really just an ordinary schoolboy in the outside world. He thought that the guy at home was someone cool, like a local authority. Qing's abilities and willpower were not typical of an ordinary person. Qing said that the outside world is not something extraordinary or fantastic. There are no technologies used in the inner world, but peace reigns everywhere, and there is no constant threat to human life. The boy asked where the boy who spoke a strange dialect was locked up. He asked if it was possible to meet him and ask him about something. Xiao replied that the boy is already his, so the meeting can be arranged. Shutin's aide added that now Qing can do many things in this prison. His rights were greater than those of most prisoners. The strange newcomer was in the interrogation room a little further down the hall. Yo Wang brought the stranger to Qing. He promised to simply ask a couple of questions to the newcomer. The first question concerned where the traveler was from, and how exactly did he get to prison if he was not in the city of Lo. The stranger called himself father. He said he came to Luo City on business, and suddenly something incomprehensible happened, and he found himself in this strange place. Qing asked what the boy did. He resold tickets. Qing got up and went about his business in silence. Xiao was amazed at how this boy behaved after the dark room. And he still behaved so cautiously and cautiously. The assistant could not fully understand the purpose of the visit. The boy was walking with Xiao and Yo Wang to his boss's desk. Qing believed that his and Xiao's guesses were correct. Travelers move geographically. In addition, wherever you move, you will continue to appear there. Yo Wang said once again that they would not reveal his secrets about his origin. He said that there was a legend among the other prisoners that the boy was punished because he wanted to take possession of the artifact. Lu Guanyi's voice came from somewhere above. He asked to release his boss. Qing guessed that his assistant had also been locked up. Xiao replied that otherwise the scandal could not be avoided. Chao Tan spared Lu for his bravery and loyalty. The assistant assured his new friend that Lu was treated well. The boy had to eat and drink every day. Qing wondered if they had found out what his servant had been doing before he was imprisoned. Xiao told that Guanyi was a thug from Helianish in the old people's home. Qing learned that there was no habit of worrying about the old people in the ghouls of the inner world at all. Everyone is sent to a nursing home. At this time, children are truant and spend their parents' pension, and thugs in such houses take a fee for protection and then pretend to be the grandchildren of such old people and scare others away from infirm old people. This is a kind of profession which consists in protecting old people from the abuse of other residents of this building. Qing asked if he could go visit his servant and assistant. Xiao replied that of course he could. Qing thought that in such a difficult matter as the struggle for a place in the shadow space, the Qing family had sent a thug from the nursing home to help him. When he looked into the cell where Lu was being held, the boy was lying on the floor. Food was on the table. No one has even tried it. The guy asked to let his boss go, although he was lying on the floor almost without strength. Qing entered the room. Lu ran around him and tried to please his master in every way, although he himself was in a very deplorable condition a moment ago. He wondered how Qing was feeling. The assistant promised to report to the top. Qing Chuan ordered not to report this incident to Qing Yan. Besides, no one should have known about his connection with Shutin. Lu wondered if the boy was worried about the forbidden artifact in Shutin's possession. Lu said that most likely no one sees Qing as a potential enemy, but only as a candidate for the role of shadow of the Qing clan. Therefore, no one attaches importance to how a guy behaves and what goals he can pursue. Qing ordered Lu not to touch Shutin's men and the boss himself. Lu, on the contrary, rushed into battle. The boy ordered his subordinate to stop pretending. Guanyi realized that his boss had bitten him. He said it was just a way to survive. Qing realized that Lu was flaunting his loyalty only because he actually knew that Qing Chun would have nothing to do with the boy. Guanyi was worried that if he did not do anything for him, he would remain in prison. The guy replied that as long as he wasn't going to cheat, he wouldn't be changed like a chess piece, and it is not necessary to sneak in for the benefit. Ching ordered the boy to be more calm when he was around him, and you shouldn't advertise your loyalty and obedience to Chin like that. You should also not be in front of everyone. He asked Lu to be what he used to be. Guanyi said that Qing Yan had often told him that his future boss was very reserved and didn't like too much fuss, but such behavior frankly shocked him. Lu asked what he should improve in himself. The boy was ready for changes in his own personality and character. Qing ordered to begin by removing all the gold ornaments from the mechanical arm to be more modest. The boy assured Lu that he would keep the gold until the very end. He asked Guanyi not to tell anyone about their conversation. Qing advised the boy to rest as follows, and he hid jewelry in his pocket. Lu didn't like the idea too much, but he couldn't resist the boss's order. Qing left the cell and thought about the fact that he had received 2 cubic centimeters of gold. He mentally measured the weight of the jewelry he received and already estimated how much money he could sell it for and get a profit. Xiao, who was waiting for him, asked if there was anything else that needed to be dealt with. Qing said that he had a certain plan that could prove or disprove a certain guess. For this, he needs the help of Shutin's assistants. The next day, Qing went to the dining room. It was whispered around him that the boy had angered Shutin himself, for which he was punished by torture for several days. Many have concluded that Shutin will not cover him now. Guo sat next to Qing at the table. He asked what made the boy so angry with the boss that he ordered him to be tortured and abused in various ways. Zdrovan asked if Lee Shutin's company would anger him. The man added that they, Spades, are not even afraid of consortia, that he deserves the wrath of Shutin, a local authority. He said that he did not just start the conversation like that. Guo invited him to his group. Qing got up from the table and left. He answered on the go that he was not interested in the offer to join the peak ranks. The sent spies, murderers, were waiting for him in the corridor. The strangers attacked Qing Chun, who in their eyes was a defenseless victim. The boy skillfully evaded the attack of the attackers. He was ready for such a turn of events, but he was a supporter of a peaceful solution. Lu pulled a false tooth from the mouth of one of the thieves, which had a poison capsule embedded in it. Qing thought about the fact that these 2 suicide bombers had arrived together with Jian Shun from Chuani 5 days ago. He realized that the target of the suicide bombers was not Lee Shutin, as they had thought from the beginning, but himself. Therefore, the question arose as to who wanted Qing Chun's death, perhaps another candidate in the shadow of the house of Qing. Most likely, it was so. The boy did not expect that the battle for the Qing clan's shadow place would be so fierce and brutal. The shadow of the Qing consortium, which specializes in dirty business, will stop at nothing. The one who dares to destroy others. Such a person has the right to bear the status of a shadow. In this pursuit of 9 people for a place in the shadows, from the very beginning, the question was not who will cope better with the task, but who will be more cruel and decisive. Lu asked Qing Chun what they were going to do now, because they needed to do something with the body of the suicide bomber and further uncover the enemy's agent network. Qing replied that it was worth waiting for the others to speak. Shutin called Qing Chun over to him. He said that the boy has the last chance to ask the questions that interest him and to do something that he has long dreamed of. After all, his training will soon begin. Qing Chun looked at Xiao Xiao carefully and asked who wanted to kill him. The boy was just wondering who his opponent was, who was using such dirty methods and manipulations to get him out of his way. Xiao Xiao replied that he hadn't figured it out yet, but the 2 that remained were very strong. They hold even during the simulation in nightmares. They really participated in the crime, but no one organized it. The mechanical limbs of those people were replaced specifically so that no one could find out where they were installed. Xiao Xiao asked for exactly 7 days to find out the details of the case. Shutin said that in any case, there is danger for the younger generation of the Qing family, who are fighting for the shadow position. The guy should be mentally prepared for any step of the enemies and expect traps. Qing Chun wondered what made the Shadow's place so good that fighting for it was so deadly. And is it even worth it to lay down your life for the sake of obtaining a dubious status? Shutin replied that many generations ago, the Qing class established a rule that only those who held the position of the Shadow had the right to become the head of the clan and corporation in the future. Qing was surprised at this fact. The position of shadow has existed in the Qing family clan since the last era of human civilization. The previous role of this position was nothing more than cannon fodder, which was used to settle interclan wars and dirty affairs. They were simply thrown on the task, and then the number of shadows was renewed when there were many dead. After one powerful shadow became the head of a family, it was made a rule that the head of the clan had to be in the position of shadow first. On average, the shadow is chosen from among the younger generation of clan representatives about once every 10 years. About 10 shadows can change during the lifetime of the chapter. When the head of the family retires, he chooses his deputy. A governor is chosen from among the 10 shadows currently serving the clan, and whom the head deems most worthy to hold the presiding position. Other shadows, candidates, must submit their credentials. They do this in exchange for protection from death, so that they can then live a peaceful old age. The current pattern of 9 people fighting for the position of the shadow who will become the head of the clan was established by the son of the shadow who became the head. This happened because the head considered all applicants worthless and unworthy to occupy the post of clan head. He himself appointed the applicants and arranged a competition between them. The winner became the head. However, about 1,000 years have passed, and the battle for the shadow has gradually changed. From the beginning, the battle involved everyone simply completing tasks, and whoever was more skilled and trained won. Over time, everything changed. Now the shadow becomes the one who can survive. As time went on, this practice of shadow battle continued. Perhaps the head of the Qing clan understands that when the clan becomes defenseless, how will it survive in this world? Qing concluded that he now had to take care of his own safety, because each of the 9 shadow candidates will want to get rid of other rivals, and there will be no difference in what methods to use. Shuin believed that this time the methods exceeded expectations in terms of brutality and scale. He didn't expect anyone to want to get rid of the others from the very beginning. It wasn't so fast in days gone by. The man added that it was possible that someone felt a great danger from the boy, and therefore resorted to such methods. Qing wondered this was sometimes not because he became subordinate to Lee Shuin. His boss replied that the suicide bombers came to the prison long before they met. He advised not to think about it too much. Naturally, he will one day find out the answer to all his questions when the time comes. Qing Chun finally asked if he could withdraw from the battle for the shadow place. Will this cause a conflict with the Qing clan? And will he now be able to join the knights without harming himself or the organization? Shuin replied that everything would be fine, but he should not advertise his entry into the ranks of the knights. After all, Lee Shuin himself was locked up here because of his secret participation in the organization of the knights. Therefore, their training will take place at night. The boss advised not to withdraw from the competition for the shadow candidacy, because the power of the shadow is very great and the boy does not even know what power he is giving up. That was the end of the conversation. Later, Shuin and his new student sat in the boxing ring. The boss's assistants were on duty near them. Qing Chun asked about the weapon. He wondered if they used anything else besides firearms here. Shuin replied that there is a special weapon for mechanical limbs that works on the principle of electromagnetic impulse. Some weapons are specially installed in the limbs, but preference is still given to firearms. The boy was surprised that the level of technology development in this world is much higher than his native, but here they still use the technologies of the past. Shuin simply said that a bullet is enough to kill a person. Shuin ordered the student to extend his right hand forward. The teacher took Qing Chun's hand and pressed the point. The boy felt as if some spiritual will controlled the rhythm of his breathing and even the speed of blood circulation. The vein that Lee Shuin pinched with his finger was as if bound by an iron chain. Everything that Lee Shuin was currently demonstrating was completely against all the laws of biology and biochemistry. The feeling was as if fire was spreading through the body. Xiao Xiao shouted to Qing Chen to remember his advice. Only when the Qing goes through torment or bad experience can one gain the strength and power worthy of a true master. You just have to be patient. Streams of energy raged around the boy's figure. He clenched his teeth tightly and controlled his body and spiritual power with an effort of will. Xiao advised to resist to the last and to maintain consciousness. Shutin's assistant reminded that now all the pain that the boy felt during his life will appear before his eyes. It is at the moment when he gives slack and begins to fall apart, when it will be the most difficult. You need to concentrate. No one would be able to help Ching-chun except himself. The path of spiritual development must be followed independently and an iron will and resilience forged in oneself. Ching remembered how he had started living alone, how he had cut his finger. After that, the visual images seemed to take the form of real events, and the pain from the injuries became real. During the water torture, it seemed to him that poisonous saplings were sinking into his lungs with cold roots. The dark room and the pain of dehydration collided in a confrontation of the one who caused more pain and suffering to the boy. He also remembered the moment when his mother left home. Memories flooded his memory. His mother was standing in front of him and said that he could go with her. Ching-chun doubted this. He made his decision. But now he began to understand when Shutin talked about his path. The guy had to forget everything. Ching-chun realized that he had come such a long way by himself, and now he was ready to go through life alone. He no longer has anything to regret and has no reason to look back. In the remaining life, the way lies only forward. He already had the experience of overcoming such pain, and when it began to bother him again, in his soul he already had a clear idea of what it means to fall apart. Only by looking into the face of your pain can you move on. Xiao Xiao thought that the phenomenal memory was a gift to Ching-chun and a curse at the same time. Thanks to her, he remembered his willpower and the goal that lay before him. But memories of the past did not give him peace. Yo Wang believed that Ching-chun had long been accustomed to pain, and the memories of the past did not cause him any discomfort. In addition, he was able to cope with the painful experience and become stronger in his thoughts and mind. Shutin looked at the student, who was beginning to recover from the ordeal. The man thought that everything went much better than he expected. Ching asked why this breathing technique was needed. The boss said that it was only an aid. The respiratory part differs only in the frequency of breathing, until he can use it. After a few repetitions, the boy will remember the rhythm of breathing and learn to use it on his own. Shutin reminded that with a phenomenal memory, Ching-chun would be able to remember the breathing rhythm literally in a couple of repetitions. Lee's teacher led him through this exercise 40 times until Shutin memorized it. Only with time and a huge amount of training was he able to independently go through and repeat the technique without mistakes. But in the case of Ching-chun, there was no need to waste time, and the man decided to tell about the legacy of the Knights. Lee Shuin said that the founder of the Knight organization had discovered the secret of the genetic lock. He came to the conclusion that when a person goes through 8 trials on the edge of life and death, the genetic lock will open on its own. In the past, only after passing 8 trials could one be considered a true knight. At that time, there were many knights who followed humanity through the era of cataclysms and created a new era. This civilization with human survivors lasted quite a long time, but then knights became fewer and fewer, the reason for which was that one of the stages of life and death must be spent in the sea, and all seas became forbidden. Once, through the efforts of Qin Shen and the generations of knights that followed him, it was discovered that together with the breathing technique, they could open the genetic lock every time they passed the death trial. When everyone had completed the 6th stage, their strength had completely surpassed the old generation of knights. According to the classification of the levels of the inner world, the 6th level was level A. Ching asked what level his teacher was. Yo Wang replied that his boss was level 5. Ching-chun was still wondering how the breathing exercise could help develop one's strength level. In addition, open the genetic lock. The boss said it's all about endorphins. Like dopamine, serotonin is the happy hormone for humans. Dopamine gives pleasure from winning the lottery, gambling, and serotonin owes its appearance to the fact that a person has successfully performed some action. All smart and beautiful words, but dopamine does not make people happy. It is just an ordinary neurotransmitter responsible for the transmission of serotonin, the hormone of joy and good mood. Dopamine seems to give joy, although in fact it is addictive. Ching Chun asked, "What about endorphins?" Shuin replied that endorphins initially cause sadness. In the body it binds to morphine and relieves pain. However, this is not its main function. The great ancestor discovered that when the knights passed life and death tests, endorphins were produced in very large quantities. Therefore, the founder believed that serotonin opens the genetic lock. And then the knights understood the key principle of further development: to overcome pain and suffering and rise above the former self. Overcoming obstacles, the knights began to develop their spiritual and physical strength. Ching asked what the connection was between breathing techniques and endorphins. Why this technique can open a genetic lock? Shuin replied that this technique allows you to experience suffering as much as possible. After that, an endorphin instantly appears in the body, which in itself is a method of controlling the body and reactions. The use of breathing techniques during physical exercises can allow you to achieve results in 3 months. Therefore, when you pass the test of life and death, the level of endorphins in the body is at a fairly high level. This allows you to reach your goals much faster than before. The guy asked if there were defects in this technique. Shuin replied that when he passes the first test, the teacher will tell all the secrets of this technique, and now he doesn't need to know that. Ching asked if endorphin could not be injected directly. He emphasized that with this level of technological development, it is possible to extract and inject endorphins without consequences. Shuin replied that many things can now be done with the help of technology and biochemistry. But it is not possible for a knight to rely on external forces that do not work for them. There were ancestors who tried to inject hormones directly, without using equipment. But after passing the test, the lock did not open. The principle of the hormone can be understood, but they still cannot understand the principle of the genetic lock. To this day, the secret of the genetic lock is sacred and inviolable for the knight. That is why they use technology. After all, the breathing technique is much more complicated and is used in order to fully reveal the inner potential. That is why the mentor said that he would lead him on the longest path of the shortest. Shuin looked carefully and said that there is only one way to ascend to heaven. This is the path of complete improvement of pain and suffering. Ching Chun said that he would remember everything that the mentor had said. The teacher continued to tell about passing the 7 tests of life and death. He will receive the 5th level, half god. The boy wondered what would happen when he passed all 8 tests using the technique. Shuin said the question made no sense. The young man objected because the seas of the outer world have no limits, and they are not a forbidden place. The mentor agreed because where the boy is from, there are not many people, and therefore there could not be a forbidden place. But this does not prevent it from being tested in the outside world. He emphasized that many knights could be stuck between worlds and never return. And now this young man has come who can fulfill the cherished wish of all his predecessors. Ching Chun wondered what the forbidden places and forbidden artifacts were. He was told that the source of forbidden items is the extraordinary. It arises after the sudden death of a Superman. His abnormal energy and powerful blood will flow into the earth and will serve as food for creatures. It will feed all the animals and all the plants that will live in this area. And then the creatures that are at the place of death of the Superman evolve, and the place of death itself becomes an anomalous zone, forbidden for ordinary people to visit. Kasim's consortium has built many drones. They use them to be able to reach a new continent by sea. Then the bones of a giant whale were photographed at the bottom of the sea. The remains of the animal were captured by a wide-format camera. The animal was so big that from a distance of more than 300 meters, its head could not even completely fit into the lens. Kasim suspects that this particular whale has evolved beyond its species due to superhuman blood. It was the flesh and blood of the Superman that soaked the water in the sea and made the sea itself a forbidden place, on the territory of which extremely gigantic and unusual creatures roamed. Lin Xiao explained that forbidden items do not appear immediately. It takes tens to hundreds of years for their formation and formation. Items can also be very strange. They depend on an extraordinary ability or on an idea, a fixation of the owner himself. Xiao Xiao spoke of a train traveling through the outskirts of the wildlands near the city of 16. Sometimes it makes stops, and if you throw a gold coin through the window into the tail car, you can become a passenger of the train. The tail car of the train is full of gold coins. Many clubs wanted to use it to smuggle goods, although it is not easy to find. And if you dare to rob him, he will close the wagon, and the victim will die. Shuin said that there are items that have nothing to do with the powers of the Superman they were formed from. It can even be animals with an infinite life. If it is possible to somehow keep them close to you, then they will serve. If you quarrel or offend such a creature, you can get an extremely dangerous and deadly enemy. When encountering a dangerous, forbidden object, people liken it to a hunter with a long sword. A knight must understand what reserves of strength he must possess in order to go to a duel with a dangerous opponent who, like a wild beast, is lurking in the forest. But now there are a lot of dangerous items, and that is why specially trained people are needed to confront them. In this way, the Forbidden Inquisition appeared. They are enemies not only of animals, but also of those who grow them. The Inquisition restrains people as well. Inquisition fighters do not want animals with extraordinary abilities to appear uncontrollably. And that is why it is necessary to control the population of people, whose death will provoke the appearance of new animals, which is a threat to humanity. Starting today, Yo Wang would teach Ching Chun martial arts and train his physical fitness and strength to complete the 8 trials. Shuin said that he envied the boy, because he was born in the outside world. But now it was not important. What was important was that the boy could change the era, and the mentor was so sure of this that he hoped to see this day. Ching Chun felt that even though he was imprisoned, he was free and cherished hope for the future. He had faith that everything would be fine. Compared to the sunny weather of the world, he actually liked it better here. Before training, Yo Wan brought a thermos container for food, which contained a lot of sliced beef. He ordered Ching Chun to eat it, because there was a tough training ahead, which required energy. The boy was troubled by the fact that when he used the breathing technique, he felt a strange energy that was difficult to explain rationally. She seemed to wander through his body and made herself known through a strange sensation. It was not like the energy was helping the body and was an essential force. However, the boy felt that he could control her. He intended to ask Lee Shuin about what this strange energy was and what could be done with it. In the morning, Lee Shuin and his assistants talked about the amazing progress Ching Chun had shown in his training. An ordinary person is not able to maintain such a pace. Yo Wang trained at full capacity. Xiao Xiao was surprised, because if the boy had not trained like this before, it was surprising that he could endure the training round for almost the whole night. He was worried that Yo would not drive the little one to death. The coach reassured his friend. He said that the boy has a breathing technique, and besides, he had a good rest before classes. He used up all his energy during training. Yo asked not to worry about the boy because Yo has a sense of proportion. Lin Xiao Xiao was still worried, and reminded him that even though Ching Chun possessed the breathing technique, he would tire and lose strength, just like an ordinary person, or even a knight. Yo said that Ching seemed to separate his body from his mind. The boy has the goal of training, not paying attention to physical fatigue. Yo Wang had never seen anything like this before. If he was not a traveler, then with such willpower, he would have awakened long ago and become superhuman. Lin Xiao Xiao thought that this was good. After all, if he had woken up a long time ago, he would not have followed Lee Shuin's path now. The assistant asked the boss if he could try the breathing technique himself. The man forbade it. After all, last time Xiao Xiao himself refused, and now he was not old enough to risk his life for this. It was a momentary weakness, and Lin himself did not understand why he asked for it. He was 27 years old. Shuin assured me that when you lived to be 27 years old, there was too much grief in your heart. If you start practicing breathing exercises in such a state, the heart will not be able to withstand it, and the boy will die. The boss emphasized that when a person is very young, it seems to him that he is suffering. But over time you realize that there are different levels and types of suffering, and everyone endures these sufferings in their own way. The man emphasized that he was the one who asked Ching Chun to play the role of the exile. But now he has lost the opportunity to play Xianxi interestingly. At this time, several prisoners' numbers were called from the loudspeakers, and they were informed that they had visitors. One of the rooms belonged to Ching Chun. The guy was in the inner world for so long that this is the first time someone visited him in prison. He even forgot that relatives or friends could visit. Lu said that it could be Ching Yan. The boy went into the room, and there he saw a young girl waiting for him. He thought that it was not Ching Yan. Ching Chun thought that he might have been exposed as a secret traveler. However, what should be expected from this visit? The girl was surprised that the boy did not recognize her. After all, she was his bride. He couldn't believe it. But the girl, whose name was Kamishiro Saran, confirmed it. Ching wondered why she had come. Maybe they are seeing each other for the first time. A voice from the speaker announced that the meeting time was over. The prisoners went to their cells. Ching Chun thought about the strange marriage contract. Kamishiro was surprised by the groom's strange behavior. Lu Guanyi ran up to Ching Chun. He asked the boss what Ching Yan had told him. Ching Chun replied that this was not who Lu expected to see. He ordered Guanya to follow his plan. Lu asked if his boss really had a fight with Shutin. Ching Chun confirmed this and assured them that they had no intention of using Shutong's help to solve their affairs anyway. Does the assistant disagree? Lu followed his boss and talked all the way about how smart and wise his boss was. He emphasized his loyalty and principled submission to Ching Chun. He could always rely on his assistant. The countdown indicated that the travelers would still be in the inner world for about 5 hours. Night was over the city. Only the moon and the lights of neon signs illuminated the cityscape. People walking home late saw holographic whales swimming over their heads. It was an advertisement for one of the best and largest suppliers and operators of holographic communication. Sister Jiang Shui was walking home. On the way, she came across 2 men who wished her good evening and blocked her way. The woman asked how she could help strangers. The men held a container in their hands. They said the company wanted to gift the latest mechanical limbs to the Lee Consortium in honor of the lucrative deal. After all, as the owners of a large block of shares, they had to worry about the well-being of their partner. In addition, a mechanical limb-fitting expert was also sent for Jiang to conduct special training for the woman. Jiang remembered what horrors were told about the consortia, but as far as she was concerned, they did not do anything terrible. She still couldn't believe that the company had invested so favorably in her stock, donated mechanical limbs, and even sent an expert to train the woman. The company seemed to be aware of the hospital's needs. The man said that 2 years ago, Jiang Shui helped a middle-aged woman who was a member of the Lee Consortium. She searched for 2 years and only recently found out about Jiang. These are all gifts from that woman. The stranger said that the 2 mechanical limbs are the most advanced high-quality product on the market today. It is equipped with high-energy weapons and also has an extremely long battery life. And finally, he added that the woman asked to convey that Jiang is a very decent and kind person, and she is very grateful to Jiang for the help she gave then. In the future, a woman should become a good mother and should not belittle herself and her achievements. The clock showed half an hour to go. Yo Wang trained Ching Chun. The guy achieved good results, but exercises with additional weight will show everything. Only for the boy, the training will be interrupted after half an hour. It is unknown when he will return to the inner world, but he will try to train at home. Shutin informed him that the return would soon take place. Ching asked what was the matter. Shutong said that he wanted to see Ching Chun cross the boundary between worlds with his own eyes. The man hoped to see something interesting for himself. The boy decided to strengthen himself before leaving, because the training required a lot of energy. He thought that the training had started not so long ago, and he was already very hungry. Shutin was still standing by his side. Ching Chun asked if there was anything else the man wanted to know. The teacher asked me to record a couple of parts of Seansa. Ching Chun replied that he liked it. He had already milked, but now he stood completely naked. In his hands he held the gold jewelry that he had collected from Lu Guanyi's hand. Yo Wang noticed this, and now his curiosity was satisfied. The guy was sitting on the couch in his room. The dial showed a time span of 7 days. Ching Chun thought that the stay time was increasing each time. He thought that one day he could stay in the inner world forever. Right now, he was glad that he had brought with him the gold that adorned Lu Guanyi's mechanical limbs. This meant that he had certain advantages in the process of moving between the inner and outer worlds. Ching Chun went about his normal daily activities while waiting for his next trip. He spent time taking care of himself and his physical condition. He decided to translate the phrase he heard in prison from the bride. The phrase was translated as, "It's good to sit in silence. This boy is so beautiful in his silence." Ching wondered why she said that. And why Japanese, because Kamishiro's family spoke both languages equally. Ching Chun wondered if she was also a traveler. Or the Kamishiro family keeps its Japanese roots and linguistic heritage. Besides, even if she is a traveler, she should still speak Japanese. The phone received a message from a schoolmate. It was about their classmate. The friend asked the boy to come to school as soon as possible to learn everything firsthand. Ching Chun walked into the school corridor. It was full of students. Everyone was passionately discussing something. A schoolmate called Ching Chen. The guy showed a message that talked about a student who went to prison when he was 18. Ching Chun had to admit the poor situation of someone who had been sent to the detention center, because their lives were not too eventful. Someone could walk through the holographic city while someone sat in a cell and stared at the wall. Liu Dechu, their classmate, boasted that he knew Lee Shuin himself. When he was asked something, he made a mysterious face and everyone thought that he was hiding some secret. Now, he had to confess. The mob approached this boy and showed a message that a certain traveler was going to ask Liu to speak to Shuin in order to get the boy released from solitary confinement. According to Jian Shun, a traveler who was clearly a boss came to him in the detention center and asked a number of questions. But this boss was not Liu, that is, the people began to guess about the presence of the third traveler. Liu said that Jiang Shun was not talking to him, but to someone else. Some guy said that when they used to ask if there were travelers in the 18th prison, Liu said that he was alone there. That is, the guy was just chasing fame. An unknown boy climbed over the school fence. He inquired about the whereabouts of a boy named Liu Deju. The frightened girls pointed to the building of the high school. The stranger ran right there. The stranger grabbed Liu by the shoulders. The boy shouted that when Liu interrogated him in the prison, a man was standing behind him. He was definitely superhuman. Liu excused himself that it was definitely not him, and the interrogation was conducted by someone else. 2 students were dragging the strange stranger away. He shouted that his father would not do anything bad to him, and the boy should not have been afraid of talking to this man. Father even promised to give money for the conversation. Ching Chun's schoolmate watched this scene through the window. He told his friend that if he hadn't dragged him into the classroom, they would have heard what the two were talking about by now. He believed that they had lost first-hand information. They were sitting in the classroom, and the friend was still talking about how cool it was to be in the inner world. It was very interesting and mysterious. They could go to the inner world together. There, you can become extraordinary people or simply install mechanical limbs for yourself, and in this way also to stand above the people of his kind. A friend has already read a book about programming. He wanted to become a programmer. The boy asked Ching Chun if they should get close to Liu Dechu. If the relationship turns out well, then they can get an advantage when traveling to the inner world. Ching replied that he was not interested. After all, he is not a traveler. Ching Chun wondered if the personality of a famous traveler like Liu Dechu would attract new visitors to Luo City. In this case, the number of travelers will increase. It was surprising that no one from Kunlun had yet appeared. Perhaps Shuten's legacy and guidance were a strong enough argument to attract the organization's attention. It was, of course, not like that. So the reason was different. There was a certain problem in the work of the organization. Late at night, Ching Chun left the schoolyard on a bicycle. He noticed that he was being followed by a black minibus in which the Kunlun agents he already knew were sitting. The guy got nervous. How could agents track him down? The car overtook Ching Chun and hit him. People in black got out of the car and quickly approached the boy. Their limbs were mechanical and their intentions not very friendly. Ching Chun shouted for help. A huge SUV drove up from behind. He hit the agent's car and overturned it. People from the organization were preparing for battle. They had to keep the boy at any cost. It is not yet known who intended to take the loot from them. A man landed on their backs, agents embodied in the asphalt. They lost consciousness, so they could not see the attacker. The man assured Ching-chun that everything would be fine and that the boy should not be afraid. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the Kunlun organization, Zheng Yuandong. He assured the boy that they had not met before. The man pulled out a short sword that glowed with dark energy from nowhere. He cut the car in half with his sword. A young man, whom Ching-chun had already seen, got out of the car. The redhead was amazed at how his boss had deciphered the intentions of the attackers and where exactly they would attack. The man ordered that the trailer with the people be towed to the base. The man replied that some who have visited the inner world lose all understanding of the framework because they are infected by the chaos that reigns in the inner world. And the organization has to make them understand that you can't challenge the order. The red-haired man emphasized that recently there are more and more such people. He asked how many travelers they would soon be able to accommodate. The boss said there was no hurry. Their organization must be clean. Purity and conviction should be more important than strength. The power gained through blind expansion and aggression is not what the Kunlun organization strives for. The head of the organization wanted to get closer to Liu because he was rumored to be close to Lee Shuin. And a person like Shuin will be very useful in the inner world as the head of a knightly organization. Getting close to such a person will be very beneficial, but also difficult. Therefore, before that, the head of the organization placed his people everywhere around the school and on Liu's way home. It was necessary to keep the candidate safe. The chief asked the man who was examining the boy if he was not injured. The man replied that there were skin injuries, but they were not serious. The chief assured that they are here to protect Liu. He promised that the organization would monitor him every hour of the day. He will be under full protection. The boss asked the boy to be very careful and to call as soon as something goes wrong. The boy was surprised that they did not try to ask him anything or recruit him to their side. He was interested in this behavior of secret agents, although they could know absolutely everything about him. The boss asked his subordinate if this situation did not seem strange to him. The boy did not understand the question. The man replied that this student has no courage at all, and he also lacks basic observation. Can a guy like this get Lee Shuin's approval? The subordinate asked why the man was sure that Lee Shuin recognized this guy. The leader of the organization replied that it was this boy who was under suspicion. The chief believed that there was another prisoner in the prison, but then it does not correspond to the information received. For now they will keep an eye on Liu, and later the answer to the question will appear. Ching-chun was training. He saw under the bed a skein of gold jewelry that had been given to him by Lu Guanyi. The guy decided that he needed to sell the jewelry, because he did not have money to buy food, a source of energy for training. The girl brought him food. She said that her mother had baked pies and sent her to bring food to a neighbor. She gave the food and left. Ching understood that the girl guessed that he was a traveler between worlds. Ching-chun asked for proof that he was a traveler. On the day when his mother beat his father, the boy hid in the kitchen from the people of Kunlun. He hid, but still watched them because he was wary. The boy thought she was actually a little girl, but she was able to reveal his secret in detail. It's not about him. It's about the fact that before he didn't understand that this girl grew up in the same family as him. She is advanced beyond her years. No one would suspect a small child without good reason. Rather, he already knew who she was in the inner world, but it was difficult for her to find him there, although she has resources. The guy went out into the corridor of his house. Who is the owner of the room into which people brought things? The workers replied that they did not know anything. They were just hired workers, and they do not know the details of who is the owner. Ching-chun thought about the neighbors suddenly moving in. The apartment was empty for a long time. Where could the new neighbors come from? But people settled in the 102nd apartment, as well as downstairs. There was also some movement heard there. The young man understood that moving into two houses at once was not a very good sign. It is not normal that on one day all the premises of the house are inhabited by unknown people, and the hosts themselves are not visible. Judging by the things that the porters took out of the car, the new neighbors must be very rich and prosperous people. It is not known why the rich would move to this dilapidated quarter. The only thing that occurred to Ching Chun was that the move was related to the inner world. They are here because of Jiang Shui. He saw a woman and a girl walking in the yard. He warned the neighbor to be careful. Ching was on his way to school when he received a message on the phone about He Xiao Xiao's new game strategy. He waited impatiently for the browser to open the video message. The tag under the video was Forbidden Place. According to He Xiao Xiao, there are currently about 139 forbidden places in the inner world, and the reason for the formation of these territories is connected with the extraordinary people of the inner world. All possible advanced technologies of the inner world also come from forbidden places. Participants and those who won the Forbidden Place instance can receive a large monetary reward from the consortium. However, forbidden places are very dangerous, and some even have bosses, so it is recommended to organize into a group before passing. In this way, the possibility of survival will be as possible as possible. Ching Chun was sitting with a friend in the dining room. His friend pointed to two girls standing under a wall in the street. They were two new girls who had arrived at their school from another city. The teacher emphasized that they would be helped to adapt. The girls introduced themselves to their new classmates. One of them was named Wang Yun. She was from the city of Hai. The other was called Bai Venier. She was also from the city of Hai. They were both really looking forward to the help of the class. The teacher said that for now the girls could sit next to Ching Chun because he was the best student in the class and he could answer any questions they might be interested in. And now the teacher asked two boys to help him. Ching Chun analyzed the behavior of the girls. He understood that they were both travelers, and that's why they transferred to this school for Liu Dechu. During the lesson, the girl could not restrain herself and looked at her hand several times. The boy found out that two more boys had transferred to the neighboring class. Now there was no doubt that the group of travelers. It remains to find out who they become in the inner world. Comrade Ching Chun said that one of the boys had come to study by car. During the day, all new arrivals did not stay in the classroom to talk with their classmates. They gathered together and talked about their own. The other students had no chance to talk to the newcomers at all. Throughout the day, both girls also said a few words, generally about school and the learning process. Nothing was said to Ching Chun himself. The girls were studying much better than Ching Chun could have hoped. They studied in programs that were many times better than that. What the teachers offered at school. Probably the girls studied in a private educational institution before that. In addition, when Ching Chun returned from the restroom, the four of them were standing in the corridor talking to each other in English. Perhaps they had chosen this language on purpose so that the other students would not be able to understand them. And the key words that Ching analyzed were the words journey, traveler, and the question of how to get from the city of 18. Ching Chun went home. He asked his friend to let him know when something happened. The newly arrived girl asked Comrade Sin why he went home. After all, the teacher said that he is an extremely capable student and therefore he should not skip classes. The comrade said that it was Ching Chun's privilege. Ching Chun thought that he should use the gold he had brought from the inner world after taking it from Lu Guanyi somewhere. The breathing technique takes a lot of energy, and the special diet requires money for food. He came out of his house, and in the corridor he met newcomers from the school. They were as surprised as he was. The boys lived one floor below, across from Jiang Shui. The girls lived near Ching Chun. The workers were still carrying boxes of stuff. The bespectacled novice walked up to Ching Chun and introduced himself. His name was Hu Xiao Yu. He said that he hoped for friendship and camaraderie with Ching Chun. He replied that of course they would become friends. Ching Chun went about his business. The newbie in glasses looked after him. He thought Ching reminded him of someone. Either they could have met somewhere or they just have a similar behavior, a way of keeping everyone at a distance. Hu guessed that the manner was similar to how the boy himself and his friends treated their new classmates. Outwardly, they are very friendly and kind, but inside sits haughtiness and superiority in attitude. His friends approached him. Hu asked if Ching Chun did not seem strange to them. and if he did not get the impression that they had already seen each other somewhere and knew each other. The girls and the boy denied any resemblance to anyone. The girls and their friends were sitting at the table. The girl said that superiority can be dictated by the fact that Ching-chun is in the top 3 and most capable students of the class. All gifted students behave like this. Bilyavka said that a gifted and capable student does not fly above his head, no matter how hard he tries. Finally, everyone came to the decision that it didn't matter to them how the boy behaved. They are just neighbors, and nothing more. The girl said that the financial situation allows them to live in a hotel, and they do not necessarily live in this house. Their target was Liu Dechu. Jiang Shui is of no value to their cause. Hu told comrades to be more far-sighted. Since they decided to move from the city of 7 to the city of 18, they need to make as many friends as possible. Xiao Xiao's strategy emphasized that in order to successfully complete a task for a reward, it is necessary to join forces. Their entire group should gradually build a good relationship with Liu Dechu. There is no need to regret spending money on this, because it is their resource and information. It is necessary to endure certain difficulties connected with the move. In order to make friends with Liu Dechu, you need to put aside your usual manners and behave more favorably towards the boy. Friendship with a boyfriend should eventually replace monetary and material resources. Their advantage should be maximum. Hu asked the girls how their progress was. After all, at first they all had to study in the same class. However, there were no free places for 4 new students in the class, so they were forced to study in different groups. A group of newcomers decided that it was worth visiting their neighbors. Tunyun opened the door for them because she thought it was her brother Ching-chun who had come. The girls and boys greeted the little girl, but the girl closed the door sharply. An unsuccessful acquaintance slightly confused the new neighbors. They listened to the mother talking to her daughter behind the door. Mala said that it was not Ching-chun, but some unknown people. One of the girls heard a strange male name. It seemed familiar to her, but it's hard to remember where she heard it. She focused intently on remembering, because that was the name of someone with whom she was in contact because she heard in the inner world. Ching-chun came to the pawn shop to sell the gold he had taken from Lu Guanyi. The buyer asked if there was a receipt for this gold. Without a receipt, he could also purchase it, but at a lower price, and he won't ask where he got it. The guy counted the amount and was very pleased. He could spend these funds on something very necessary, so he immediately agreed. The shopkeeper praised Ching-chun for being careful at such an age. It was right. The man emphasized that it is a pleasure to deal with such a client, and the next time he may also contact him. He promised to increase the price and take everything away. What will the boy bring? Ching-chun checked the money. He found 2 counterfeit bills and asked the seller to replace them. The man was surprised, because not everyone was so meticulous. Usually, people just took the money and left the pawn shop. Ching-chun emphasized that customers should not be deceived. Before going home, he wandered through the alleys to throw off possible pursuers. When the boy approached the house, his little neighbor waved to him. She asked who these new neighbors were. Already at home, the boy said that these were newcomers who had transferred to their school in order to be closer to Liu Deju. They are rich and very intelligent because they speak English to each other. Ching-chun emphasized that they also needed Jiang Shui. The girl wondered why they had moved to their city, since City 7 is owned by the Qing Consortium, and City 18 belongs to the Lee Corporation. The guy promised to eavesdrop on their conversation and find out the true motives of their behavior. The girl believed that they were behaving carelessly because they thought that no one understood them. Qing patted her head and said that not everyone is as smart as them. The girl grabbed Ching-chun's dirty clothes and ran home because her mother ordered to take the dirty clothes from the boy and wash them, and Tunyun was not going to upset her mother. The boy decided to do physical training. Ching-chun practiced sports in order to improve his physical strength and mental strength. He heard somewhere that a wild beast or a demigod can live without society. Since he was not half a god, he would be a beast to begin with. A guy was sitting at a desk with his friend, and they were talking about the fact that a traveler had promised his friend to predict the future in a chat room created for travelers. Ching Chun asked to leave that chat because it was delusional. The girls noticed that Ching Chen and his companion had switched places. They were still speaking in English, thinking no one would overhear them. Although he was an excellent student, they doubted that he knew English. The girl asked her friend if she believed that they would be able to hide in this place from Chen Lei. The interlocutor replied that they only have to act like this, and then they will see the result. The boy really had a hard time solving tasks and listening and analyzing the conversation, but he will remember the sounds that were heard and already at home will reproduce the conversation in his memory. Hu looked into the classroom. He asked the girls if they had any news. One of the girlfriends noted that the top student in the class had moved closer to them, but they didn't think it meant anything. Hu thought that even if the boy fell in love, he would not be able to act so confidently right away. So there is something more behind this than sympathy. In addition, he could think that they were travelers and sneak closer. The boy ordered to keep to the pile and not to reveal his secrets to anyone. After all, the city of Lo is very popular among travelers. And even when they speak English, you have to be careful not to get caught. Hu ordered the girls to carefully watch the boy next time, how many times he looked at his hand. This habit was characteristic of those who started traveling. It passes over time. The next time they discussed what to learn in school. The girl who was supposed to be following Chin never once saw him look at his hand. One of the boys suggested that Ching Chun might have guessed something. Hu offered to dismiss the version that Ching Chun was a traveler for the time being. If he behaved the way teenage travelers behave, he would definitely have made a mistake. And the boy likes Wang Tun. The boy thought that Liu Deju was very skillful in disguising himself as a fool. You need to find your own approach to it, and try to avoid it at any cost. Good relations simply need to be built. After all, they will receive support from Shuin. The next option could be to meet Jiang Shui. Then they will have access to information about the city of 18. But it was even more difficult to find an approach to her than to Liu Deju himself. The girl suggested to start by establishing ties with Ching Chun. Then they can contact Jiang Shui through it. It was worth making an effort so that the girl he supposedly liked would become friends with him. The girl approached Ching Chun and his companion. She brought them water, which they had bought at the school store during the break. Ching Chun's friend was very happy because he considered it a good sign and a girl's attention to him. Ching thanked the girl for the water, but next time she could do without such signs of politeness. The girl replied that it was necessary because they were neighbors. The whole class was surprised that Chen and the girls were neighbors. The guy tensed up. It was suspicious that a few hours ago the girl had been ignoring him and now suddenly she was bringing water and emphasizing that they were neighbors. It was too straightforward. In addition, she liked it. Ching read the news that a drug den that was holding more than 12 travelers to the inner world had been neutralized in China. Among them was a famous blogger. They were kept in an abandoned factory. They demanded information about what they were doing in the inner world and who they were there by threats and physical violence. They were also forced to bring their belongings with them, threatening to kill their family members. At the scene of the crime, the police found a large number of drugs from the inner world, which included genetic drugs and cancer drugs. The drugs found do not improve body structure but can treat genetic diseases. Those detained were travelers to the inner world. They were well versed in local affairs. The news shocked the fact that the criminals had reached China, because previously only foreign media reported on this. Ching Chun believed that now the number of those who boasted about their travels would decrease. Travelers will be silent and hide their identities. Otherwise, you might end up kidnapped and locked up in some factory. At this time, in order not to become a mule or a donkey, you need to either defend yourself well or hide. Jiang Shui's attackers also had the idea of making a living off the traveler, or forcing her to work for him. Over time, the news about the abduction spread among the residents of China and became quite resonant. People have learned to keep their mouths shut and not tell everyone about their travels. It was dangerous. A well-dressed man in sunglasses walked up to the old-style gate and knocked. This was the Kunlun base. At the sentry's question, the stranger introduced himself to He Jingqiu. The man entered the courtyard. everyone present parted before him. He asked not to be afraid of him, but to just tell him where Boss Jung is. The redhead replied that the boss hadn't returned yet. He called the newcomer a boss. The man sat down in an antique Chinese-style chair. This furniture was uncomfortable. In addition, the man asked to bring him not tea, but wine. The men were outraged by this behavior because he sat in the boss's chair. A man entered the room. He said that when a guest comes, there is wine and meat for him, and when a jackal comes, he has a bullet and a weapon. He said that the day before yesterday he had offered a meeting to Boss Jung. Boss Jung was sitting in a chair. He wondered if he read the news. Jung said he knew about the rescued travelers, but Boss he didn't have to fly in for praise. He replied that he had come to find out about Chiden's decision. He asked how the Kunlun members could maintain order within the country when they had so few people, and the recruits are becoming fewer and fewer. They are harder to find. Chaos begins to enter the country, and the organization does not cope. Jung said that he wants to take all the people in the 9 realms. In addition, he seeks to control all travelers, and Jung does not consider this necessary. It is not possible to gather people of different backgrounds in one organization. He said the number of travelers killed or kidnapped will increase over time. They will not be able to be brought under control. Today's incident was a clear example of this. It was necessary to gather all the people and tell about the trips. Jung asked if He Xiao was in the hands of the boss. He replied that it was a secret. Jung wondered what his acquaintance was up to. Was it all for the sake of power, or was he really concerned about travelers and sought to protect them? Boss. He said goodbye. He promised that Jung would soon find out about his intentions. Jung said he still hopes that when the external enemy attacks, they will be on the same side of the barricade and remain comrades in arms. All the students at the school received a message which said that all travelers need to pass a beta, a test aimed at preserving their personal safety. It was important to preserve one's identity. Xiao reported that he has recently been working on an internal group chat based on parallel world technology, and then people will be able to share useful information and help each other. For the common good and peace of mind, this system will have 12 dynamic data fortresses across the country. Personal data of all players will be protected. No one from the outside world will be able to hack and get hold of the data. After creating a group chat, all strategies will be published only within this community. Ching Chun was indignant at this behavior of the programmer. It seemed that He Xiao really possessed secret technology. But how was he able to master such masses of information in such short periods of time, which are given for staying in the inner world? And how he was able to transfer secret technologies and equipment from there? Ching Chun speculated that Xiao might not have been a single person, but a collective of interested authors. And that's why they could all separately carry certain components to the outside world and assemble the equipment here. The guy thinks that after joining the group, he can reveal his identity. Therefore, it is worth thinking about a decent cover. But what was frightening was that He Xiao himself would have access to the data of the group members. It's like a crab cage where the catcher casts the cage and just waits for the crabs to just run into it. The crabs themselves will climb into the iron cages while the ship and the catcher drift on the surface. Qing came to visit the girl and Jiang Shui. He brought them gifts and inquired, "What does the girl's mother do?" Tunyun invited him over to look at her mother's new mechanical limbs. The woman told Ching Chun that the charge of these limbs would last about 10 times longer than the previous ones. Chia Jian said that the Lee Consortium gave her the limbs as a thank you for saving a woman a few years ago. The girl pulled Ching Chun onto the sofa. She asked why the boy was asking his mother about the details. Was it in this way that he hoped to calculate her personality in the inner world? Ching replied that he was just asking. The girl asked to tell who Ching Chun was in the inner world. She offered to exchange data about their personalities in the inner world. The guy categorically refused. He said she was not a normal child. There was a knock on the door. It was one of Ching Chun's classmates. The girl asked Tunyun to call the boy. She added that she knows him very well and they are friends. Mala asked Sin, and he replied that he did not know them. A group of neighbors who wanted to flatter Ching Chun and establish contact with Jian She through him stood in front of the closed door. Jiang Shui asked her daughter not to spoil herself but to prepare tea for the guests. Hu assessed Jiang's mechanical limb. He believed that she was very expensive even by the standards of the inner world. The neighbors returned to their apartment. They drank tea. Hu noted that they were flying in expensive leather sofas for nothing. They must give up their high status for the sake of the cause. He talked about Jiang Shui's rather expensive mechanical limbs. Maybe they were rich in the outside world, but in the inside Jiang was much richer and more influential, because the mechanical hands belonged to one of the consortia. Hu ordered to stop dressing lavishly for training and to replace some items of wardrobe and clothing with more modest ones. It is worth making friends with classmates, even when it means lowering yourself to their level. Meanwhile, Ching Chun was examining his body in the bathroom of his home. He was amazed at the results of using the breathing technique that Lee Shuin had revealed to him. The results were truly phenomenal. The next day at school, a new student began to behave very obsessively. She asked for help with English and math. Ching Per referred her to Nan Genshin. The friend was happy about it. Nan was very happy and sure that the girl liked him. Ching Chun asked if his comrade was not involved in programming in the inner world, because he was constantly reading a textbook on this subject. Ching thought about the fact that he needed to master new areas for himself, because it was the game of Xiangxi that became his springboard on the way to Lee Shuin and his current state. He remembered the bride in the inner world and decided to learn Japanese. He found a girl on the internet, very similar to his bride. Her father was Chinese and her mother was Japanese. Therefore, it is not surprising that the girl spoke 2 languages. The girl was an actress and had already starred in 2 films. Ching Chun remembered Shutin's words that the sea between China and Japan had become a forbidden place. And therefore it was worth noting the connection of the Kamishiro family with other family members. It was impossible to cross the sea. The boy decided to familiarize himself with the map of the inner world immediately after arriving at prison number 18. A group of newcomers talked about the results of their observations. They concluded that it is very difficult. Hu asked a student who was passing by why the foreign language teacher had called Ching Chun to him. The boy replied that the teacher and Ching were on pretty good terms. Hu guessed that Ching Chun understood their conversation well. The newcomer realized that it was worth making sure that Ching Chun's English was at such a level that he could understand a conversation between 2 people in that language. The girl denied it, because then the boy was solving some task. One of the girls, a neighbor, was watching cartoons with Jiang's daughter. She asked the little girl if she sometimes knew about Ching Chun, if he was a traveler like Jiang. The girl replied that she did not know anything about it. The girl realized that a child with such a reaction would not lie. And did it make sense to lie to a little girl? In addition, the little girl added that the boy himself said that traveling is nonsense, and you just need to study better. In addition, Ching Chun said that travelers are people just like everyone else. There is nothing surprising in this. Could someone who has been in the inner world express himself like that? It was more like envy. After the girls said goodbye to Shui and Jiang, they decided to analyze the information they heard from the little girl in the corridor. Both of them came to the conclusion that they would not learn anything meaningful from a little girl who herself did not know anything. Shui eavesdropped on the girls' conversation. They decided that Ching Chen was not a traveler, and it needed to be discussed in their meeting. A little later, Tunyun came to visit the boy. She told about the visit of the neighbors. She asked brother Ching Chen to be careful. After all, on some trifle, he could get a good puncture and again bring suspicion on himself. No one knew what the neighbors' intentions were, but it was necessary to play it safe. The girl told Ching Chen what she had learned by overhearing the neighbors' conversation. They were talking about a certain enemy of theirs whose name was Chun Lei. It must have been someone from the Chen family, so they escaped from the control of the Chen family. She offered to come up with some plan that would help remove the annoying neighbors from their house. After all, they behave very strangely, as if pursuing some very important goal. The guy replied that not everything is so simple. Their attempts to get rid of the neighbors, who are too interested in their persons, could provoke even more suspicions. He preferred to take advantage of their interest in Liu Deju and shift the focus of attention to him. Ching Chun found himself in the inner world again. There he was, met by Lee Shuin and his assistants. The boy thought that this time everything was different. A mentor and loyal associates whom he found here are waiting for him. Yo Wang picked up a dish specially prepared for the occasion. Ching thought that this must be his second home. Although it is not what a native place should usually be, it was quite enough. Ching Chun gave Xiao Xiao a flash drive with recordings of the game of Xiangxi. The boy wondered if Lee Shuin noticed anything strange when Ching was moved. He was a little surprised that now he himself became the object of observation. Shuin said that the transfer to another world takes a little less than a second. He can't say anything more specific. This was not enough to formulate some new regularity. The boy was interested in where the real Ching Chun had gone. His person. The young man did not want to think that he had killed the personality or spirit, as it was more convenient to say of the boy who lived in the inner world. He wanted to ask about the energy in his body. Ching Chun couldn't wait to start training. But Shuin stopped him and ordered to follow him. The guy asked where they were going. The teacher said that it was time to introduce the student to the world outside the prison. Shuin led the boy along the corridor and asked his student if it wasn't interesting to see the world. Ching Chun was glad that he would now see a steel, forest-like array of houses. After all, before that, he could only observe the prison. The mentor praised his student for his restraint, but the teenager's mental level should match his level. As long as Lee Shuin was training and training Ching Chun, he couldn't let anything bad happen in the metamorphoses. He emphasized that the disciple of the famous Lee Shuin should also see the legendary landscape, about which all the inhabitants of the city are talking. Yo Wang brought a mask. He asked Ching Chun to dress her because it was too early for him to reveal himself. Behind the gates, Ching Chun thought about the fact that such a desired will was so close. He saw a tall tower burning with different neon colors. It looked like some kind of restaurant or establishment for expensive guests. The waiter met the young couple. The guy was clearly from a rich family. The waiter informed that the restaurant is fully booked and closed to outside visitors for this evening. Molodic thought it was a raffle. The restaurant staff stood on both sides of the aisle where the car arrived. Lee Shuin and another unknown guy in a mask got out of the car. The waiter said that everything was done as agreed. The servant bowed to the guests. The man reported that the video cameras throughout the room and around the perimeter were turned off. Shuin said that everything is the same as in the outside world. You can do anything for money. Ching Chun wondered why Lee Shuin was in prison if he could leave it at any time. The man replied that he had unfinished business, and he should be here until the end of his work. The guy asked why the restaurant was still open at such a late hour. Lee Shuin replied that life in this city only begins at night. Ching wondered when people rested, because it was commonplace to sleep. Shuin talked about special neural circuits that allow you to quickly put a person into a state of sleep. 2 to 3 hours are enough to rest. Advanced technologies made life easier for people. Ching Chun asked if there were any side effects from using technology. Shuin replied that any technology has 2 ends, like a stick. After using technology, man lost control over his body. Lee Shuin spoke about the fact that genetic experiments always end in certain troubles. Plants extract the last nutrients from the earth. Animals lose their fertility. Technical development has caused a spiritual crisis. Ching Chun was looking at a strange cruise ship that looked like a classical Chinese temple. Shuin said that the liner belongs to a mechanical cult. He uses the blood and sweat of his followers as fuel. Shuin and Ching Chun were served food. The boy asked his mentor where his chopsticks were. The man replied that the boy would not eat because he was wearing a mask. The teacher ordered noodles for the student. Shuin said that the restaurant is located in a very tall building in the city of 18. If you look out the window, you can see only 2 buildings on the horizon that are the same height. These are the buildings of the Li and Qing clans. Lee Shuin said that today he showed the most beautiful and most populated part of the city. The next time there is an opportunity to go and see the city, he is ready to show the least attractive part of the city. The teacher said that the student could look through the large viewing binoculars. Ching Chun saw some people with weapons and uniforms approach the building. They were going to storm the building where Shuin and Ching were staying. The man asked his disciple if he was not afraid. Ching Chun replied that Lee Shuin would be a bad mentor if he allowed his disciple to disappear now. This would be evidence of complete incompetence. At that time, soldiers were training at a well-known military base. The commander ordered to check the level of charge of the mechanical limbs of the fighters and report to him on the state of readiness of each fighter. The man said that Boss Chen asked to do without shooting today so as not to involve other participants in the case. The assistant commander did not fully understand the command. The man replied that he would understand in time. In a minute, the guy in the cap dealt with a unit of soldiers who were just listening to their commander's orders not to fire at the enemy. The stranger poked and asked not to disturb. A stranger in a classic suit approached the mentor and student. Shuin asked to let his disciple finish his meal and asked if it was true that Chen Yehu had been promoted to A level. The stranger emphasized that it was not important in this situation. Chen Yehu bowed to Lee Shuin and said that they had no intention of quarreling with the Night Order or the Henshi. He had arrived to demand that Shuin and his companion return to prison number 18. Shuin assured that he and his student would sit for a while and voluntarily and calmly go to their place of residence. Chen said they would be left alone when they returned to the prison, and left the guests. Helicopters were flying outside the window. Shuin said that such a noise is always raised when he leaves prison number 18. Ching Chun asked why they were reacting like that. Are they really afraid of his teacher? Lee Shuin replied that even as a demigod, you are not necessarily feared to death. They were not afraid of him. He just got on some people's nerves. They were afraid of fire. And now the mentor and student had to return. Ching Chun looked at the rotorcraft hovering in the air near the tower they were in. He mentally promised to come back here. He was attracted by the lights of neon signs, and the helicopters hanging near him were also angry. Chen Yehu was approached by a woman who served him. She reported that the advanced unit was killed near the reserve Black Passage. All fighters were unconscious. Someone attacked them and then retreated. The man remarked that this ambush only meant that the net in which they were trying to trap their enemy was not strong enough. He ordered the unit to retreat to their positions and rest. While Lee Shuin was returning to prison with his apprentice, a message was transmitted over the encrypted communication channels that Shuin was trying to hatch a new plot and carry out his secret plan. Shuin asked Ching Chun while they were on their way home if he had any idea why the teacher ordered him to wear the mask. The boy replied that in this way the mentor protects him from danger. The man praised his intelligent and highly intelligent student for understanding and taking his mentor's requests seriously. He promised that he would go as far as possible as his teacher and mentor. And then he will only have to look after his student and dream that he could go as far as possible in his development and struggle on the path of which he was soon to start, although he himself did not know about it. Ching Chun asked Shuin when they would have another chance to go out and walk freely. The man laughed and said that in a few days they would visit the city again, but this time it would not be so famous. Boss Chen sat down at the table next to Agent Kunlun. He wondered if the redhead had seen the latest news. He replied that he had seen it and concluded that it was necessary to get closer to Liu Deju. After all, Lee Shuin is a very famous person. And even if the boss doesn't like Liu, it must be taken into account that he is now the closest person to Lee Shuin. Chen said he increasingly trusts his intuition. He believed that a person like Liu could not be liked by Lee Shuin. The boss concluded that a third traveler was in prison. It is necessary to find it very quickly. The countdown reminded them that their time in the inner world was limited. It is worth hurrying. The woman was sitting at the table. Boss, he entered the room. He told the girl not to be nervous. He just came to deliver a message that needs to be delivered very quickly to people she knows about. The boss told the woman to send 2 messages. One was addressed to He Xiao Xiao, who was to cut ties with certain individuals who were already known in the inner world to be travelers. Secondly, it was necessary to gather as much information as possible about Lee Shuin, because the new details that were found out indicated that this man had much more strength and power than was believed at first. The boss said that now they should be the first to make contact with Liu Deju to win him over to their side, and only then will they participate in the confrontation with the Kunlun organization. It is necessary to overtake the enemy. The man said that the next time he caught the woman lazing around and losing her vigilance again, he would report it to the head of the organization and she would be punished. And when the boss finds a replacement for her, he will immediately get rid of her. The boss said goodbye to his charge, who immediately ran to convey his message to his henchmen. He calmly went on his way. After all, it was the only place where surveillance was not carried out in this cyber city. Xiao Xiao looked at Lee Shuin, who was reading something. The boy thought that the boss did not pay attention to the events that happened last night. He does not take them very seriously. He seems to have nothing to do with them. Guo approached Xiao Xiao. He asked why no one had warned him last night when they were going into town. He certainly would not refuse to visit and walk around the city. Shutin's assistant thought about how Guo knew about this. After all, he had no connections or sources of information from the outside. Xiao Xiao wondered if among the peaks that Guo had brought here were people with not only physical, but also spiritual development. And isn't he afraid of big corporations? Xiao Xiao thought that this big man wouldn't believe that he and the boss just went out for a walk. After all, for most, Shutin was a demigod who had his own plans and reasons for doing something. However, many people forgot that he was simply very free-spirited, and was marked by certain intentions and inclinations that were difficult for other people to understand. He had his own temper and his views, which could not be understood by some. Qin Xian's number sounded from the speakers. He was asked to go to the appointment room. Guo was surprised because others were allowed one date in 3 months, and someone visited Qing Chun yesterday. Xiao Xiao advised not to anger Li Shutong with questions about that strange newcomer, as he did not like him very much, so he might get very angry when asked about that boy. It was worth protecting your health. Qing Chun walked into the dating room. His bride was sitting there. She brought home-cooked food for him to eat. The girl said that although they don't know much about each other, her elders say that they should communicate. The boy ate the food brought to him by his girlfriend with appetite. He noted that she cooked very tasty, and everything was just perfect. The girl said something in Japanese but left because their time was up. Xiao Xiao sat alone at the table. He missed the times when he could talk to Qing Sen. After the boss ordered to temporarily stop contact, the boy was very sad. After all, Yo Wang was very silent. The robot again took Liu Deju to solitary confinement, who could not understand what he had done to be constantly locked up in solitary confinement. He could not live normally at this moment during the transfer to the inner world. A guy in a mask entered Liu's cell. Liu was very scared. He asked what the stranger needed from him and what he wanted. In general, I was interested in what this weirdo wanted to do with him. He realized that it was the third traveler. Masked Qing Chun showed the inscription on the tablet that he had been mistaken for Liu Deju. Liu fell to his knees and begged him to forgive him, because he did not want to take away his celebrity and fame. He promised not to do this upon his return. Qing wrote on the tablet that Liu, on the other hand, had to prove to everyone that it was him. Liu Deju said that he was fed up with Papa Cancer. After all, once an unknown person filmed him just in the bathroom. Another ordered to look better on camera. Qing asked about the sentence given to Liu. The boy replied that he did not know, because when he appeared here, he was immediately in prison. Qing revealed that Liu was sentenced to 99 years and 7 months. Liu guessed that his interlocutor did not want to talk to him because the boy could recognize him. So, it's either one of his friends or someone from school who often hangs out with him. Qing Chun was confused by such a question. He moved closer to Liu and told him that Deju had actually pushed the club out so that he would take the blame. Clubs in the inner world often do this sort of thing. They choose a loser to be the scapegoat. Liu listened to his guest. His voice was unlike any voice he had ever heard in his life. He would remember such timbre and depth 100%, but he could not remember anything like that. Qing asked if they could continue talking. Liu replied that he had nothing against the conversation. He was ready to listen and talk to the boss. The guest said he had come to make a deal. Liu was supposed to pretend to be him, and Qing, in turn, seemed to help throw off the years of punishment. The boy could not believe such an offer. Qing replied that he would find the real criminals and make them confess. The guy asked that he still had no way out. After all, the situation is definitely not in his favor. Liu agreed to such a deal. He asked what was required of him. Qing said that a person like Liu Deju would definitely attract the attention of someone from the outside world. Liu needs to find out what is required of him. After that, you should convince those who are interested that they can receive from you or buy from you information about what will interest them. To put it bluntly, he wanted to contact the criminals through Liu Qing. Deju objected, because he wanted to get at least something from each deal. Qing Chun assured that the boy would receive a fortune from every deal that was completed successfully. For example, it can be improved nutrition or some kind of good, or he can get the opportunity to read news from the outside world in his cell, or get the opportunity to play on a device for virtual life. Liu hadn't expected the third traveler to have such an impact, but he understood that if he agreed to replace Qin in the real world, he would be in danger. He spoke about the fact that he had already been attacked after his last return, and he was saved by Kunlun agents. Qing asked to tell all the details of the case. Kunlun agents said that someone had noticed Liu after rumors spread that the boy knew Lee Shuin and belonged to his entourage. Someone wants to use it. Qing wondered if he was really risking Deju's life. He didn't care before it reflected on Liu. However, it was important not to let such a communicator go. It would be a pity for him to die so easily. Qing wondered if Liu wanted to gain the ability to protect his body after that incident. For example, gene injection. Qing Chun said that he hoped that he would use the medicine for Liu for good reason. Liu Deju was full of enthusiasm and determination. He asked to be given the slightest opportunity to show his loyalty and devotion. He is willing to take risks in order to get a useful profit. Liu talked about his acquaintances and boasted about how the newcomers to their school tried to get to know him better and how he could benefit from them. That way he could definitely be useful to his new boss. Liu asked how he could contact the boss in the outside world. Qing Chun replied that he would find him himself and let him know. When Qing left, Liu reflected on the fact that he had not been able to get close to Li Shutong, but had made the acquaintance of Li Shutong. Shutong met Qing Chun, who had just come out of Liu's cell. The teacher recognized Liu's classmate Qin. However, he was surprised because he believed that everyone from the outside world was the same as his student. Qing asked where he could find the gene injection. Shutin guessed who it was for. Xiao Xiao asked how appropriate it was to give the injection to Liu. Qing Qin assured that he would do it safely for himself. In addition, thanks to the injection, Deju will be able to defend himself. Otherwise, it will be very easy to catch him and interrogate him. This can call into question the entire operation and all their efforts. Qing believed that he was doing the right thing, and with his actions, he protects his firewall from the dangers that lie in wait for him in the outside world. He came to Liu with a case containing the drug. Before that, I asked him to remember everything he was going to say. He explained the order in which the drug should be injected, the time required for the qualitative assimilation of each element, and exactly how they affect the human body. Each level requires a person to have certain skills. Qing Chun warned that the first and second injections would be painful, but if Liu does not have enough courage to feel the pain of the injection, then he is generally unworthy. Qing asked Yo and Xiao Xiao if Liu Deju would inject the medicine. Yo Wang doubted, because the pain from the very attempt to inject the drug is accompanied by a pain that penetrates to the very bones. Many give up after the first attempt. Yo added that everything in the world has its own price. If you want to increase the indicators of your strength abilities, then suffering is an integral part. The same is the case with a genetic drug. Many of those who have awakened have personally experienced the loss of a loved one or a close person, or received an extremely strong external stimulus for further development. Time passed, and there was no sound from Liu. Qing decided that the boy lacked the courage to give the injection. Many people dream of becoming much stronger, but when they actually get the chance to do it, they immediately give up when they understand the cost of it. Yo Wang walked up to Qing Chun and handed him a gold bar. He said that Shutan had ordered the gold to be given up, even though his disciple would refuse. The teacher could not just send the student to the outside world. Xiao Xiao gave Qing a communication device that would encrypt the communication channels. There were two of these devices, and they were used by spies to communicate with each other. Qing asked why they were to him. Xiao replied that it was an order from Shutong himself. The boss said that as a mentor he has certain responsibilities to his student. These devices will help to hide your identity in the outside world and stay safe. Qing Chun looked at the dial. The countdown showed a minute until the move. Xiao Xiao and Yo Wang went to Liu Deju's cell. They forcibly decided to inject him with a gene drug. Qing was sitting in class. He was translating a phrase he had heard from his bride in the inner world. He seriously thought about learning Japanese. It was strange to him that he communicated and did not understand everything. The guy was lying on the bed. He thought that his bride was playing a game in which he behaved passively, because in order to understand what she was saying, he had to go back to the outside world and translate automatically. A big plus for learning the language was that his peers in the inner world were also mostly from Korea and Japan. He had to communicate with different people when he got outside the Confederacy. Qing Chun thought that it was much better for him and his bride to live in the inner world. She looks happy there too. No one is trying to deceive or involve in intrigues. Their dates were a vacation. In the morning, photojournalists and journalists gathered near the school. Everyone was trying to find out the reasons why Liu screamed like crazy all night and what injury led him to such a result. If everything is fine, then why did he shout like that? Liu asked everyone to disperse and leave him alone. He pushed one of the annoying journalists. He flew a few meters away. Everyone watched this in confusion. Deju himself could not believe that he possessed such power. Liu pushed his bike as hard as he could. He thought about the stranger who brought him such an expensive and hard-to-reach thing as an injection. It was difficult to compete for her even in the inner world, and the guest found less than a day. After arriving at the school, Liu read the news that Lee Shuin was in a restaurant with a stranger in a cat mask. The Qing and Lee clans reacted to Shutin's exit. Even the Qing family's airship rose into the air. Aboard the airship was a forbidden artifact that the Qing clan might have wanted to use to deal with Lee Shuin. Military bases also sounded the alarm about Shutin's visit. Even Chen Hu visited him. The person in the cat mask has not yet been identified, but it caused excitement throughout the Federation. Liu thought that his new boss was a weighty and important figure who was difficult to understand. Then his thoughts turned to the author of the article, who had access to such masses of information. The man probably knew about the launch of the land cruiser airship, and about the artifact that is kept on board. Qing Chun thought about that. Who was the correspondent under the nickname Prince Brave? If Xiao Xiao published strategies, the prince was more like a military correspondent. He had access to more serious information. And there is a huge possibility that a powerful organization or group is behind the prince. After all, he is not afraid to write the truth about quite powerful people, clans, and consortia. Or he, like Xiao Xiao, possesses some kind of technology. It is worth expecting an influx of travelers recently, and these travelers will be different from the previous ones who just wanted to be famous on the internet. New travelers will have technology and special skills. Qing Chun watched as Liu behaved with the newcomers. The rich were stingy, but Deju decided to keep part of the acquired wealth for himself. Qing is amazed at how Liu behaved. He got a lot of profit, but he started cheating. It was important to note that Liu had tricked both Qing Chun and Hu Xiaoya. Both boys became tools for making money. Liu's intelligence has risen to a fairly high level. You need to be careful in the future. Soon Liu wrote, "Pupils. Majors wanted to establish themselves in the city of 18 and asked for advice on how to do it. He suggested first making small concessions for them, then catching more fish." Qing Chun wrote that there is no need to extort wealth and money from novices, and Liu should return the gold watch he had bartered from one of Hai's students. In the future, payment is required only in the form of gold bars. Qing received a message from Tunlun. She reported that the Kunlun organization had warned her mother about the escape of the 9 suspects in the traveler case, so they might come to their city. 2 travelers have gone missing in the last 24 hours, so you have to be very careful. The fugitives' methods were brutal and vile, and many people could have been hurt. The girl asked to live with her mother for a certain time at the boys' house. They even agreed to sleep on the floor, if only not in their own home, because many of the townspeople knew that Jiang Shuo was a traveler. Messages from Taiyunlun continued to arrive. They said that 3 travelers had already disappeared in the city of Lo. They announced themselves very loudly on the internet, and therefore were quickly found. According to the latest data, there were 200 travelers in the city of Lo. The guy was amazed by the number of registered travelers, and how many more were hidden from the public. Many new travelers simply moved to the city of Lo and settled here. Ching Chun wrote that they could meet after school. He would go to their house first to check if there were any suspicious people around. In this way, he wanted to give at least some security to Jiang. At this time, Liu Deju wrote to Qin. He reported that rich classmates agreed to his proposal. They are willing to pay a few gold bars as a sign of goodwill. Liu wanted to renounce his fate. Instead, he wanted to soften the conditions of detention in the prison of the inner world. Qing replied that everything would depend on Liu's success. The boy thought about the fugitives who hunted travelers. This time they are organized and have a plan. A lot of time has passed, but they have not been caught. Such a criminal organization or group is the biggest threat to travelers known on the internet. So far, Qing has not seen any strangers. He carefully examined the house. Everything in the rooms was as it was left. So, there was no ambush in the house. He wrote a message to the girl and her mother that they could visit him. Qing told Jiang that he was not a traveler, so no one came to visit him, and it is not profitable for the fugitives to make a fuss. Jiang thanked for the shelter. She felt more confident in his company. While Aunt Jiang went to prepare dinner, Ching Chun asked the girl if she had heard anything about Shutin and his trip to the city with a stranger. The girl replied that the consortia were not interested in releasing Lee. The girl said that there was no information about Lee Shuin for a very long time, and suddenly he makes such a loud visit to one of the best restaurants in the city. Everyone was concerned about the activity. The girl asked what Ching Chun was doing in the inner world when Shutin and the guest in the cat mask visited the restaurant. The guy replied that at that time he was riding a train and was looking at a huge airship. The girl asked if the boy knew about the reasons for which Lee Shuin went to prison. Ching replied that he did not ask the man about this, as it was not correct at his young age. The girl asked for some information in return. Ching said that he only had news from the outside world. He insisted that it was worth joining the travelers' group chat, but first mastering the technology to protect information from the inner world. He revealed that his guesses that Xiao Xiao was not a single person, but an entire organization had come true. Of course, this is only his assumption, but the circumstances are such that it looks like the truth. The girl asked if Ching Chun did not tell the news about the inner world because he did not trust her, or maybe she could figure out who the boy in the parallel world was based on the amount of information. The light suddenly went out. It looked like someone had planned an attack or sabotage. Someone was on the mountain, although no one had lived there for a long time. Uninvited guests would have seen the light in his house and therefore knew that someone was home. Ching Chun looked into the kitchen and asked her aunt to behave as she usually does. He promised to help and protect them and their daughter. The woman asked what to do now. They heard footsteps that sounded like mechanical ones. The sound was like someone lying on the floor listening to what was going on below. Ching ordered to behave calmly and not to panic. He asked Jiang to contact Kunlun via the internet. The woman tried, but the signal was blocked. Bandits are very well prepared. Ching looked at the secret transmitters Shutin had given him. The signal was very strong. The guy decided to wait a bit. They pretended they were just having dinner. Panic receded. The readiness to act and resist the attackers when they decide to act has come. Neighbors' voices were heard behind the door. A group of youths decided to visit Jiang Shui and brought her groceries. They knocked on the door and called Aunt Jiang. Confused, the woman asked Ching Chun what she should do next. The sounds of struggle can be heard from behind the door. Ching Chun thought that even if there were travelers with extraordinary abilities behind the door, they would not be able to deal with them so quickly. Ching wrote to Dezhou and asked him to come to Ching Chun's residence. The boy didn't understand why, But Qing ordered that Liu inform Xiao Yu of the successful first stage of the deal and negotiate a reward. He thought that there would be little point with Liu, but Kunlun agents would definitely arrive here after him, who should guard the little one around the clock. Qing was not wrong in his guesses. Agents of the Kunlun organization were already nearby. They had been following Liu from the moment he jumped out of his house and ran to call a taxi. The agent was ordered to conduct surveillance. The redhead ordered to keep up. The man also ordered 2 agents to take up positions near the house Liu Deju was going to. The people of the organization, listening to Liu's conversations, reported that he had come to collect gold bars. The redhead wondered if this boy had been in contact with any of the travelers. His partner asked if this guy might have a special status in the inner world, and he could buy something that would be a resource in the inner world. Meanwhile, Liu took the gold and went to the home that Qing Chun had told him about. The agents couldn't figure out what this weirdo was doing. Someone began to complain that instead of doing serious business, they were now wasting their time. A boy with mechanical legs came out to meet Liu. He looked at Liu Deju carefully and wondered where they could have met, as the face was very familiar. The stranger informed someone about the meeting by means of communication. An unknown man chased after Liu Deju. The agents decided it was time to intervene. They began to surround the scene to save the life of the boy they were supposed to protect. Everyone rushed to chase the stranger. There was a loud explosion. People were scattered in all directions. They tried to protect their eyes from the stones and debris flying everywhere. The red-haired man realized that the criminals had planted the explosives earlier in order to buy time later. The aide said it was all very suspicious. Someone calculated all the steps of the agents and, as if from the sidelines, watched the events unfold. Someone was trying to sow chaos and destruction everywhere. All agents survived. The agents gathered their forces and began to pursue the target. They decided to get even with the criminals who could harm some of the travelers. No more human sacrifices can be allowed. The red-haired man stopped under the window. He was looking at the broken glass. The mechanical limbs of the attackers were not of the best quality. They could not withstand the fall from the second floor, and even more so if someone was held in their arms. The agents ran back to the front door. The redhead was still thinking about how he could have been wrong. He thought that if he was wrong, then he signed his own death sentence. But his intuition never failed him. Unknown men were standing near the car. Some of them dragged bags with something to the car. They were clearly against the fact that the agents jumped out at them. One of the criminals opened fire on the agents. The red-haired man ordered his partner, who was driving the car, to shoot down the attackers. The man could barely dodge the bullets. They flew straight to the agent. The agents defeated the attackers as a group. When the police and doctors arrived, they found the criminals tied up. The police were surprised by how one man managed to defeat a group of criminals. Qing Chun watched the fight through the window. He found out for himself that Liu Yuan was a superhuman with extraordinary abilities. This organization was not as simple as they positioned themselves. Separately, they were weak. But when all the loners came together, they were a powerful force that could withstand the attacks of the enemies. And they could act as a group against the chaos that penetrated their ranks. Thanks to them, the attackers were neutralized. Qing Chun returned to the mother with her daughter and assured her that everything would be fine now. He suggested just sitting down and finishing dinner. After all, now they are completely safe. Jiang thanked for the rescue. The girl asked if it was Qing who summoned the Kunlun agents. He said it was impossible to do because there was no signal. He was amazed at how quickly the girl put everything together. The only thing that made him happy and optimistic was that he could also learn a lot of interesting things from her. He asked her if she was scared. The girl replied that she was a little scared, but now everything is fine. The girl looked into Brother Qin's eyes and asked if he would come to her aid when she was in the inner world. Will he be afraid to reveal his identity to people from a parallel world? Is he ready to sacrifice the secret? She asked him why he did not want to reveal his secret even to her, because she was more than just an acquaintance to him. Besides, she is just a child. What evil intentions can she have? Qing Chun and his guests sat down at the table again. Jiang realized that she had been so scared then that she had forgotten to add salt to the food, and now it was not very tasty. The guy asked the woman not to worry. The bandits were in the hospital. Xiao Yu was also lying next to them. He thought about the fact that all these people were travelers, but they managed to get hold of the gene preparation so quickly. They became extremely strong and agile. The redhead, who was being led down the hospital corridor by his partner, asked to be placed next to Xiao Yu. The partner asked why, because a special ward had been prepared for the man. Rudy said he had to get information. Xiao Yu and the redhead were lying in bed next to each other. The boy decided to thank his savior for the fact that he reacted quickly and was able to figure out the plan of the attackers. The redhead boasted to the boy about how brave and courageous he was when he went to help them, and how he dodged bullets when the attackers shot at him. The man remarked that the boy could not see it because he was in a bag. He added that if Boss Chen had seen his actions, he would certainly have given him a salary increase and a bonus for such a risk to his own health. The boy asked how the man learned about the attack. The agent said they had been notified, and it was their direct duty to catch the attacker. The boy asked who helped them and called for help. The man said that it is a secret of the investigation and he cannot talk about it. The agent who was with the redhead brought an evidence bag containing cell phones. He asked Xiao Yu if these were their cell phones. The boy realized that the last message was from Liu Deju. The rookie realized that it was Liu Deju who had put the Kunlun agents on their trail. After all, it was not for nothing that he sent a message that the first agreement was completed. It was Liu who helped them escape from the clutches of the kidnappers. The only question that remained was how Liu knew that their group was in danger and was able to find out where they were in order to send the Kunlun agents there. He wrote back to Liu that he was very grateful for the rescue and would soon pay. Deju looked at the message he received from his rich friend, and he kept thinking that he should take 1 ingot for himself to enrich himself at the expense of his boss, because he will have everything he wants anyway. The redhead asked how they could be trapped. After all, the agents thought they had come for Jiang Shui or her daughter. And at this time, Liu sat and seemed to wait for the criminals to be found. Then it turned out that the place of the crime was Jiang's house. There were a lot of questionable moments in the whole story. The guy himself started talking about how they wanted to visit the neighbors from the 201st apartment. It was there that they fell into the trap of criminals without even suspecting it. The man wondered if they really weren't travelers, and it all happened by accident. It was actually a fall and an accident. At this moment, the redhead's assistant came over and informed about the message from Jiang Shui. She wrote that she hid in her neighbor's house. The aide informed Commander Liu that it was worth paying for the treatment, and his means are not enough. The man was very upset because his salary was not enough, and here are new costs. He could not cover them. A boy watched all this. He approached the agents and offered to pay for Captain Liu's treatment, so that it would look like a charitable contribution to the Kunlun organization from him personally. The man denied. The agent did not want to be in debt to the guy, because then doubts would arise about the honesty and fairness of the principles of the organization. And there will be a choice of who to save first, an ordinary person or the one who paid. The man was apologizing because these were not his own words but those of his boss. The redhead hastened to assure that his boss was an ordinary good person and had no intention of offending or provoking anyone. The men wondered why Xiao Yu was so rich, how many gold bars he was obliged to give to Liu Deju for a favor. The guy replied that he owed 1,000-gram gold bars. Rudy understood that the deal was about the inner world. The agent ordered his assistant to register all of the 4 that Xiao Yu belonged to as travelers to the inner world. There could be no mistake here. He wrote to the boss that Liu was indeed enjoying the status. Boss Chen replied that the guess had nothing to do with it. After all, after Hu made an appointment with Liu Deju, he did not wait for him at home, but simply went to visit a neighbor. Will a person go to someone before an important deal? The redhead replied that he would not do that or even sit in front of the house for more than 20 minutes and wait for the thieves to visit. It was just silly. The men realized that Liu had his own boss. The boss said that this whole time someone was playing detective with them and leading them down the wrong path. After that, They did find a couple of clues that helped them solve the problem. Someone did order Liu Deju to come to that yard. Someone unknown found the tracks of the bandits, and he ordered Liu to voluntarily sit in front of the house for 20 minutes. Tonight, there was another person involved in the case in the house. He was supposed to be the third traveler from prison 18. Tonight, someone was controlling Leo's actions and lashing out at the organization and its members, leading them by the nose and using them. There is nothing wrong with this, because so far the unknown is friendly towards the agents. The boss refused Liu's request to interrogate Deja. It could turn their potential friend into an enemy. Besides, they have no right to do this to a law-abiding citizen. Chen thought about where Jiang Shui was hiding. She found the stipule with her daughter at the neighbors downstairs. That boy had already come into the organization's sphere of attention once. Even then, he seemed a little strange. Liu wondered why the boy seemed strange. Rudy added that at that moment the signal was blocked, and there was no way the guy could call someone for help or order Liu Deju to go to the house where the bandits were. Ching Chun lay down to rest. He thought that even when his subordinate was interrogated, they might find out that he had a boss, but they would never know who he was. Today's events did not concern him. Ching Chun believed that all the strings by which he was pulling and manipulating Liu Deju were in his hands. In this way, he confirmed his opinion that he is more suited to the role of a chess player and not a figurine. While he was lying there thinking, Tunyun came up to him. She asked why the boy was still awake and wondered what his decision was about her suggesting he go on a public holiday to have fun. Ching pretended not to understand, but the girl asked him not to pretend, because he has a phenomenal memory. Tiun said that they should just go and have fun, relieve the tension, because a lot has happened lately. The girl said that if Ching Chen refused, her mother would also refuse. And it's dangerous to stay in the city now, because 5 more people from the secret organization that kidnapped travelers are walking free. Finally, the girl admitted that she just wanted to escape from the extra classes she had to attend if they didn't get out of town. Ching thought about the fact that a child who wanted to run away from trouble was talking to him now. But even though Yun Yun was a descendant of the Lee consortium in the inner world, she was still an ordinary little girl in this reality, and there was no escape from studying. Therefore, he will try to persuade Jiang to travel. The girl said that she would handle it herself, because the only thing that was important was that Ching went with them. Mom believed that with this boy they would be safe. Tianyun assured that they would not go far. A school friend wrote to him in the middle of the night. The boy said that Hu Xiaoyu had invited almost the entire class to Laozun Mountain, where Ching Chun and Jiang and their daughter were going to go. Ching thought that this was no coincidence. Ching thought that everyone just wanted to connect with Liu Deju. Such generosity on the part of a classmate who promised to pay for everything. Besides, Liu allegedly saved their lives and they felt obliged. It was strange that they invited his friend and forgot about him. This led to different thoughts. His identity could not be revealed in any way, and therefore the reason was completely different. Maybe the girl was just offended. Ching concluded that only those who were travelers were invited. The company still found it necessary to set up connections with travelers to reap the benefits of useful connections in the inner world. In the morning, he met Jiang Shui in the kitchen. The woman praised the boy for cooking for himself, but now his task was to study well. She would cook for him herself. After all, his parents simply forgot about him. The woman asked if Ching Chun was taking extra classes. He said no. Jiang recommended good courses for self-training. The boy understood why Li Tunyun was going to run away on public holidays. Jiang Shui asked about the trip. She agreed that now her daughter needs to rest. After all, after recent events and nervous tension, the girl may develop mental trauma, which will harm her health. The woman said that she had planned their trip, and today after Ching came home from school, they would take a bus and go to the mountain, where they would stay for a day and come back. Jiang Shui said that it was enough to relax. At school, Ching Chun's friend asked him if he would go with them on the holidays. One of the girls said that unfortunately the number of seats in the bus is limited, and that's why they can't take the boy. Ching replied that he had plans anyway. The girl apologized to Sin for not being able to take him. Next time he will be one of the first to be recorded and invited much earlier than others. Qing was not offended. He was glad that he had company. Liu approached Hu Xiaoyu and asked him not to do foolish things and not to argue with those who cannot be argued with. After all, it can reflect badly on them and break their agreement. Liu hoped to maintain business and friendly relations. He hoped that the relationship with the boss would help improve the financial situation and improve the situation in the inner world. In this way, life will improve. Boss Chen met Boss Lu in the park. He asked the man why he was still in Jing City, because it was a simple, ordinary, trivial city that was so boring and uncomfortable. Lu replied that their meeting was not accidental. Zheng asked what was drawing a man here who should be many kilometers away in his favorite place. The man replied that Kunlun had successfully neutralized and captured 4 criminals last night. The 9 realms could not but be interested in this event. After all, this does not happen very often. Zheng replied that it was Kunlun's duty, not some one-time action, but 5 people still remained at large. Therefore, their work is not finished. Lu said that this was Boss Zheng trying to explain to him that the realms had broken the rules and agreements of their time. He reminded that everything will change when the group chat becomes operational. People will start joining the realms, and Kunlun will lose its agents and potential candidates. Then there will be no people in the organization, and they will not be able to perform their functions in any way. Lu knew about gene drugs. Boss Zheng used them on his people in order to give them superpowers so that ordinary soldiers could perform the tasks of agents. But did Zheng tell his subordinates about the consequences of taking the drugs? Zheng said that everyone has their own choice, and therefore, when the choice is made, it is too late to regret the choice. Lu said that he felt it was wrong for the organization to take such care of Liu Deju. After all, something was wrong. Lu had observed the boy himself and considered him unworthy of an authority like Lee Shuin paying attention to him. Therefore, he saw no point in increasing its importance. And why keep it a secret? The only justification for such reckless actions can be the desire to confuse Boss Lu and harm him to gain more influence in the outer and inner worlds. The old commander was implementing his secret plan. Zheng turned to his opponent, who was rolling a coin in his hands, which was a secret artifact that could distinguish truth from lies. Lu was surprised by Zheng's awareness and realized that the trick had failed. Lu walked away, because he wasn't going to get the answer he wanted today. However, he was not too upset, because he did receive some information, although Zheng himself did not realize that he had reported something very important. Boss Lu got into the car that was waiting for him. His intention to find out the truth with the help of a magical artifact failed because the coin was too noticeable when it was turned in the hand. What was the condition for its activation? The driver asked his boss if he had managed to find out any details about Kunlun's investigation and interrogation. Lu said that he was no longer interested in it because it would be Boss Zheng's trouble. Kunlun agents watched as a group of school students led by Liu Deju boarded the bus. Agents confusedly asked for further instructions for their actions, and do they need reinforcements? The partner on the radio said that the commander had given the order to follow the bus. There will be no reinforcements yet. There were no people in the organization to send help at all. Tomorrow, they will be replaced by other agents. At this time, Qing Chen and Jiang Shui and their daughter arrived at their resting place. Qing took the woman by the shoulders. She asked worriedly what happened. Jiang realized that the boy had noticed something suspicious and dangerous. A group of men got out of a van standing opposite. They had one thing in common. They were all wearing black berets, like the people who attacked them in their own house the previous evening. Criminals could fall into a trap. There was only one road leading to the mountain, so if the agents arrived here, they could easily block the retreat routes and catch the criminals who were able to escape then. Smart criminals wouldn't do that. He told Jiang Shui his suspicions. He only added that if the criminals had come for her, they would not even have allowed her to get off the bus, but would have blocked them there. So their goal was different. Other people could have been hurt. The woman panicked. She offered to return. Qing replied that it was the last bus going this way, so there was no going back now. Thanks to Jiang keeping her identity a secret, she was safe. The girl reassured her mother that Qing Chen was with them, and he would definitely come up with something to get out of the mess. The boy replied that they will go to the hotel now, and in the morning they will take the first bus home. Ching wrote a message to Liu asking him not to go out on the holidays and to stay at home until the other bandits who were kidnapping travelers were caught. If the boy does not come, then his other classmates will not come either. The woman asked what she could do to help the boy. He replied that she could prepare dinner. Meanwhile, he will watch through the window the movement of people around the hotel. He hoped to follow criminals. The girl sneaked up behind Ching Chen. She asked if he was tired and offered to change him at the observation post. He assured that he would cope with this task. Caution will not hurt in such a case. Suddenly, he saw two men sneaking through the yard. One of them was talking on the walkie-talkie. The boy realized that they were ready to attack. It remained to be guessed who would be their victim this time. Residents of a neighboring guest house could become victims of bandits. Many people can suffer from an attack, although they were not involved in the journeys to the inner world, but simply happened to be nearby. At that time, the red-haired commander interrogated the peasant, who reported suspicious people to the police. It happened at noon. The agent clarified all the details of the man. He asked if women were among the criminals. The commander realized that he was simply being led by the nose. The agent asked how much the man was paid to lie and whether he was aware of the consequences of his actions, which would now harm many innocent people. Commander Lu could not understand why he had been lured out of the city, because there were still Kunlun agents there who would immediately react to the slightest manifestation of a criminal group that preys on travelers. Suddenly, he put all the guesses and information into a single picture. He was not distracted from the city. They tried to get him away from the mountain where the national holiday will take place. There were definitely no agents of the organization there. Liu Deju ended up in prison. He was still under Yo Wang and Xiao Xiao's control. The boy explained that he had brought 5 gold bars with him. One of them is his fate from the deal. Ching asked why you didn't reply to his message. Liu's excuse was that he was with his classmates and simply could not look at the means of communication. Ching Chun warned Dejo not to leave the house for 7 days after his return. The guy was embarrassed. He said that he had already arrived for the celebration at Laojun Mountain. Ching asked where he and his friends were staying. Liu replied that they were currently staying at the Yunshan Hotel. There were 47 people in total. Ching Chun was angry. He asked why no one had informed him earlier that the boy was going to travel precisely for national holidays, and even so far from the city. Liu replied that it happened by itself. Liu Deju realized that the boss was not his classmate. Otherwise, he would have known about the mountain and the whole class's trip to the celebration. However, how did the attackers know that travelers would arrive at this particular hotel? Ching Chun said that there were traitors among their group. Someone not only handed over the list of tourists and their route, but also informed the attackers about where the travelers would spend the night. And even that the group will arrive a day earlier. Ching Chun looked into his interlocutor's eyes. He ordered to listen carefully to every word and remember everything he said. After all, the future and life in general will depend on it. Now the informant reported that the hotel is surrounded. The criminals had firearms. It seems that they want to take all the residents of the hotel hostage. The informant was watching from the outside. He did not know that there were travelers to the inner world in the hotel. Liu was surprised, because he was just about to think about the matter of gold bars, when he found himself within a hair's breadth of death. He rushed to Ching Chun and begged the informant to save his life. The boy reassured his subordinate. After all, they wanted to kidnap him in order to later use connections in the inner world. The only bad thing is that the bandits will want to kill all the witnesses. Liu Deju thought about his classmates. They were all in danger. Ching Chun ordered his subordinate to do 2 things upon his return. First, you need to order your classmates to run in different directions. Secondly, do not run to other tourists for help, because in this way they will involve innocent people in this. Attackers will target ordinary travelers, not ordinary people. The only thing that will be lucky is when the hotel is not completely surrounded. Ching Chun ordered the boy to recall some details of the last few days before departure. Did anyone go out during a meeting or resolution when travel issues were being resolved? The traitor was definitely one of his classmates, and therefore it is necessary to analyze in detail the behavior of everyone who took part in it. He added that one of the 4 new arrivals was dragged into the room. Ching wondered who had suggested rescheduling the trip. Lu said the name of a girl from the next class. It was she who initiated the postponement of the trip, although no valid reasons were offered. Ching and Lee Shuin's assistants were walking down the corridor. Ching Chun said that recently something unusual had been going on in the outside world. After all, a group of criminals began hunting travelers. 4 of the 9 attackers were neutralized. Others, right before the transfer, calculated the location of a group of school children, among whom there were travelers, and surrounded the hotel where they were staying. Yo Wang asked if Ching himself was in danger. He replied that he did not know yet whether it would affect him. However, he was worried about what would happen to Liu Deju. Of course, then the revenue stream will suffer. But it didn't matter. What was important was that his schoolmate Nan Genshin could die. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Yo Wang, who ordered him to follow him so they could practice. Ching Chun decided not to worry about the fate of the people who fell into the trap set by the bandits for now. Now he had to train and be calm until he returned. You can't behave otherwise. It is worth becoming strong and powerful as soon as possible, so that when faced with troubles or dangerous situations, you can cope with your own strength and not be so helpless. Xiao Xiao looked at Ching. He understood that the boy had not yet met death face to face, but he was able to suppress panic and fear with the help of internal control and behaves completely calmly. The boy, finding himself at the crossroads of feelings and emotions, was able to choose the right course of action and decided to go forward in spite of everything, not turning from the path, even though it was dangerous, and to remain true to himself. Shuin noticed that Ching was worried about something. He understood that the boy faced some difficulties. The boy threw Xiao Xiao's flash drive and said that it contained recordings of classical music notes. Lee Shuin replied that he was now in debt to the boy. Ching asked if Shuin still had obligations to anyone. The teacher said that there is one such person, but that man hates him now. It will be difficult for them to meet again. He joked that he would repay his debt in the next life. Ching Chun thought that this should be a very interesting story, and it should not be related to love affairs. Shuin believed in the capabilities of his student, in his mind and intuition. The teacher told Ching about the Qinshin falcon that wandered in the inner world. It was a very intelligent and brave, but when the falcon is still a chick, it is very timid. And then the mother collects all the chicks and throws them out of the nest one by one. The bird that shows courage will live, and the one that remains a coward will crash. The falcon that managed to survive after that turns into a real ruler of the heavenly world because even defensive airships cannot cope with it. People do not want to provoke them even under protection. Shuin spoke about the time when he was undergoing his trial of death and life. He got into the territory of falcons, and the bird chased him not far behind for about 15 kilometers. Lee almost died. The teacher said that forbidden places can be formed even after the death of very powerful creatures, which included the falcon. The plants at the place of death of the Lord of the Sky become more aggressive. Ching Chun asked if there was a way to contain the forbidden cities. The mentor replied that it resembles a struggle with entropy. If the forbidden cities are allowed to spread, there will be no place for humanity to live. There is no effective way to restrain them. Perhaps this is a way of cleansing the earth, because in this way, huge creatures similar to dinosaurs and other powerful creatures will populate the earth instead of people. Then the planet will have a completely different appearance. Ching Chun wondered how humanity would find its place then. Shuin replied that then it is possible that only extraordinary people will live on the planet. Because of their pride, humanity considers itself the master of the world. But over time, the world will show who the real master is, or demonstrate that there is no master in life on the planet at all. Lee Shuin offered to show the real forbidden place during the next walk. Tseng asked to postpone this trip because in these 2 days he has to come up with a way to solve the situation he will find himself in after returning to his native world. The mentor wondered what options Ching had thought of. The boy bowed his head and replied that he was only thinking about murder. The mentor asked him if he had killed before. Ching admitted that he didn't. However, he learns easily. He will ask Yo Wan to practice killing. Ching was ready to take the initiative in the battle from the very beginning. He wanted to learn all the wisdom of battle and the enemy's reactions to an attack or counterattack. However, he was afraid that he had too little time for that. Yo Wang said that after working on the breathing technique and gaining certain physical capabilities, Ching already had the basic level of a fighter. But all this will be of no use to anyone, and will not help him in battle if his opponent has a mechanical limb. Lee Shuin said that there are many bones and tendons of muscles in the human body. It is not possible to study in 2 days how they work and interact in the process of struggle or battle. Memorizing combinations will not help here. Shuin raised his index finger up and said that only one trick would be enough to kill. He assured Yo Wan that he would teach him one move and all possible reactions to that move. Shuin's assistant could not understand what his boss was talking about. He believed that it could not be done in such a short period of time. Shuin assured that human life is very fragile, and one movement should be enough. Ching Chun said that 2 nights was still too little. Lee Shuin advised then to close all the prisoners in the cells and let them eat only twice a day. Then they can train not only at night. The boys were embarrassed. Xiao Xiao finally said that he had killed the exiled assassins. He assured that he interrogated them in detail before the murder. They turned out to be involved in the 4th branch of the Qing family. However, why they needed Ching Chun's life is unknown. Yo Wang ordered not to relax, but to start training, because they had very little time for this. Before starting his training, Yo Wang reminded him that human life is indeed very fragile, and you should always remember this. Therefore, it is worth giving preference to an accurate blow to a certain area of the human body in order to disable the enemy. After all, a damaged limb does not allow you to react normally and simply live at the time of the attack. However, here the use of advanced technologies also makes changes to life. Humans have learned to place various implants in order to protect their lives from threats of physical harm or attack. But there is one part of the body that is ignored by many mechanical warriors, and this is the protection of internal organs. Protection with bionic skin is very expensive, because the body area is very large. Therefore, it is difficult to close all internal organs. Ching Chun asked if he understood correctly that poverty limits strength. Yo Wang advised not to be distracted by such questions. He said that, according to the boy, the attackers had no money for expensive prosthetics. Yo Wang said that the weakest organ that is not covered by either the ribs or the spine is the spleen. It's worth learning how to attack her and cover, and you will become almost invulnerable in battle. This organ is easily attacked both from the front and from the back. Yo Wang advised to find the knife immediately after Ching Chun returned. He gave him an object that looked like a folding knife. Ching could carry this object with him, hiding it in his hand, and now he could try it. In addition, it was worth learning and memorizing not only techniques of attack, but also techniques of defense. It was necessary to accustom oneself to feel the weapon in one's hands. This will accustom him to constant control of the situation. Yo Wang continued to talk about the organs and the specifics of their location according to a person's height, weight, and other anthropometric data. Vulnerable cities also had different locations. Shuin's assistant said that in order to develop the right habit of attacking, it is necessary to kill more than one person, and to consolidate the fighting skills in practice. He handed his student the night vision goggles. They entered Lu Guanyi's cell. Yo Wang grabbed the sleeping boy's arm. The trainer showed where the spleen is and showed how to stab it properly. No one was immune from this. They went around the prison for a long time and practiced techniques on prisoners. In the past 5 hours, Ching Chun had studied anatomy quite well and tried to find the spleen of about 1,000 people. The next stage was learning the techniques of fighting with knives. If you are not sure of your own strength, then the best way out in this situation is a sudden, unexpected attack. Of course, this is not always possible, but you should not constantly strive for it. After all, then instead of fighting, you will simply get an opportunity to successfully get into the painful area. Over time, Ching began to behave more and more confidently in battle. Yo Wang was pleased with how the boy memorized the set of actions. The coach taught the boy to keep his intentions a secret and to control his body. Because in such a case, when a fighter reveals his intention to attack somewhere, he finds himself in a very disadvantageous situation. A fake lunge worked best. Ching Chun remembered an old proverb which said that since time immemorial, one cannot be held back by open feelings. Only a certain set of actions and deeds can conquer the hearts of people. Even in the technique of killing, attention is also paid to actions. Yo Wang attacked Ching in various ways. He tried in every possible way in various ways and under various circumstances to show the techniques of the enemy's attack. In total, he promised that they would work out about 160 techniques. The trainer taught that a warrior should always remember that the battle can be diverse and change at the most unexpected moment. Many knife fighters can deliver many blows per second, but in reality, only one of them is a real attack. He skillfully trained Ching Chun, but did not use weapons. Trained in hand-to-hand combat, his body could handle a deadly duel without weapons. The prisoners could not understand what time it was and why they were still kept in the cells and why they were not released. They shouted that they really wanted to eat because they were hungry. Someone tried to break the door that closed the cells. Shuin came to look at the results of the training. Ching sat in the ring without strength. When Shuin asked how he was feeling, the boy answered that it was acceptable. He really overestimated the role of memory and calculation in battle. Xiao asked his friend who was training Ching how he thought the training was going and what his progress was. Yo Wang said he was impressed with the results. It took him 3 months to reach this level. He emphasized that after training today and the following night, it would not be too difficult for Ching Chun to kill a person. The minus was that it lacks real combat conditions. Formulaicity is very dangerous. When meeting in battle with ordinary people, he will be in a winning position. But when there is a real battle with mechanical limbs, his chances will be very low. Skills should be at the level of intuition. Xiao turned to Ching, who was listening to their conversation. He assured the boy not to be afraid, because there will be no specialists among the fugitive criminals, and they will not be able to harm him in any way. Yo Wang considered only outstanding people to be masters. Xiao invited Ching Chun to train with him. Ching agreed and began to attack quickly. However, the speed of Ching Chun's attacks was lacking. Xiao easily dodged the lunges and punches of Shuin's disciple. A new sparring partner bullied the boy. He called the boy's attacks dances and wondered when this circus would end and a real serious battle would begin, because Ching Chun's target was still the opponent's spleen. Ching Chun was angry that he couldn't do anything. He decided to attack with a knife. Xiao clamped the blade of the weapon with 2 fingers in front of the confused and surprised Ching Chun. The boy remembered how Xiao had told him that he had no fighting talent, only a functional memory for movements. However, his reaction to the knife attack was phenomenal, and the boy himself believed that he would have a long time to do so. As Xiao told the new instructions, Ching wondered who Xiao really was. After all, only another creature with extraordinary abilities or simply a person with mechanical improvements could fight with a superhuman. Shuin was bracing for the fight between Xiao and Ching Chun. He asked Yo Wang how his new student was doing. The coach praised the boy but said that he had already overcome the initial stage. The boss ordered not to relax and to continue. Yo Wang realized that it was time to train Chin in surprise attacks. At midnight they went all over the prison. To practice techniques, they entered the cells and practiced the skills of finding the spleen from behind. They were distracted from training by 2 robot guards who called out Ching Chun's serial number and ordered them to follow them because he had a visitor. Shuin's aides noted that they had sent 2 robots this time. Ching wondered if it was really that strange, and if there was any difference at all. Xiao said that the artificial intelligence that supervises the order in the prison will independently decide the level of danger and threat from the prisoner and assign guards accordingly. Ching Chun was surprised that everything here was controlled by artificial intelligence. That's why he didn't see a single human guard, and this intelligence determined the level of danger and threat of each of the prisoners. Shuin threw a towel at his student and told him to clean himself up before going on a date. It could be a girl from the Kamishiro family, and the boy's uniform was soaked in sweat and smelled bad. Shutong ordered Ching Chun to take care of his image. The boss made inquiries about this girl, and she turned out to be as clean as a sheet of paper. She was completely different from other members of the Kamishiro family. Ching thought that the prisoners might have guessed his status and connections with Lee Shuin, since they were all kept locked up all night. And they should see or hear the sounds of a training battle. In addition, they walked around the cells. The boy emphasized that when they check the time of training and visits, they can establish a connection with Yo Wan and Lee Shuin, so he cannot risk his life like that. He had an important mission. Ching Chun threw in the towel and said that he would continue training instead of going on a date. Shuin agreed that the boy's words made sense. The boy noticed that Yo Wang did not make any sounds when walking. He watched the feet of Shutin's assistant. Ching Chun seemed to see all the muscles in his legs and their contractions at the slightest movement. His trainer's every move was calculated and controlled by Yo Wan. Ching decided to remember everything down to the smallest detail. Xiao and Shutong were looking after the boy. The assistant asked the boss why he couldn't give Ching Chun some dangerous weapons to use in his world. Shutin said that when you kill a person for the first time, you have to see everything down to the smallest detail. The memory of death is imprinted in memories, and then you live with the feeling of death and begin to value life and treat it carefully. It was a unique feeling when the knife penetrates the victim's body and warm blood flows down the blade. And the handle and the entire knife still retain the heat of the body, from which life comes. This cannot be forgotten and cannot be confused. Liu Deju was very frightened when he heard only breathing and no footsteps. The boy thought it was a ghost, but a cat mask appeared behind him. He realized that his boss had come to talk. He looked at the boss and thought that it was very scary. After all, the impression was as if he got into a horror movie. The boss stood in silence. He followed Liu carefully. He thought that the boss knew about his machinations. Xiao Xiao led Liu. Ching Chun, wearing a cat mask, stood in front of Yo Wang. The trainer praised the student, but emphasized that his fighting level is still quite low. Liu complained that he was taken in the middle of the night, and it looks like abuse. Xiao Xiao replied that such a useless person is only needed in order to use it in training. Deju said it was just bullying, and he didn't sign up for that. Xiao Xiao threatened him. Yo Wang talked about the tricks and the art of moving silently. The boy made a mistake in his haste, causing a ripple in the air, and Liu physically felt the presence. The trainer told him to take his time and move slowly when the boy wanted to sneak up on his prey. Otherwise, if there was a trained soldier or fighter in Liu's place, it wouldn't have been possible to sneak in so easily. Ching Chun thought that in the uncomfortable shoes he was wearing, sneaking in undetected was simply impossible. He took off his shoes and decided to train quietly. Yo Wang praised the disciple for being so persistent, but the coach emphasized that after Ching's return, he would be in a hotel in the mountains, where he could get blood on his legs and hurt them very badly. Ching said that it didn't matter, because sooner or later they would heal. Yo said that it's cool to be ruthless with yourself, but you need to take care of your health. And that's why it's better to immediately buy normal shoes after returning, and not to harm yourself once more. He asked if the boy had any more questions. Ching replied that the sneak attack lesson was very important to him, and he wonders why Yo decided to show him last. Yo replied that the sneak attack would only work on the first two enemies. Others who remain will be ready for battle. They will use all the means at their disposal to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible, and this dangerous moment cannot be avoided. He should have understood that. Therefore, the trainer decided to train him as long as possible to fight directly with the enemy. A hidden attack will not take much time and requires less energy and effort. In addition, it is worth considering the risks. Yo said that it might sound cruel, but if Ching decided to save just his friend or classmate, then he should think about his own life first. If there is a mortal danger, then you have to drop everything. The coach added that when you think and learn to control the danger, then you cannot consider it a danger. When a person understands his choice and faces something, then he begins to act wisely. Yo said that Shutin himself emphasized that the boy was hot-blooded. You could have guessed about it already when he approached the boss to play cards on the first day, as he declared himself then. The coach led the boy to the chair and said that he would need the chair, but 2 days later. Ching did not understand what his partner was hinting at. Yo looked and told the boy to come back alive and protect himself in battle. In the end, Ching Chun decided to go into Liu Deju's room and ask if he remembered everything from their last conversation. The boss asked to repeat word for word. Liu repeated everything Ching Chun had told him. Ching asked if the boy remembered new details of their conversation about the trip together, because it might make it easier to find the traitor and their company. Liu assured that he did not pay attention. Ching concluded that Liu was no match for him. He reminded that the bandits had come for Liu Deju, and if he fell into their hands, he would not return alive. The boy's mistakes in safety were very dangerous and fatal this time. Liu moved to a hotel. They sat in a group around the fire. He thought about something for a long time. There were strange thoughts in his head, and then Liu jumped up and shouted about the danger that awaits them now. Everyone looked at him. Classmates and friends could not understand what happened to this boy. A moment ago he was talking and laughing, and the next moment he changed so quickly. No one could understand why and where to run. Leo realized that the time gap couldn't be bridged so quickly in the real world. He couldn't figure out how to explain the danger to his classmates and convince them to run away. All eyes were on him. He started talking about the fact that there are bandits here, and they surrounded the hotel. No one believed him, because a moment ago everything was fine, and there were no bandits to speak of. The guy decided that he had warned, and now he has the right to save his own life. Xiao Yu believed Liu's words because Liu looked very frightened and did not look like someone who would joke or lie like that. He ordered his comrade to follow him and keep up. 2 police officers came to meet them. They asked where the boys were in such a hurry. The children said that it was full of bandits and that they had already surrounded the hotel premises. The guys warned everyone and decided to call for help. The man took out a gun and pointed it at Liu Deju. The other was already holding Xiaoya, covering the boy's mouth so that he would not scream and call for help. The man asked, "If there are bandits there, why doesn't he see them?" The man with the gun ordered to be quiet or he was ready to shoot the boy. He ordered the boys to return to the group and wait there for further instructions from the criminals who are now taking them hostage. The purpose of the bandits was unclear. Xiao Yu carefully examined the weapons that the attackers had. He noted that this is a very expensive model of the Glock pistol, but it also had a silencer attached to it, which made the weapon too expensive for common criminals. The guy concluded that they were dealing with mercenaries or a well-organized group of criminals, professionals. He asked his comrades to follow all the instructions of the kidnappers. Immediately after returning to the band, bandits took several more schoolchildren hostage. The situation began to unfold with extraordinary speed. The children began to panic. They could not understand why the police attacked the children. One of the bandits shot a guy in the leg who was behaving too loudly. At this time, the 3 fugitives led by Liu Deju were led to the courtyard of the hotel where all the other hostages were kept. The bandit boss thought. He thought that the warning could only come from the inner world. Otherwise, no one would have been able to see them or follow them, because everything was thought out to the smallest detail. Even Kunlun agents are specially assigned outside the city. The boss aimed his gun at the trio of new arrivals and ordered them to be quiet. Otherwise, he will start killing schoolchildren one by one, and then completely innocent people who were full in the hotel may suffer. Reinforcements will not arrive so quickly. He pointed to a boy lying on the floor with a shot in his leg. The bandit praised the boy because he was afraid to shout so as not to endanger the people around him. He thought that the number of victims could rise. The bandit advised him to learn how to behave from this courageous boy, because he behaves quietly and according to the circumstances. In this way, none of them will get into trouble. A man with white hair, part of which was braided into a short braid, came out of the hotel. He greeted everyone present. The man assured that there was no cause for nervousness. His target was travelers. He promised that as soon as he found the travelers to the inner world, he would take them away, and the other children would be left alone, and no one would be harmed if they behaved quietly and did not resist. It will all be over soon. The white-haired man ordered to take away all communication devices from the hostages, and the fourth attacker was to watch from outside the fence because it was noisy here and a sudden silence could alert someone. Behind the fence, some stranger approached the bandit, who was dressed in a policeman's uniform. The man asked what the noise was and whether it had brought the police to their feet. The bandit advised to get away. The man walked and thought that the owner of the hotel had never called the police because of the brawl or the noise. And the policeman was also behaving strangely. He could not understand why the law enforcement officer behaved this way. The stranger decided to call the police himself to make sure that nothing terrible was happening here, but he did not have time to do it. Bandits attacked him and stabbed him right in the throat. Bandits collected smartphones from school children. They carefully checked all the pockets and clothes of the hostages. After that, the criminals ordered to behave quietly and not attract the attention of people from outside. Otherwise, there may be victims. The bandit boss summoned Liu Deju. He asked how the boy knew about their attack and how he could warn his classmates that the hotel was surrounded. Liu was confused because his boss had not given any instructions about this. The man noticed that the boy was confused and did not know what to say. The bandit answered to himself and said that outside the hotel, the boy had another ally, a traveler. Dechu was amazed at how quickly the bandit guessed. The bandit aimed a gun at Liu. He thought only about whether all the criminals were in the yard and how many more were posted around the hotel as security. He was ready to say goodbye to life. Ching Chun was looking out the window. He noted that the owner of their apartment complex left a few minutes ago and still hasn't returned. It seems that the bandits have already begun to act. Jiang asked what the boy was going to do. He ordered the woman to close the windows and doors and not go out. They cannot worry about him. Nothing terrible will happen to him. The woman offered to help because she has mechanical limbs. Ching Chun refused to help because Jiang had no combat experience. He asked to believe him, and then he will return. The woman and the girl couldn't understand why Ching wouldn't just call the police. In the meantime, the boy sneaked through the hotel complex to the courtyard where the hostages were kept. He instantly noticed the bandit walking near the entrance to the yard and holding his hand on his right side. Ching Chun guessed that the man was only holding the club for show, but he was actually armed with a gun. The watchman radioed his partners every 5 minutes. Ching had to hurry. Suddenly, unexpectedly for Ching Chun himself, Tun Yun appeared in front of the bandit in police uniform. She asked her husband if he had seen her mother. The man thought that it was impossible for the child to spoil everything. While the bandit was thinking about what to do in this situation, Ching Chun attacked him from behind. He swung the knife. The criminal was going to fight back with his hand. He understood that he would not have time to pull out the gun. Ching remembered Shutin's words at the time of the fight, that breathing was important in the battle between the two beasts. It was the key to control the composition of oxygen in the body and clear consciousness. Self-control gave greater access to the body's resources. The blow did reach the opponent's spleen. Blood splattered from the bandit's body. Ching understood that at such moments, to be a victim or to be a predator is the choice of each fighter. The criminal could not believe in such a speed of reaction of the little one. Blood spurted from the bandit's open mouth. He was amazed at how this guy calculated the man's smallest steps, that he wouldn't fight back, wouldn't grab the club, wouldn't. The bandit thought he would have time to warn his colleagues by radio, but Ching Chun covered his mouth with his hand and pressed him against the wall. He plunged the knife into the spleen, but this time from the front. The blood began to coagulate. The heartbeat slowed down. Ching Chun coughed. He understood what the teacher was talking about when he talked about the feeling after killing a person. The guy had to remember well in this way how you feel when you kill a person. The boy understood that if he did not do it himself and did not see the murder with his own eyes, then one cannot learn to feel reverent trembling before life, before its hidden meaning and the secret of this miracle. Ching Chun stood over the body of the murdered bandit. He forgot that Tun Yun was around. She stared at Brother Chin and the corpse at his feet with wide-open eyes. The boy asked if the girl was afraid. She replied that she was a little scared. He asked what she was doing alone in the street and where her mother was. Jiang Shui ran to her daughter and grabbed her by the shoulders. The woman said the girl ran away when she went to the bathroom. The girl said that she just wanted to help her brother. He realized that Tunyin's appearance was no accident. He was going to pat the girl on the head, but his hand was covered in blood. The girl stopped his hand. She told the boy to be careful, and she and her mother would wait for his return. He smiled and said that he would definitely be careful and obey her order. The girl and Jiang Shui went into the house. The guy gradually neutralized all the criminals who were outside the yard where the hostages were kept. He thought that the police in Kunlun were looking for 5 men, but there were many more. That is why they so quickly took control of the hotel and developed such a plan of action that neither law enforcement officers nor agents of the organization could foresee. Ching Chun remembered the conversation with Xiao Xiao, who had advised him not to trust anyone after returning from the inner world. After all, personal bias will change a lot of relationships with people, and people are always looking for money. Shutin's assistant warned that a person can never control his greed. He said that even in the development of technology, greed and the desire to make money play a leading role. The power of interests is very great. Xiao Xiao advised to always be on the alert, because many people in the outside world could go over to the bandit side because of the desire to get rich, because many people want to change their lives for the better without making much effort. Ching Chun was sitting on the roof of a nearby house. He looked at the yard where the hostages were kept. He understood that it would be very difficult for him to deal with the 7 bandits he counted, but they could also be inside. The boy noticed that the man, who had been shot in the leg, was lying there making signs similar to Morse code. Ching did not understand her, but he remembered every gesture. But who was the message addressed to? Was there an agent nearby? Bandits began to take children inside the hotel one by one. They pulled the girls by the hair. They shouted loudly. Finally, it was the turn of schoolmate Ching Chun. The boy thought that he could not wait any longer. Ching neutralized another guard with a sudden attack. He did it much easier than last time. Killing became easy, as if Ching was doing an ordinary thing. At that time, the thug inside was standing in front of Nan Chen. He thought that now something unworthy of a real man would be done to him. He tried to force the bowels to empty and discourage the criminal. The man simply untied the boy and said that he could save his life and be unharmed if he answered the question honestly. The boy was happy with such a prospect. Bandy asked who he was in the inner world. The gun is held to the boy's forehead. He tried to deny that he was not a traveler. However, the criminal was serious. The boy replied that he was a hacker. The thug said that techies were the least valuable. When moving, they do not save memory, and therefore do not have any valuable information. They have neither abilities nor status in the inner world. The man asked where the boy lived in the inner world. Nan replied that he lived in the city of 18, District 1. The bandit realized that the little guy was really rich in a parallel world because only wealthy and famous people lived in this area. He inquired about the reason for the move. The bandit heard everything he wanted to know and was going to shoot the boy because he showed no value. He was about to order them to follow him when the boy turned away and looked behind his executioner. Ching Chun leapt towards the attacker in a flash. He plunged the knife straight into the spleen. The man did not even have time to understand what happened to him and how the sharp pain penetrated his body. Blood splattered across the room. Nan thought that when Chen covered his face, should he pretend not to recognize him? Ching replied that there was no need to break the comedy, so Nan should follow him. There was no time for explanations now. As Ching and Nan tried to escape secretly so no one could see them, the man with the shot in the leg shouted that they were all going to die because the thugs were going to kill them all. Ching realized that it was an agent. A bandit with a gun shot his partner, and the body with many bullet holes lay on the ground. Blood spilled across the yard. Everyone was scared, because they did not expect this. The last agent wanted to neutralize the criminal. The children started to run away. They opened fire on them. Bullets hit the heads, backs, and tore the bodies of the fugitives. Screams of pain and fear rang out everywhere. The boss of the bandits ordered to take the travelers and run away. Ching Chun heard the chief thug's command over the walkie-talkie. He was going to stop criminals. However, it was worth thinking about what to do in case of failure. Ching ordered his comrade not to tell anyone that he had seen him. The boy thought that all this had gone too far, and he should not take such risks for the sake of people he hardly knew. But he intuitively understood that if he gets scared now, he won't be able to forgive himself later in life. He remembered Lee Shuin's words that a pawn that had crossed the river had no right to be afraid. He cannot turn back, regardless of orders, gain, or loss. This is courage, and courage which is so rare in this world. He was thinking about many other things, but suddenly the figure of Wang Yun appeared in the doorway. There were no visible signs of struggle or resistance on the girl's body. No one even guarded her. She had the opportunity to move calmly. He told her that their plan had failed. After all, it was clear that she was the traitor. What made her become a traitor was what happened in Jiang Shui's house. He aimed the gun at the girl because it was impossible, so that she was whole. He shot her in the leg. Although he had nothing to do with the people who died tonight, he couldn't let her betray and survive so easily. She had to pay for her betrayal. People looked from the windows of their rooms because they could not understand what was happening in the hotel. A woman remarked that she could hear a cry for help. Bandits were taking hostages. Xiao Yu said that they couldn't hide or run away so easily, because everything went beyond the bandits' planned plan. There was only one road leading to the hotel complex, and the agents had already closed it. The guy said that now they are a big burden for criminals. He assured that when they are released, he will be able to pay them such an amount as they themselves determine, and the bandits will be able to go up and hide among the rocks. The boss laughed, because he was amazed at how concerned the boy was about their future fate. He showed the boy a bag of Molotov cocktails. Xiao Yu thought that these people were crazy because they were going to burn everything around. The hotel began to close. People were running around in chaos and panic. They did not understand how this could happen in the middle of the night in one of the best hotel complexes. Bandits turned out to be real devils. The crime boss turned to Liu Deju. He wanted to take the boy with him, but he was afraid that when he returned to the inner world, he would tell everything to Lee Shuin, and then the old man will be ready for a surprise. The man said it was time for them to say goodbye. He ordered the criminal to remove the silencer from the gun and release the entire grip on the boy so that everyone else would be afraid. These cute hikers should run even faster and have even more fun. But no one heard his instruction. The bandit lay dead behind the boss and the boy. Liu was happy, because he understood that his boss had come to protect his subordinate. The bandit decided that when things turned like this, he would deal with the boy himself. The bullet was already flying towards Liu Deju when he dodged it. The gene drug worked. The bandit was amazed that the little one had the courage to dodge the bullet. Liu picked up speed and decided to run away. The bandit ordered the boy, who was left alone with him, to catch the little one, otherwise they would both be on the hook. But he didn't have time to do anything. A bullet from an unknown source hit his leg. Xiao Yu was standing next to the main thug. The leader of the criminals thought that he was the only one left of his squad. From a hunter, he suddenly became a helpless victim. In addition, everyone can see it. It was necessary to create conditions for a retreat as soon as possible. He believed that if the travelers died, then he could steal new ones. But if his followers died, he would hire others. And now it's time to start. He shot all the people who came across his path. Posipaka asked what his boss was up to. The bandit replied that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The man turned around and saw Ching Chun looking after the fugitives. He realized that it was this guy who shot his partner. The criminal realized that if he was not now covered by hostages, he would already be dead. The boss ordered the last squire to deal with Ching Chun, or they would die today. He ordered to follow his instructions. It was necessary to reach the parking lot. On the way, he shot both hostages in the stomach. A subordinate asked the boss why he did it. The man replied that in this way he would detain the pursuer while he was distracted from the pursuit to render assistance. Ching approached the wounded. He reassured them that an ambulance would arrive soon. Their wounds were not fatal and they will definitely recover. and now he had to catch up with the bandits who created chaos here. Ching thought that there were 2 criminals left, but they were hiding in the bus parking lot, and now he would have to wander in the middle of the buses, blocking the view. It was blowing dangerously, and it is difficult to attack them. Xiao Yu asked to deal with the attackers because he recognized Liu Deju in the boy. The rich man was ready to pay for murder and revenge for his friends. He only wanted revenge, and all his desires now came down to that. He added that the 2 Kunlun agents should not die in vain either. The guy assured that everything will be fine with him and the other wounded. Ching Chun could not explain Xiao Yun's concern for the agents. Ching advised lying down and not moving, and he went to take revenge. Today he just wanted to kill to avenge his fallen comrades, but simply for people for whom I had no feelings before. Criminals were supposed to die today. Ching Chun decided to move along the roofs of the buses. In this way, he wanted to avoid an ambush that could be prepared for him by bandits who had arrived here earlier. He carefully inspected the area around him in order to spot the bandits in time. Suddenly he saw a thug holding a gun. The man stood motionless. A cocoon of energy glowed around. The criminal fell into a trap created as if by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. Ching saw a girl holding an energy field trap around the man. He realized that this is a legendary person, even for travelers. The main thug threw his subordinate and kicked his heels. Ching noticed the engine of a car parked in a nearby lot start up. The boss of the bandits was behind the wheel. The guy could not give the opportunity to hide from justice, let alone miss so much information. The girl holding the energy field reminded the boy to speed up and prevent the bandit from escaping. The criminal wanted to hide in the mountains, and if the agents did not catch him there, he would escape punishment. Meanwhile, the bandit decided to take advantage of the fact that the energy field had weakened. He tried to break free, but the girl's reaction was lightning fast. She increased the tension of energy and simply stamped her knees into the asphalt. The bandit screamed in pain because his kneecaps were shattered. The girl said that this is revenge for everyone who died today because of this fool. The boss fled in a car. He could not gain speed because of the frequent turns on the mountain road. In the rearview window, he saw a figure chasing him. The man understood who it could be. Ching Chun landed on the hood of the car. He held a loaded pistol in his hands and was ready to fire at his enemy who had caused so many deaths today. Still, he was able to catch up with the killer. The thug was able to maneuver and throw Ching Chun off the hood, but the boy kept up and shot after the car. The precision and accuracy of the fire impressed the man behind the wheel. He did not expect the boy to have such abilities. He was happy only because this time he took a pistol loaded with subsonic bullets, the range of which was only 20 meters. Otherwise he would be dead by now, but the bullets were soon to run out. But the boy was not far behind. It seemed that without a weapon, he became even faster and more dangerous. The bandit was surprised by the courage of this little boy, who was not afraid that the criminal was also armed. The car skidded on the turn. The bandit took out a gun to shoot the attacker. But Ching Chun had a spare gun. Gun bores and people's gazes met for a moment. The man was not jokingly scared. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and that the boy had deceived him. A shot rang out and the bandit's ear flew off, splashing everything around with blood. But the bandit's bullet also hit the target. He pierced the boy's shoulder. Pain penetrated into the innermost corners of Ching Chun's body and mind. He fell, dropping the weapon from his hands. Meanwhile, the man ran away. He thought of the cunning and treachery of his enemy, who had tried to deceive him, and who had almost succeeded. The bandit understood that a second ago he could have died at the hands of the boy. Ching Chun gathered his strength and stood up. He could not let the bandit escape. The road wound like a viper, but the way in the mountains was flat. The guy cut off the path. He swam right through the fences and tried to cut the boy's path. It was the shortest option for the pursuer. As long as he could maintain his speed, he had a chance to catch up. He braced himself every moment, because he understood that it separated him from the planned revenge, for the sake of which he left the wounded to their fate. There was no reason to stop. The pain was just an illusion of the body, and he had no control. The boy reached a place where it was convenient to wait for the fugitive. A bandit's car appeared around the corner. Ching concentrated, unleashed his strength through the breathing technique and threw a rock at the thug's car with all his might. The criminal did not see the boy. He was fascinated by the thought of how he managed to hide and escape from his pursuer. Now he will not fall into the hands of his enemies, and nothing can stop him. The man got out of the burning car. He could not understand where that stone came from. Now the thug has lost his car, lost his gun, and is helpless against the guy chasing him, but who had extraordinary abilities. The bandit thought about the need to quickly flee to the mountains. In the distance, he noticed the figure of a boy confidently walking towards him. The man could not believe his eyes. He didn't expect to see the little one still chasing him. The criminal saw Ching Chun's legs, which were smashed and covered in blood. The man thought that this guy must be crazy. Wounded and tired, the boy kept up with his victim. The desire for revenge overshadowed even the pain. The boy finally approached the wounded bandit. The man looked at the boy standing over him. The thug asked why Ching hadn't killed him yet. He screamed for the boy to finally end it all. Ching Chun attacked the enemy with a knife. He managed to repel the attack with a movement of his hand. The man was driven to a dead end, and therefore decided to either die or defeat the annoying guy. He had to be one step ahead of his opponent. The thug intended to grab Chin's hand and crush his wrist, but the speed of the enemy was phenomenal. The man could not keep up with the boy, even though he was wounded. The criminal's attacks were unsuccessful. Ching Chun managed to seize the moment when the thug lost his vigilance. The knife went very deep into the opponent's spleen. The criminal only thought about the fact that this guy attacks like the wind. It was impossible to touch him. The guy killed as if he was executing a set of moves and strikes planned much in advance. Step by step, he forced his victims to reveal their weaknesses. It was more like violent, hateful art. The man was kneeling in front of Chin. Blood flowed from the open wound. Strength and life left the man. The guy thought it was time to get out of here before anyone saw anything. It is worth returning to the hotel. He was already walking away when the criminal called him. The man wondered why the boy was in pain, but still chased after him and tried above all else to catch him. Ching replied that he had promised to kill the bandit that night. Suddenly the criminal's phone rang. Ching Chun thought that it is already too late for a relative to call to find out how things are going. He picked up the phone and answered the call. The opponent was silent on the phone. The stranger asked if all the bandits were dead, although he was sure that when the boy picked up the phone, all the Pasupaks were dead. He offered to talk if the opportunity arose. Ching hung up. He thought that he had nothing to talk about because they were ordinary bandits. They couldn't even afford to install a bionic skin, but they could still kill him or seriously injure him. The agents gathered around the body of the leader of the bandits. Some of them suggested that he was the instigator of all this. Experts determined that someone pierced the man's spleen during his escape. More tracks were found on the mountain. They belonged to another person. It was strange that the killer was barefoot. He was without shoes and blood was visible on his tracks. A DNA sample was taken from the tracks. A mobile phone was also found in the bandit's possession, which served as evidence. The red-haired man was at the hotel where bodies were lying around ready for shipment. He asked his partner to tell about the crime scene. The man reported that 8 criminals were found around the crime city. One of them had his kneecaps crushed in the parking lot, but the criminal himself remained alive. It was as if he had been specially kept for questioning. He was in a bad condition, but he could still speak. Of those criminals, the remaining bodies of 3 were severely burned and plundered by fire. Among the 4, 1 was shot, and the other 3, without exception, had their spleen pierced with a knife. The hitting technique is extremely accurate. It looked like it was a professional killer. The agent added that several agents present killed the 2 thugs and opened the gate, allowing the students to escape and survive. The agents did not discredit the organization. Commander Liu said that this is not the time for sentimentality. He went to inspect the place where the corpse was found. The agent reported that the first body was found near the hotel, but it was not the scene of the main crime. The police and agents of the organization found bloodstains on the road, as well as traces of the body being dragged for some time. Someone killed a criminal in the middle of the night, and then he simply dragged the body to the yard that was nearby. The fire burned the building, but not the yard. The murder was the same as all the previous ones. It doesn't matter how the shot was made. The knife still clearly pierced the spleen with an accuracy of a centimeter. Commander Liu thought about why the spleen was chosen by the killer. The agent asked his partner how the students who managed to escape were doing. He replied that 3 were seriously injured. The others had simple, ordinary injuries that did not pose a threat to life. Doctors work with them. Among the seriously injured are 2 students named Hu Xiaoyu and Zhang Tianzhan. They were wounded in the stomach. The bullets tore their intestines. Now they were sent down the mountain for surgery. Doctors promise that they will live. The agent told the commander that there was another girl. She has very strange injuries. The commander asked to tell in more detail. According to the girl herself, she was shot by a bandit in a mask. It was he who injured her. Then a disciple named Nan Hengchen pulled her out. Otherwise, the girl could have burned alive in the hotel. It was surprising that none of the criminals were found wearing a mask. Therefore, they suspect that it was not a bandit, but their killer. The commander ordered to pay attention to this girl because a stranger who finished with the bandits would not shoot at the girl just like that. The agent spoke about Nan Genchen's testimony. The commander ordered to lean on them. The commander looked at the footprints left behind by Ching Chun. The man was amazed at the willpower possessed by the killer, who killed criminals one after another with such passion, while suffering pain himself. The commander was walking near the corpses of bandits. 8 out of 9 were dead. 4 of them died from blows to the spleen. In other words, the enemy fired 4 shots at close range, and all of them were successful. Such a person is very dangerous. It would be the right step to find out where he went as soon as possible. He was surprised by the fact that the killer ran barefoot all the way. He sought revenge for his fallen comrades. Therefore, the commander had no desire to continue the investigation. The man looked at the corpses one last time. There was something disconcerting about the way they looked. Something was missing, and the agent realized that one of them did not have a walkie-talkie. The commander called the person who was responsible for clearing the crime scene. He asked if the walkie-talkie, which had fallen to one of the criminals, had been found. The expert reported that the walkie-talkie was not found. Agents reported that no walkie-talkie was found anywhere else where the bodies of the bandits were. So the walkie-talkie was lost by the first criminal to die. She may still be inside the killer. The commander turned on one of the radios. He introduced himself. However, the radio was silent. Whoever it was, he didn't want to answer the agent. The man thought that finding the killer would not be so easy. Now we had to wait for DNA results and evidence from the murder scene. Ching Chun was lying in bed. He was holding a bandage, twisted into a roll, in his teeth. The boy's whole body was in bandages. Jiang Shui took care of him. The girl also cared for him. They worked on injuries. Jiang Shui was pulling stones and splinters from Ching Chun's leg. She asked the boy to be patient, because he had been walking for too long without the help of a doctor. The woman could not believe that he fought with such wounds. The guy silently listened to the woman's lamentation. He himself believed that his wounds were not as dangerous as they seemed at first glance. With normal care, they should have tightened quickly. He felt normal. Ching Chun thought about the fact that his body released a large amount of endorphins after the battle, making him forget the pain a little. He had used a breathing technique during the fight last night. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt the strange state of his body. The energy in his body rose again. He felt psycho-emotional elation and satisfaction from having kept his promise. The girl was left alone near Ching Chun. She said that the boy gave her and her mother a good scare last night. They already thought that the boy would not survive. Jiang Shui then examined the wound, and they realized that he would live. The girl asked not to risk her own life. After all, he and his mother will be very upset after this. Yun Yun said that she almost found out Ching Chun's true identity, but it was a little different from the previous assumptions. Mala said that she was very scared to sleep alone in this room. She promised that she would find him in the inner world, and then she would not be afraid. She felt very alone in the inner world. The guy asked if she had someone in her inner world. Tun Yun replied that she has a brother and sister there, and also a grandfather who loves her very much. They are all worried about her, and they love her very much. However, the consortium seems too complicated and wrong for her to feel too good and relaxed. In addition, Grandfather Lee is in very poor health. Many say what will happen after his death. Shuin once told Ching Chen that the head of the Lee clan was old and not feeling well. The head of the consortium, Kamishiro, was much older than Lee, but the method of his rejuvenation was too dishonorable. The boy believed that he had done a lot and should rest, but he asked the girl to give him a pen and a piece of paper. He decided to depict on a piece of paper the Morse code symbols that he saw at the agent. The translation of the phrase sounded like, "No pity in this life, take care of yourself." Was it really a message from the wounded Agent Kunlun to his comrade? Something confused the boy in this phrase. The girl noticed that Ching had changed. She asked if he was okay. He asked to put a piece of paper in his wallet. The boy was looking out the window at the sunrise. He understood that right now, when he was wounded, he was ready to accept death. It is in such borderline situations that you look at life in a completely different way. The perception of the world is changing. Commander Lee listened to his subordinate's report about what evidence was found on the mountain road. Among the evidence were shell casings, the bullet holes of which were in the ear of the murdered bandit. Everything pointed to a gunfight between a bandit and a murderer. A total of 3 pistols were found on the road, 2 of which had their fingerprints erased, so they belonged to the slain bandits. The stranger took the weapon from his victims and used it. The commander held a bag with 2 bullets in his hands. His assistant reported that the blood analysis on the bullets showed that not only the bandit was wounded, but also the attacker. Thus, another characteristic feature of the criminal was added. The attacker was wounded on the road. He realized that he could not catch up with the bandit, so he decided to go through the forest to intercept the victim. The stranger used a stone that he threw from a swing at the car. Commander Lee was amazed at how accurately the attacker was able to calculate the trajectory of the stone. The height difference made it almost impossible. The stranger had a phenomenal ability to use a compass. Chief Chen believed that right after the ability to hit the spleen clearly, calculation was one of his main skills. It is a pity that such a person was not going to join the ranks of Kunlun. To top it all off, the assailant wiped his fingerprints from all the items he could have potentially used when killing the bandit. If the bloody marks were a little less, he would have removed them too. The boss asked if the results of the blood DNA analysis had come. Commander Liu replied that the results were ready, but no such results were found in the database for comparison. The chief ordered to check everything. The head of the organization ordered to behave diplomatically, because if there is even the slightest hint, such a person should not be missed, because specialists of this level who can act alone are needed in Kunlun. Jiang Shui was working on Ching Chun's legs. She said that if the boy had warned her earlier, she could have taken more effective medicines and wound healing drugs from the inner world. The guy thanked for the help. The woman asked if Ching Chen was afraid that he had left too many traces on the road. After all, this is how you can find it by DNA. The boy reassured his aunt. He believed that there were 2 factors that could reveal it. One of them was Nan Chen, although in this case you can rely on him. Another factor was the analysis of blood samples. But he thought about it before, and now the organization will not be able to track him down even because of his father's blood. The boy asked to be left alone because he wants to think about something that could affect his life. The woman considered it inappropriate to question him further. She said she would go for a walk with her daughter. Ching Chen looked at his mobile phone. There were a lot of reports that Liu Deju was very grateful to the boss for the person he had sent to rescue him. The boy promised to be loyal to the boss until the end of his life. Meanwhile, Liu was thinking that the masked assassin was his boss. And now he can't write back, because he's busy cleaning up the evidence and healing the wounds he received in battle. His boss was truly an extraordinary person. Ching Chen wrote back that he was currently busy listening to a report from his subordinate about last night's events. The boy thought that his boss was becoming an influential person, even in the outside world. On his phone, he saw a message in a group chat. They talked about how Liu behaved and how he warned about bandits. And it remained a mystery how the boy knew about the bandits who surrounded the hotel. Ching was pleased that all the attention was on his comrade Liu. This brand became more and more famous every time. With the help of his fame, you can form a group of travelers in the future. The guy was watching the news. Nothing was known there about the attacker who dealt with the gang, but a lot was written about criminals who not only kidnapped people, but also set fires. Ching Chun was glad that no one paid attention to him in the commotion. Besides, all the guest records have been burned, and no one except Aunt Zhang and her daughter knows that he was at his hotel last night. Ching suddenly remembered how Xiao Yu had promised him a reward of 10 gold bars, just like last time. Ching realized that Liu had been deceiving him. He wrote about it to his subordinate and hinted at possible problems. Classmates came to the room where school children who were injured in the hotel last night were lying. Security blocked their way. The man asked who they were and for what purpose they came to the hospital. The man in the brown suit asked which one of them was Liu Deju. The guy responded. The man bowed to him and thanked him for saving his son's life. The son told about this immediately after he woke up. Liu said he didn't really do anything and he's not the hero many people think he is. The old man did not even want to listen to him. He said that if it wasn't for the boy, his son would have been kidnapped or killed. Deju said that he was not involved in this. Xiao Yu's father assured him that it was very befitting of a young man to be modest. But such a traveler has the prospect of being very profitable and having an investment in his own development and future prosperity. The man said that he talked to his son in the morning about the fact that he was going to return him to his former place of study, but the boy refused. He wanted to be closer to Liu Deju. Therefore, the husband decided to transfer Hai and Liu to school. Liu thought that rich people were very strange, because this man was just going to tie Liu to his son for money. He did not consider it necessary to ask his interlocutor whether he considered it appropriate to translate. The guy objected, saying about his friends and family. Xiao Yu, the scarecrow, promised to rent a house and move Liu Deju's relatives and parents there. The guy thanked for the kindness and respect, but refused. Liu himself thought that he could not travel far from his boss, and his future is very much connected with the boss and his assistants. You can get a full course of the genetic drug from the boss. Liu hoped that he would attain a high level of skill and become a respectable person in the inner world. In addition, Xiao Yu must give another half of the reward, and then you can start living in peace. He retreated to the restroom to read a new message from his boss, hoping it would contain praise and the promise of a reward for good service. But everything was not as happy as it seemed at first glance. The boss knew about Liu's scheming with the reward he received from Xiao Yu. This time there was punishment for reward theft and lying. After all, it was not possible to build business relations that way. Liu was afraid of the boss's reprisal. When Liu came out of the dressing room, Xiao Yu, the senior, hurried to him. He asked that perhaps the boy did not like houses. Therefore, he can ask for anything he wants. The two were watched by Liu's classmates. One of the boys speculated that Liu had a system that rewarded its owner for successful tasks and made him much stronger. His friend asked how the friend knew about the system. The guy replied that it is very strange when a person is so famous and cool, and at the same time behaves like a mentally retarded person. Both agreed with this opinion. Liu thought that his boss could also be considered a system. But it turns out that this system gives more punishments than incentives. The guy said that everything will be fine with his uncle's son and left. Xiao Yu was talking to his father. He asked what impression Liu made on him. The father replied that he did not understand yet. The guy replied that Deju doesn't give the impression of being reliable and capable of making a difference. Even with the gene drug, Liu was unable to change anything in the outside world. He asked if Lee Shuin would really appreciate such a person. He believed that there were two views on the situation. Father told about influential eunuchs. A wise leader is surrounded not only by elite soldiers and great generals, but there are a wide variety of people around him. But there is another side of the problem. Someone else uses him as a puppet to achieve goals. Xiao Yu asked his father which situation seemed most accessible to him. The man replied that it was too early to ask about conclusions. The information available to them is very limited, and you just need to be friends with Liu. The father assured that the family would support any of the boy's endeavors, but it is still too early for him to manage some enterprises, like his older brother, And that is why it is worth concentrating on the current case. The father spoke to his son about the fact that one should be very careful with the reward, because if you give too much, then soon you will not be able to offer anything to a person who previously needed money. A nurse very quickly brought a rocking chair with a girl who was injured after the events on the mountain to the hospital premises. The girl asked to contact her parents. The girl asked to be allowed to go home. She was ready to pay any money to be released from the hospital. The victim knew she should get away until her friends regained consciousness and Kunlun agents arrived for her. Xiao Yu Jr. was very angry when he found out that the girl had been taken away by her parents. He was angry with the agents of the organization who let the traitor go free. The father reassured his son and said that she would pay anyway. It may happen that the organization specifically released the bait, and why Vanier did not notice that her friend was a traitor. The man assumed that the girl simply did not want to lock up her friend in prison. Father reminded that when you become an enemy for someone, forgiveness is not kindness, but a kind of fear of confronting a person. No matter should be left without revenge. They had to start looking for the girl. The boy assured that he would take revenge after arriving in the inner world. At the same time, Xiao Yu Jr. was worried whether his father would consider the boy's desire to take revenge on the traitor too impulsive. The man noticed the contradictions on his son's face. He thought that although his son was full of determination and a firm intention to take revenge, he was still thinking about what others would say about him. He is obsessed with this question. The father asked why this time the son was obsessed with the desire for revenge. He was even told that on the mountain he advised the murderer not to pay attention to his own condition, but to go and finish off the bandits. The man assured that he sees wholeness in his son's character, but he also sees fluctuations, when he does not yet know for sure what he wants from life and cannot decide. The boy reminded his father of his grandfather. Grandfather fought in his time and therefore told about the heroic deeds of his commander, who remained to cover the retreat of his soldiers and fought heroically to the end. Then it seemed very far-fetched and pathetic. But on the mountain, the boy saw how two agents at the cost of their own lives opened the way for the students to escape. Even when the men died, there was a smile on their faces. Only then did Xiao Yu understand such people. The boy knew that he would not become one of them, but he was ready to do something for them and help them in their fight against chaos. The man realized how much these events affected his son, and they changed his character. The father assured that their family had joined forces with other clans to deal with the traitor. He promised to report on the progress of his son's case. Travelers will do everything in their power. After the events on the mountain, Ching Chun drew public attention to his persona. He was written about in the press and talked about on the streets, but everyone knew only that he destroyed the gang by his own efforts. Among the travelers of China, a new traveler appeared who became very famous and was on the same level as He Xiao. He was simply a legendary character and role model in the development of will and body. It's time to move into the inner world after moving to Osaka, Japan. The girl sat and read the news. It was about deaths and the incident on the mountain. She thought that she just wanted to be a star. In the outer world, she had to be wary of being revealed as a traveler, and in the inner world, she had to be careful with the Kamishiro family, lest she end up in a situation similar to the 7 travelers. The Kamishiro clan used the Chinese language, but it was very conservative in its traditions. They spoke Japanese among themselves, and they kept records of their genealogy in Japanese. She was brought to China through a marriage contract with the Chen family. In every way, the girl tried to find information about who her fiancé was, but it was not possible to find out whether he was a traveler.